Chapter 1248. There were shadows in the central control area. One could imagine that the problems in those areas wouldn't be small. Yan Zhaoge roughly identified them and realized that they were all the vital areas of the pill hall. The core control area of the hall, the core pill room, the pill storage, the medicine storage. These vital areas were all shrouded in shadows. If the central control area was compared to the front desk or the hall, it would be the main control room. What was worth mentioning was that there were a large amount of precious pill recipes stored here. It was even more complete than the records in the Marshall repository. Some pill recipes weren't even preserved in the Marshall repository and could only be found here. The core pill room was the largest and had the best environment among all the silent rooms used to refine pills. In the past, including the profound sky purple golden furnace, most of the top-notch pill refinement furnaces of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace were placed there. There were only a few people in the entire Heavenly Court who were qualified to use the core pill room to refine pills. From a certain perspective, the pill storage was the most attractive place, because it stored a large amount of refined divine pills and treasured pills that weren't brought out by others. The pill hall wasn't destroyed during the Great Calamity. If nothing unexpected happened, the pill storage should be relatively intact. As for the medicine storage, it stored all sorts of treasures, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines that were prepared to be used to refine pills. In terms of value, it wasn't much inferior to the pill storage. Yan Zhaoge scanned his surroundings and paid attention to the spots that seemed to contain impurities within the streams of lights. These represented Yan Di and the others who entered the pill hall. They weren't like Yan Zhaoge, who could find his path in the pill hall. Therefore, they seemed to be stagnant. If one didn't know how to walk within the pill hall's cosmic void, it was no different from walking on the spot. Only bigwig experts whose cultivation had reached a certain level could ignore part of the rules and walk freely. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others' cultivation had yet to reach the level where they could suppress others with their aura. Unfortunately, I can't only open a part of the restrictions. I have to open all of them if I want to. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips regretfully. If someone else enters from behind, they wouldn't be obstructed anymore. Yan Zhaoge naturally wouldn't give up the advantage of being the first to enter. Then he started writing in the air. One seal after another froze in the air before transforming into a beautiful and profound scripture. Yan Zhaoge summoned the profound sky purple gold furnace once more, stamping it like he was signing his name. Then the mysterious runes flew up into the sky and disappeared into the starry void. In the next moment, the light streams that were like the stars in the sky all trembled, and then all turned blue. The speed at which the balls of light flowed had clearly slowed down, no longer forming a continuous stream of light. Instead, the balls of light were slowly moving in a certain pattern, clearly distinguishable. Then the impurities in the ball of light gradually became clear, as if they were human figures. However, the images were still very blurry, and he couldn't tell who was who. However, the movements of those figures had clearly become much more natural. They began to search for their own paths instead of staying where they were. I'm still not familiar with this place. If I could study it for a few more days, I would be able to control this place more deeply. At that time, it would also be a simple matter to directly contact Father and the others. Sadly, time waits for no man. Yan Zhaoge thought as he observed. At the same time, he vaguely felt that someone was interfering with him, causing him to be unable to control this place better. Thinking about it, it should be the opponent who used the profound sky purple gold furnace to set up the trap. Yan Zhaoge's figure shook. As if his clone had turned into a shadow, another person suddenly appeared beside him. It was his North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone had already returned to his human form. After appearing, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky in front of him. After leaving his clone here, Yan Zhaoge himself left this place and continued his journey. Currently, he had already understood most of the patterns of the changes within the pill hall, as well as the various paths. Now he was going to explore those shadowy areas. His opponent seemed to be busy with other matters and couldn't be bothered to stop them from entering. Of course, this was a good start. However, on the other hand, Yin Zhaoge and the others wouldn't have a good time if he really got what he wanted. It would be best if he could stop his opponent's actions midway. Yin Zhaoge walked alone for a while. After passing through layers of void, his footsteps gradually slowed down. According to his memory, he was already approaching a shadowy area according to the pill hall's internal structure. He hadn't reached the important areas yet. It belonged to the outer area and was near the pill storage. After arriving at the shadowy area, Yin Zhaoge's heart moved slightly. Such a strong suppression! There seemed to be an invisible force suppressing the circulation of Yin Zhaoge's true essence. Yin Zhaoge silently circulated his profound art and got rid of this influence. However, he also became more cautious. If he were to fight with someone here, the consumption would be much higher than outside. The medicinal fragrance in this area is also fading. His nose twitched, and he felt that this place was unusual. While walking in the dark void and feeling the invisible force, Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change. As he was vigilant of his surroundings, he stopped his footsteps. He found a door in the void and opened it. This was a quiet room used for alchemy. After opening the door, Yin Zhaoge's pupils suddenly shrunk. There was a figure inside the room, a person who had already died. Yin Zhaoge's first reaction was to raise his alertness to the highest. He was on full alert and checked the quiet room inside and out. After confirming that there was no other living person other than himself, he walked in and came to the side of the person who had died. This was a lean and handsome old man. He had white hair and a youthful face and didn't look old at all. His eyes were closed, and his expression was peaceful as if he was sleeping. Yin Zhaoge had seen him before. At that time, he didn't know his exact identity, but he did later on. World beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak, of the Grand Clear lineage, Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi Sr. apprentice brother, 9th level martial saint, late immortal bridge martial saint, broad clear old man Ranchi in the past, he had been one of the famous experts in the world beyond worlds. Back then, he had led the team to participate in the fight for the profound sky purple golden furnace. In the end, he had fallen into a trap and disappeared together with 2 other immortal bridge martial saint experts and 3 prime clear lineage experts. After so many years, his whereabouts were still unknown. From the looks of it now, he had already perished. After mourning for a while, Yin Zhaoge said softly, "I'm sorry." He extended his palm and placed it on Ranchi's wrist. Although Ranchi no longer had pulse, Yin Zhaoge's true essence still entered his body. Almost immediately, he felt a miraculous power contained within Ranchi's body. This power wasn't dangerous. It was just that because of Yin Zhaoge's touch, it was going out of control and might cause damage within Ranchi's body. Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change as he immediately suppressed it. He has already died for so many years. The reason why his body hasn't decayed is not because the qi and blood of an immortal bridge martial saint is strong. On the contrary, it is because of the maintenance of this power. The inside of his body has long since been in tatters. It wasn't that his body had been decayed. Instead, every single bit of existence within his body, including his flesh, blood, bones, meridians, internal organs, and even his blood vessels that were thinner than a strand of hair, had all been destroyed. The old man before him was like a statue of sand. If not for the maintenance of the power within his body, he would probably have long since been reduced to dust. With Yin Zhaoge's light touch just now, that power had lost its balance. If he hadn't suppressed it in time, the old man's corpse would have shattered as well. And in that instant of contact, Yin Zhaoge felt that icy cold intent once more. Chapter 1249. Maybe it was because Yin Zhaoge was currently within the pill hall. This time, he felt that ice-cold intent again. It was both more real and clearer. Ripples suddenly arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart that was calm and without ripples, as though someone had thrown a stone into the water. An image was vaguely reflected on the water's surface. It resembled a pair of eyes currently staring coldly at Yen Jiaoge. It wasn't as wild and fiery as before, but all the resentment and anger had condensed into an even harsher coldness that made one's heart palpitate. Yen Jiaoge's heart was calm as he met that pair of indistinct eyes. After a while, the pair of eyes disappeared, and the ice-cold intent also retreated. Yen Jiaoge's mood did not relax because of this. He's about to succeed. Yen Jiaoge felt something, a rather strange expression on his face as he straightened his body after a while, letting out a long breath. Swiveling his head to look at the corpse of old man Guangqing, Ran Qi, Yen Jiaoge silently bowed, keeping his corpse before leaving this secluded room. I'm afraid that the other 5 are already dead. As Yen Jiaoge thought about this, he continued exploring the area before him that was enveloped by shadows. In the following exploration, he found the remains of the other people in the pill rooms one after another. Tang Xianfeng, LV Jibo. Yen Jiaoge thought. The former was a long-time elder of the roving Jade Heavens, the personal disciple of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian. He was of the same generation as Gao Xuebua and his brother. The latter was Gao Xuebua's direct disciple. Both of them had fallen into a trap and vanished while fighting for the profound sky violet gold furnace with Ran Qi and the other Grand Clear experts. Now, both of them had the same outcome. They had fallen within the pill hall. Their bodies were the same as Ran Qi's. They looked fine on the outside, but their insides were as fragile as sand sculptures. What Yen Jiaoge was concerned about was that the degree of damage done to the insides of the bodies of different people was clearly different. At first, it was extremely rough, but later, it became more and more exquisite. He was like a butcher who went from being unfamiliar to being skilled, and finally became a butcher who could dismember an ox with ease. Yen Jiaoge muttered to himself, I'm afraid I guessed right. This area was already close to the pill storage. After inspecting the surroundings once, Yen Jiaoge headed towards the pill storage. He was more cautious, but he was also more expectant. The people who had been captured were all in the quiet alchemy rooms nearby. It was very likely that the other party was also in this area. This was especially true for the pill storehouse, where the possibility was the highest. Hence, it was especially dangerous. However, this was the crucial moment of the other party's plan. If he could find it earlier, he might be able to interrupt the other party's plan. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the other party once they were done with their plan and had succeeded. In the dark, starry sky of the universe, it was empty, as if there was no concept of distance. After walking for a moment, Yen Jiaoge halted, raising his hand to write some runes in midair. The radiance of the runes flickered in the void, from near to far. In the end, the radiance condensed in the distance, illuminating the void. There seemed to be a huge orb there, surrounded by incantations. They were like ribbons connected from head to tail, circling around the orb. It was as if the orb had been quietly existing in the dark void all this time, but it had been ignored by people. However, if one didn't use a special technique to activate it, one would never find anything, even if one searched the void thousands of times. The orb was transparent, and a golden mist was rising from it. It was impossible to see what it looked like. That was the important place of the pill hall, the pill storehouse used to store completed divine pills. In the past, when people came to the pill hall to refine pills in the Heavenly Court's divine palace, most of them would be brought out of the pill hall by themselves after they finished refining. However, a portion of them would be left behind and stored here temporarily. The place where they were stored was this pill storehouse. However, if one wanted to enter the pill warehouse, it was naturally not something that just anyone could enter. As Yen Jiaoge got closer, it looked like an orb from afar. However, when he got closer, it was extremely huge, like a star. The profound sky, purple golden furnace floated out. Yen Jiaoge pressed his palm on top of the furnace and pushed it forward, touching the surface of the pill storehouse. The three-legged furnace shone with golden radiance and slowly merged with the star in front of him. After that, the perfectly round star suddenly rotated and transformed into a semicircle, while the other side was a flat surface. The profound sky purple golden furnace stood quietly in the middle of the flat surface that resembled a lake. Yan Zhaoge didn't touch the furnace, but descended towards the lake's surface. This time, his body wasn't obstructed. He successfully passed through the light screen that resembled a water surface and entered the semicircle. As soon as he entered, a medicinal fragrance assaulted his nostrils. It was so dense that it almost suffocated him. In Yan Zhaoge's sight, other than the ground beneath his feet, the top of his head and his surroundings were all shrouded by purple mist. Amidst the sea of clouds, golden light faintly seeped out. Following the direction of the golden light, one could see many small golden pagodas. Under normal circumstances, all kinds of divine pills and miraculous medicines would be categorized and stored within these pagodas. Yan Zhaoge's attention wasn't placed on those small golden pagodas. Instead, he carefully inspected the entire pill storehouse. After inspecting the entire place, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that his opponent wasn't here. Only then did he have the mood to inspect those small golden pagodas. There were all kinds of divine pills. When he had obtained the profound sky purple golden furnace, those scattered divine pills were nothing compared to the scene in front of him. Not only were there many types of pills here, but there were also many of them. The encompassing abundance golden pill. If mortals consumed it, their lifespan would be prolonged, their youth eternal. Heavenly perception would be unlocked, and they would be able to hear the decrees of the heavenly court. Those on the brink of death would immediately revive, and the dead would be revived. If martial practitioners consumed it, they would be able to communicate with the 9 heavens beyond. Even those who had yet to push open the door to immortality would be able to receive the purest and most miraculous immortal qi from beyond the heavens into their bodies. While they wouldn't be able to refine it, they would still be able to benefit greatly. The purple qi golden jade pill. If consumed, one would be able to obtain purple flesh and golden bones. They would be impervious to fire and water and hard to harm. It was especially beneficial for martial practitioners who cultivated in external cultivation techniques. The heavenly lotus 9 heart pill. If consumed, 9 orifices would be opened. 9 divinities would be contained in one soul. One would be extraordinarily spirited and have a feeling of connecting to the heavens. It would allow one's consciousness and comprehension to improve. The specific effects would vary from person to person. Other than that, there were also the myriad wondrous flying star pill, the sacred sky pill, the clear light longevity pill, the bearing essence grand pill, the wind thunder fortune pill, the 9 heavenly dew pill, the divine aura pill, the 16 profound dark pill. Divine pills that were hard to find in the human realm and rare in the heavens could be found here. To put it bluntly, as long as he emptied this place, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't have come here in vain. However, compared to what I expected, there's only less than half of it. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. The portion that was missing wasn't wasted due to the passage of time. Instead, it was more like someone had taken it away before him. If it's not at the pill storage, then the medicine storage? Yan Zhaoge pondered. The core pill room? Or did it return to the core hub? As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge swept through the pills here. However, his expression soon changed slightly. Through the North Ocean clone at the control hub, he had already sensed that someone else was approaching the pill storage. Mobile users, please browse them. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1250. The people approaching the pill warehouse were not Yan Di and the others. Through the North Ocean clone, Yan Zhaoge already knew that someone else had entered the pill hall after them. Although he wasn't sure if they were demons or people from the roving jade heavens, there were quite a few of them. One of them, perhaps because of his good luck or because he had other clues, managed to find the vicinity of the pill storehouse without going through the central control center. As compared to Yan Zhaoge, who was rummaging through the ground, The other party's speed was undoubtedly much faster. After approaching the surroundings of the pill warehouse, the North Ocean clone was unable to continue observing because he had entered the shadowy region. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge could vaguely feel that someone had already arrived outside the pill storage. Then, in the next moment, that person activated the profound sky, purple, golden furnace. While Yen Zhaoge was still unable to completely control the profound sky, purple gold furnace, their telepathic connection was still somewhat strong. At this moment, he immediately sensed that someone else was touching the furnace and trying to move it away. Being in the pill storage, Yen Zhaoge could also feel that the boundaries here were shaking nonstop. For a moment, he felt as if the heavens and earth were spinning. Huh. Yen Zhaoge laughed coldly, his figure rapidly rising upwards. As if he was floating on the surface of the water, he passed through the screen of light and arrived outside the pill storehouse. However, just as he revealed his head, a crimson sword light suddenly flashed before his eyes, arriving before him in an instant. Immortal trapping sword. Yen Zhaoge's figure shook, red light surging within it as well. The same celestial trapping sword's sword light clashed, allowing him to evade his opponent's attack. Looking over, he saw a young man standing beside the profound sky, purple golden cauldron in the air. He was dressed in a Taoist robe, but his hair was loose and not tied into a bun. This youth's sharp gaze had originally been fixated on the profound sky, purple gold furnace. Now he turned to look at Yen Zhaoge. He mian, he jiu xiao. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. I don't really like the way you greet me. This young man in a Taoist robe with disheveled hair was one of the few geniuses among the younger generation of the roving Jade Heavens, the supreme of the Holy Court, sword shaking 9 heavens he mian, together with Yu Yi. He was known as the roving Jade Heavens' unparalleled duo. After the little sword god Long Xueji, they were the most outstanding martial art practitioners of the prime clear lineage. He mian was younger than Long Xueji and older than Yu Yi. In the recent 100 over years, after Long Xueji had become famous in the world beyond worlds at year, the next supreme figure to emerge was the heavenly young master Chen Qianhua, followed by the shocking god Sword Nye Jingxian. In the roving Jade Heavens, the most outstanding figure after Long Xueji was He Mian, who dominated over his peers. It was only after Yu Ye's appearance that the two became equally famous. In terms of age, He Mian was about the same age as Chen Qianhua. Counting with one's fingers, He Mian had been in the supreme martial artist realm for quite some time. After Long Xueji had ascended to immortality, there was a rumor in the roving Jade Heavens that He Mian might have already surpassed Gao Xuebua and become the #1 martial saint of the roving Jade Heavens. His master was the Valley Master of Ashen Spirit Valley, Emperor Yin, also known as the Cloud Conquest Emperor. Thousands of years ago, he was on the same level as the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, among the roving Jade Seven who established the roving Jade Heavens. He was one of the 2 that remained. In terms of age and experience, she was even older than Yen Zhaoge's grandmother, Di Qinglian. Although he was still a leakless true immortal and had yet to undergo the pure profound tribulation, Yen Zhaoge vaguely guessed that it might not be impossible. Instead, it was because the Cloud Emperor had other considerations. He Mian was the Cloud Conquest Emperor's last disciple. He was praised for his achievements in the martial saint realm. He had already surpassed his master and surpassed his master. After ascending to the Exalt realm and becoming a human immortal, rumors had it that He Mian had only lost once against martial saint realm opponents. That was when he lost to Long Xueji. However, Long Xueji had already ascended to the Exalt realm for a long time, while He Mian had just ascended to the human immortal realm. Long Xueji himself also thought that his battle with He Mian was the most difficult battle he had ever fought against someone in the same realm. Everyone thought that He Mian had lost with honor. However, from how He Mian kept the title of 8 Heavens Exalt that sounded like a joke, one could imagine that he didn't feel honored at all. He even planned to compete against Long Xueji again in the future. Although Long Shueji had ascended to the immortal realm, Himian still had the chance to wash away his shame. World beyond worlds, fallen deity, Yen Zhaoga. Although it was their first time meeting, Himian still recognized Yen Zhaoga. Crimson lights were faintly flickering within his eyes. The profound sky, purple golden furnace, had fallen into your hands back then. It was a coincidence. Yen Zhaoga said calmly, I feel sorry for what happened to Elder Tang and the other two, as well as the three from Ingenious Flying Peak. Himian said, I feel sorry for it too. Fortunately, I have the chance to make up for it now. He extended his hand and grabbed the profound sky, purple golden furnace. Then he lifted it up. Yen Zhaoga acted as if he didn't see anything. He only said plainly, let's not talk about the demon race interfering. Just this pill hall itself is weird. It's not that easy to deal with. Your Ashen Spirit Valley lineage has always been on bad terms with the profound sovereign and senior apprentice Uncle Long. It's normal for you to dislike me. However, don't you think it's too early to start an internal conflict now? Himian shook his head. Layman Yen, you've misunderstood. I'm happy to see your family causing chaos in the world beyond worlds. The more chaotic, the better. That's why I don't have any enmity towards you. At least not currently. I don't plan on interfering with the other matters here. I came here for this profound sky, purple golden furnace. It's enough for me to obtain it. I'll leave now, and I won't be greedy for anything else. Within his deep eyes a crimson glow was faintly discernible and drifting about. It's a pity that I met you. When Yen Zhaoga was in the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, in the late Immortal Bridge realm, he shocked the heavens in the world beyond worlds. He defeated the black-clothed Brocade Emperor and killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, who possessed the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. While he shocked the world beyond worlds, he also shocked the entire Tao universe, including the roving Jade Heavens. The middle and lower level martial art practitioners might not know about it. However, as one of the top 10 experts in the roving Jade Heavens, the Exalt Martial Saint Himian must have heard about it. Himian wasn't afraid of the Brocade Emperor, who didn't possess the Four Grands earlier Heaven Flag, or the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, who possessed the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. However, when he met Yen Zhaoga face to face, he could tell that the Yen Zhaoga in front of him was no longer in the Martial Saint 9th level, the late Immortal Bridge realm. Instead, Yen Zhaoga was the same as him. All of his acupoints were in the Seeing Divinity realm, and he had the body of a human immortal with a complete internal universe. He was in the Exalt realm. He felt that it was unbelievable for Yen Zhaoga to reach the Martial Saint 10th level in such a short period of time. However, the truth was right in front of him. Without a doubt, the current Yen Zhaoga was much stronger than when he defeated the black-clothed Brocade Emperor and killed Wang Zhengqing. However, Himian didn't waver. As he looked at Yen Zhaoga, the crimson glow in his eyes became sharper and sharper. I'm not joking. I'll say it sincerely. Yen Zhaoga spread his palms and smiled. It's better for you to look for a chance to reap the benefits when I'm fighting with someone else. Himian's sword intent became stronger and stronger. Facing an exalt like you, yet you flee. You don't even have the courage to fight. I can only kill myself by breaking my sword. I've heard of Layman Yan's name for a long time. Previously, when you came to the roving Jade Heavens, we didn't have the chance to meet. Today, I'll make up for it and experience your strength. Yen Zhaoga lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at Himian. He nodded as if nothing had happened. Oh! In the next instant, a red light appeared. Yen Zhaoga instantly arrived beside Himian and the profound sky, purple golden furnace. Chapter 1251. Never seen each other before? Not necessarily. Yen Zhaoga instantly arrived in front of Himian. Previously, when I left the words on your disciple's back, it was for you and your master, the Cloud Emperor. Didn't we already see each other then? Only it wasn't as close as now. As he was speaking, Yen Zhaoge grabbed the profound sky purple golden furnace and stopped He Mian's retreating figure. We've never fought before. Of course it's fate. He Mian's eyes glowed with gold, and crimson lights flew out from his pupils. As if there was no time gap, the crimson-red sword light instantly arrived in front of Yen Zhaoge. When He Mian's sword was unleashed, the sword lights were endless. Each of his swords was faster than the previous one. In every corner of the void, red lights were flashing and dancing around. Tens of millions of sword lights were slashing towards Yen Zhaoge at the same time. A high-grade sacred artifact is useless to you now. However, if it's a sword that you've personally refined, it's more or less better than fighting barehanded. Yen Zhaoge said calmly, "Draw your sword. I'm not underestimating you by fighting barehanded against you." He grabbed the profound sky purple golden furnace with one hand and raised his other hand. Then he punched forward calmly. In an instant, Yen Zhaoge's fists filled every corner of the void universe. Whenever a crimson-red sword light lit up, an iron fist would land and extinguish the sword light. When countless sword lights lit up, countless fists would land. Before the sword lights could even shine, they would be extinguished. Before it even started, the end was already in sight. He Mian's attainment in the immortal trapping sword scripture was already extremely high. Wherever his sword light went, no matter when or where his opponent was, he wouldn't be able to escape. No matter how fast his opponent was, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. However, Yen Zhaoge's fists would always arrive first. It was as if they were waiting there for He Mian's sword light to appear. Then, before it could fully activate, Yen Zhaoge's sword light would shatter it with one punch. The immortal trapping sword ignored the limitations of space and surpassed time. Nothing could be faster than it. However, Yen Zhaoge's fists seemed to have blurred the concept of time. It was as if it existed before the beginning of time and space, but also as if it was the end of all time and space, waiting for the exhausted. At this moment, He Mian felt as if he had just pulled out his sword from its scabbard, and when he was halfway there, someone had punched the hilt of his sword. The sword that had just been pulled out halfway was smashed back into the scabbard again, cutting through time and space. The fastest sword in the world that could no longer be defined as fast or slow was actually beaten to the point that it couldn't be pulled out. Primordial 5 manifestations, Tai. He Mian groaned, and the red glow in his eyes intensified. He finally released the profound sky purple golden furnace. However, he had no intention of retreating. The young man with disheveled hair in a Taoist robe spun in the air. Among the scarlet sword light that filled the sky, there was a faint green glow. Green and red sword lights flickered within the void, finally evading Yen Zhaoge's Tai fist. Other than the celestial trapping sword manual, He Mian also cultivated the celestial slaying sword manual. The head of the 4 swords of numinous treasure, the immortal slaying sword, could destroy all techniques with one sword and destroy all Daos in the world. Although it couldn't destroy Yen Zhaoge's Tai fist, the green glow blocked Yen Zhaoge's fist intent, causing the river of time to reappear. As the river surged, rays of red lights flew everywhere. It was like a flood dragon returning to the sea, or a tiger returning to the mountains. It was finally released. Great. Not only did you cultivate the immortal exterminating sword, you can even use both the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal trapping sword at the same time. As expected, you live up to your reputation. Yen Zhaoge praised. The prime clear immortal exterminating sword and the jade clear heaven opening scripture weren't easy to cultivate. If a martial art practitioner's comprehension wasn't enough, not only would they not be able to cultivate it, their soul might even be torn apart, which would endanger their lives. He Mian had successfully cultivated the immortal exterminating sword, and he could even use both the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal trapping sword at the same time. Just this move alone was worthy of his title as a heaven's favored. There wasn't any expression of pride on his face. Instead, it was filled with solemnity and concentration. As the sword seal was activated, countless scarlet-red sword lights appeared everywhere. As they intersected with each other, they gathered together and connected into a huge sword formation. When the sword formation appeared, it had already trapped Yan Zhaoge within. When the entire sword formation was activated, it instantly destroyed the space within the Pale Hall's internal cosmos into nothingness. I've long heard that the Ashen Spirit Valley's lineage combines sword arts and formation arts. It's filled with endless profundities. Now that I've seen it, it truly lives up to its reputation. Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded. After that, a terrifying power that couldn't be resisted exploded from within the scarlet-red sword formation. 12 light wheels were circling behind Yan Zhaoge's back. As he punched out, the dim, radiant, chaotic light shook. The gloomy darkness disappeared, and only endless radiance remained. After that, the radiance shattered, and the great Tao collapsed. An extremely ferocious, great, shattering brightness fist exploded from within. The horrifying power swept outwards and blocked Himian's sword formation's encirclement. In the end, the entire sword formation was shattered. Yan Zhaoge's fist was neither fast nor slow. It didn't move nor waver as it went towards Himian. Himian's gaze was extremely solemn. His left hand formed a sword seal and placed it in front of his chest. His right hand's index and middle fingers formed a sword and pointed forward. As the red lights flickered, the green lights appeared once again. Other than that, there were also rays of black sword chi entangling around it like silk threads. Immortal slaughtering sword. Among the numinous treasure 4 swords. Not only did Himian cultivate the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal trapping sword, he even cultivated the immortal slaughtering sword. Moreover, not only could he unleash 2 swords at the same time, he could even unleash 3 swords at the same time. The 3 swords, exterminating, slaughtering, and trapping, were unleashed at the same time. Boundless evil chi surged. It was as if doomsday had arrived. An entire world became a land of death. No wonder, no wonder. Yan Zhaoge maintained his punching posture. No wonder you kept the title of 8 Heavens Exalt. You do have some confidence to fight against Senior Apprentice Uncle Long again. At this moment, changes suddenly appeared on his fist. The scarlet-red sword light surged. Its luster turned dark and became dark red. It became even more ferocious. Yan Zhaoge's fist seemed to be plated with a layer of dark red. Within the fist intent, the immortal trapping sword intent was also contained within. After that, threads of black sword chi appeared. They entangled around Yan Zhaoge's arm like silk threads. When a silk thread sliced through the void, it was as if countless lives were being cut off. At this moment, countless black threads intersected with each other, and the aura of death was overflowing. In the end, other than the black threads and red lights, a green sword light surged. It was invincible and unstoppable. The green sword light was like a butcher dismembering an ox. It sliced through the laws of the world, causing them to cease to exist. The scarlet glow within Himian's eyes surged, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Within Yan Zhaoge's fist, the sword intent was concealed. It was hard to tell if it was a fist or a sword. This attack of his was also the numinous treasure's 3 swords. However, no matter if you and Senior Apprentice Uncle Long will fight against each other or not, from today onwards, your title of 8 Heavens Exalt shall be changed to 7 Heavens Exalt. Immortal exterminating against immortal exterminating, immortal trapping against immortal trapping, and immortal slaughtering against immortal slaughtering. 3 swords against 3 swords. Yan Zhaoge forcefully stopped Himian's sword intent storm that seemed like doomsday. Then, as the spirit chi intersected, his fist seemed to have transformed into something that resembled an axe, yet wasn't an axe, resembled a banner, yet wasn't. With an irresistible force, He slashed the storm in front of him apart. Yan Zhaoga's fist landed on Himian's chest, and of the prime clear lineage's heaven's pride, he was sent flying. Chapter 1252. The strong impact sent Himian flying away. Not only that, Yan Zhaoga's fist was like a peerless divine weapon. As Himian was sent flying away, the horrifying power formed a huge penetrating force, which directly pierced through Himian's chest. In terms of attack power, Himian was even more powerful than Chen Qianhua when he hadn't mastered the heaven-opening scripture. Among the opponents that Yan Zhaoga had fought against, not counting the martial saints, even the Brocade Emperor and the Candle Sunlight Emperor couldn't do anything to Himian when they were at their peak. If it wasn't for the leakless true immortal, they might have been defeated by Himian's sword. As for the true immortal emperors of the immortal court heretics, they couldn't do anything against Himian. However, in terms of defense, Himian couldn't compare to Qin Qianhua, who had fused the jade, clear later Heaven 6 scriptures and cultivated the foundation of the world. Yan Zhaoga's fist force was endless, causing the wounds on Himian's body to start tearing apart. At that moment, a red light suddenly flashed by the void. An old man appeared behind Himian. He placed his palm on Himian's back and stopped Himian's retreating momentum. At the same time, the wounds that pierced through Himian's body stopped tearing apart, and his injuries were stabilized. Guilt appeared on Himian's tensed face. Master, today's battle will only benefit you. Your vision in the past was too narrow. The old man stopped Himian's figure and sent him to the side. Then he turned around and looked at Yan Zhaoga. After Yan Zhaoga sent Himian flying with a punch, he didn't continue chasing after him. He stood on the spot and cupped his hands. Greetings, Cloud Emperor. The old man who saved Himian was one of the roving Jade 7, the Cloud Conquest Emperor. He was from the same era as the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, the Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xingquan, Yan Zhaoga's grandfather Yan Xintong and grandmother Di Qinglian. In the past, with the profound sovereign and the support of the incongruence Divine Mother, they established the roving Jade Heavens. The roving Jade 7 had either died or dispersed. Now, only 2 remained in the roving Jade Heavens. They were Gao Qingxian and this Cloud Conquest Taoist. His dressing was similar to Himian. They both wore a Taoist robe, but he didn't tie his hair into a bun. The old man's appearance could not be considered handsome, but he was dignified and gentle. However, after thousands of years of killing and killing, countless souls had perished under his sword. Just by standing there calmly, he exuded an awe-inspiring might. Speaking of which, compared to the profound sovereign, earthly sovereign, astro sovereign, and concealed sovereign, Taoist Cloud Conquest was still a true immortal. However, Yan Zhaoga had heard someone mention vaguely that the Cloud Emperor didn't have no confidence in passing the pure profound tribulation. Instead, he was temporarily stuck in the true immortal realm due to some other reasons. In the past, he had been severely injured in a battle with the martial practitioners of the immortal court, causing his advancement to slow down. But after so many years, his injuries had already healed. The amount of accumulation he had accumulated was rarely seen in this world. His cultivation was so strong that he could look down on his peers. He was far from what most perfected immortal experts could compare to. Although Himian, who was in the supreme martial artist realm, couldn't do anything to the tranquility, great emperor, and trueness, great emperor, they couldn't do anything to him either. However, if Himian were to fight against his own master, Cloud Conquest Emperor, there would be no other outcome other than death. It wasn't because Cloud Conquest Emperor understood his own disciple. Instead, it was because of the difference in strength between the two. Cloud Conquest Emperor looked at Yan Zhaoga and praised. The student surpasses the master. The new generation surpasses the old. You are only testing your strength in the roving Jade Heavens. Cloud Emperor, you're overpraising me. Yan Zhaoga said plainly, your disciple, Taoist whose strength isn't ordinary. Naturally, this Yan has to take out some real stuff. Sorry for offending you. I wonder if Cloud Emperor is going to take action personally? The roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds weren't on good terms. Both sides often had conflicts. Comparatively, the profound sovereign's attitude towards the world beyond worlds was more gentle. As for the roving Jade Heaven's old Grand Master, the Vine Sovereign, and the Cloud Conquest Emperor, they were more intense. Their relationship with the world beyond worlds, Jade capital Crag lineage, was especially bad. My disciple wants to obtain the profound sky, purple golden furnace for me. Only his skills aren't as good as others. He still needs more training. Cloud Conquest Emperor didn't get angry. There wasn't any obvious hostility in his tone. Instead, I have something to ask little friend Yen. Yen Jiaoga could roughly guess what he wanted to ask. Cloud Emperor wants to ask me if I'm willing to join the roving Jade Heavens, if I can't stay in the world beyond worlds. Little friend Yan's thoughts are clear. That's exactly what I want to ask. Cloud Emperor nodded. Yen Jiaoga asked quietly, then, are the Vine Sovereign and Cloud Emperor willing to coexist peacefully with my senior apprentice uncle, the Sword Sovereign, when fighting against the heretics or the 9 underworlds, devils together? That's possible. Cloud Emperor answered without hesitation. However, it's impossible outside of that. Junior Apprentice Brother Kong is the Vine Sovereign's last disciple. After your grandmother, Dziji, perished, the Vine Sovereign hated your ancestor. After that, she placed all her efforts on Junior Apprentice Brother Kong. She brought him up from a young age, and their relationship was even deeper than that of a biological mother and son. In the end, Junior Apprentice Brother Kong died under Yujin Bei's sword. Cloud Emperor's expression was calm. To me, Junior Apprentice Brother Kong is my best friend. One day, I'll give him an explanation. Yen Jiaoga nodded and said, I can understand. However, Cloud Emperor should be able to guess my decision already. That's right. Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded regretfully. It's a pity. With the profound sovereign in the middle, they wouldn't become enemies. However, with the Sword Sovereign in the middle, it was hard for them to be close and work together. If that's the case, I'll have to fight with little friend Yen today. I have 3 hobbies in my life: sword arts, formation arts, and alchemy arts. I really don't want to miss out on a treasure like the profound sky, purple, golden furnace. After Cloud Conquest Emperor said that, his index and middle fingers formed a sword and pointed towards Yen Jiaoga. In an instant, a dark red sword formation appeared without any signs and enveloped Yen Jiaoga. It ignored the distance of space as if it appeared out of nowhere. It ignored the time interval as if it had already existed for a long time. Then the boundless dark red sword lights started collapsing inwardly, shattering everything within. Yen Jiaoga's right palm was like a saber. It contained the essence of the heaven-opening scripture and opened up a crack on the dark red sword formation. Then his left hand struck out with the great shattering brightness fist and exploded the sword formation that already had a flaw. As soon as he jumped out, he saw sword formations one after another in front of him, and they enveloped the entire sky. For He needed to use his full strength to execute a killing move. However, in the hands of Cloud Emperor, he could easily do it. Moreover, there wasn't just one sword formation in an instant. In the current world, among the true immortals that I know of, Cloud Emperor, you might be ranked in the top 3. As Yen Jiaoga praised, his body turned into a red light and continuously flashed in the void. This time, not only did he use the immortal trapping sword manual, he also fused many other supreme arts. Yen Jiaoga's speed was even faster than when he was fighting with He. Chapter 1253. Within the void, more than a dozen huge sword formations, green, black, or red, were standing together. As the sword lights circulated, it turned the pill hall's interior and the pill storages surrounding space into a land of extinction. Ruthless sword qi filled the entire universe, bringing along the horrifying aura of the Great Calamity, Great Extinction, and Great Calamity. Merely the imposing manner of these 10-plus sword formations was sufficient to make one lose all courage and guts and completely lose one's courage. Yen Zhaoge's expression turned serious. However, his gaze was calm, and not a hint of fear could be seen. As his figure flew, he rushed to the sky. He performed all sorts of supreme martial arts at the same time, increasing his speed to the maximum, causing him to appear and disappear within the cosmos. Upon seeing this, Cloud Emperor's expression became even more solemn. He pointed with his left hand, and 6 dark red sword formations instantly occupied the 4 directions, squeezing Yen Zhaoge in the middle. Then the 6 sword formations combined their powers, as if 2 dark red pyramids were clasped together. Then dark red radiances flickered, and they started collapsing from the inside. Yen Zhaoge was within it. He felt as if the entire cosmos had perished together, and the world he was standing on no longer existed. He took a deep breath, and his hands were intertwined. His left hand unleashed the Tai Fist. Fist shadows filled the entire universe and stopped the collapsing dark red sword lights. Then his right palm struck forward, and a strange scene that looked like an axe, yet wasn't an axe, and a banner, yet wasn't a banner. The majestic will of primordial creation manifested, and a hole was forcefully opened up in the sky of red radiances. Then his left hand's Tai Fist transformed into the great shattering brightness fist. Within the blurry chaos, the darkness disappeared and the light shone brightly. Then it was extinguished, and the 2 modes no longer existed. The explosion-like power caused the hole in the sky of red radiances to expand even further. Yen Zhaoge's right hand changed again, and the heaven-splitting halberd transformed into the cyclic heavenly seal. As if it was tearing apart the sky, it forcefully tore apart half of the red radiances that were about to collapse. Then he transformed into a dark red sword light. With a slight flash, he was about to jump out of Cloud Emperor's sword formation's encirclement. However, at the same time, Cloud Emperor's right hand formed a sword seal. At the gap in the dark red sky, a green sword formation suddenly appeared, green light pulsing as it blocked Yen Zhaoge's path. Yen Zhaoge flipped his palm and reversed heaven and earth. Yen Zhaoge flipped his palm, reversing heaven and earth. At this moment, the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, and the Taiji Yin-Yang palm were fully manifested beneath Yen Zhaoge's palm, causing Yin and Yang to be thrown into disorder as the heavens and the earth lost their natural order. With a slight, the edge of the green sword formation and caused it to deviate. He himself turned into a red light and brushed past the edge of the green sword formation. Green light erupted from within the sword formation, piercing through the Taiji diagram beneath Yen Zhaoge's palm as it continued stabbing towards him. Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath, the Taiji Yin-Yang palm changing into the Tai Fist, earlier heaven reversal. The Tai Fist was not only used for attacking. As he focused on defense, the world seemed to have turned into a formless and intangible void. There was no shape, no form, no image. Fortunately, the true sharpness of the sword formation had already been avoided by Yen Zhaoge. Thus, after Yen Zhaoge had forcibly withstood the attack of the sword formation, he had still managed to avoid the obstruction of the green sword formation, rushing out of the encirclement of the dark red sky. After Emperor, Yen. After him, Emperor, Yen and sword, and Emperor, Cloud, and Emperor Yen, and Yen Zhaoge was already out of the sky. Cloud Emperor's plan failed. The old man in Taoist robe looked more serious. He formed a sword seal and drew a half circle in the air. The dark red sky behind Yen Zhaoge collapsed and shattered on its own, descending towards the space below. However, as the red lights intertwined, they transformed into an unprecedented, huge dark red sword formation. It was so vast that it filled up the entire void. Yen Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings. As far as he could see, he was unable to see the boundaries of that red light. Above his head, there was a green sword formation, a dark red sword formation in the middle, and a black sword formation at the end. The three sword formations combined and formed a line. It was like a pagoda with 3 layers, and it pressed down on Yen Zhaoge. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel that the surroundings of that incomparably massive dark red sword formation below him were soundlessly rising, forming a semicircle. While it was blocking his way down, it was also blocking the space for him to move horizontally. His opponent was forcing him to take on the sword-light pagoda from above. Yen Zhaoge's eyes flickered. He didn't go up. Instead, he accelerated downwards. His entire body transformed into a ray of red light. It was like a dark red longsword, and the tip of the sword was pointing at the formation below. On the tip of the sword, green lights were circulating. Streams of black qi were circulating and intertwined with the sword's edge. It was cold and murderous. The longsword that Yen Zhaoge transformed into pierced through the dark red formation that Cloud Emperor used to block his way down. The red light penetrated through and left the 3-layered sword-light pagoda behind. Success! He Mian, who was watching the battle anxiously, let out a long sigh of relief. When Yen Zhaoge penetrated through the dark red formation, and the dark void reappeared in front of him, an extreme radiance suddenly lit up in the darkness. Under this dark red formation, there was another sword formation, a sword formation with red, green, and black colors intertwined together, a sword formation that was much scarier than all the previous attacks. Within this sword formation, the immortal exterminating, immortal trapping, and immortal slaughtering swords stood side by side. The sword Qi rushed to the heavens, going against the heavens and wanting to slaughter the entire universe. Cloud Emperor himself was standing within the sword formation. He was waiting for Yen Zhaoge, who had just broken out of the encirclement and was already at the end of his strength. "Little friend Yen, take on this sword of mine." Cloud Emperor activated his sword technique. Countless sharp lights rushed to the sky and slashed towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge smiled, facing this horrifying sword formation. "Cloud Emperor, I'm here for this sword of yours." He formed a seal with his left hand and placed it on his dantian. Then he punched his right fist downwards, for fingers curled up and the front of his fist seemed flat. However, it suddenly became extremely sharp, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart. Looking from the front, Yen Zhaoge's fist seemed to have turned into something that looked like an axe and a banner. The back of his hand was also flat. However, at this moment, it looked like a huge seal that was facing upwards. The huge seal was facing upwards, as if the heavens and earth were flipping. The earth hung high and the sky collapsed. The side of the fist revealed the side of the wrist. However, it was like a peerless divine sword that was swung diagonally. Wherever the sword pointed, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. In the martial arts, when a person used his fist to hit another person, the attack formed by the bones of the forefingers was called the cannon. When the arm flipped and smashed downwards with the back of the hand, it was called the hammer. When the fist swept horizontally, the fist struck diagonally from the side, it was called the whip. When Yen Zhaoge's fist was based on the Tai fist, he combined the essence of the heaven-splitting halberd, cyclic heavenly seal, and the immortal exterminating sword. It was a fist that shook the universe. Within the fist intent, it evolved the primordial opening, the transformation of creation, and the world's destruction. Finally, everything reversed, and the primordial chaos appeared once again. Tai fist, great Tao, reincarnation. In the past, Yen Zhaoge fused the Tai fist and the immortal exterminating sword into the cyclic heavenly seal and unleashed the cyclic heavenly seal's transformation of creation. Now, after fusing the heavenly scripture, cyclic heavenly scripture, and the immortal exterminating sword's concept, he obtained the great Tao reincarnation fist art. With a single punch, he forcefully broke through the Cloud Emperor's sword formation and attacked the Cloud Emperor himself. When He Mian saw this, his expression instantly turned gloomy. The Cloud Emperor sighed. In front of fallen deity Yen, no one can be called a genius. Chapter 1254. Yen Zhaoge's fist intent forcefully broke through Cloud Emperor's sword formation and arrived in front of Cloud Emperor. Suddenly, a sword light leaped out from Cloud Emperor's waist. It was a simple and unadorned long sword. It was filled with an ancient vibe and cold light. This was Cloud Emperor's leakless immortal artifact. It was full of spirituality. Without Cloud Emperor's will, it automatically rose to protect its master. The upright sword was like a shield, blocking in front of Yen Zhaoge's fist. He Mian's face turned pale. With Cloud Conquest Emperor's age, cultivation, and identity, he was forced to take out his weapon by a martial saint. Without a doubt, he had already lost. Yen Zhaoge's expression didn't change when he saw the ancient sword. His right fist didn't have any intention to stop. Suddenly, a mirror of eminence hung high above his head. There were faint cross-shaped scars on the mirror, which made the mirror vaguely visible. It was divided into 4 pieces. Candlelight was shining in each of the 4 mirrors. The mirror light fell down and collided with the ancient sword in front of Cloud Emperor. The ancient sword was stimulated by an opponent of the same level. It suddenly became even fiercer. Yen Zhaoge hadn't refined this ancient mirror yet. The mirror light suddenly dimmed. However, with this disturbance, Yen Zhaoge's fist had already passed the ancient sword and hit Cloud Emperor's body. Cloud Emperor wasn't injured because he had the leakless body of a true immortal. However, he fell backward due to the impact. The old man in Taoist robe stopped retreating. He grabbed the ancient sword that was agitated and put it back into the sheath. He raised his head and looked at Yen Zhaoge. Then he looked up and stared at the ancient mirror hanging above Yen Zhaoge's head. He Mian also looked at the ancient mirror in shock. Candle Sunlight Emperor's mirror light. The world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens were both in the Tao universe. The top experts of each other had been interacting with each other for a long time. Candle Sunlight Emperor carried the leakless immortal artifact mirror light with him. Cloud Emperor and He Mian naturally recognized it. Among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, Sunlight Emperor had always been close to the Qilin Cliff's earthly sovereign. Since Yen Zhaoge had killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, Sunlight Emperor naturally wouldn't be with him. In this way, there was no possibility for Sunlight Emperor to lend the immortal artifact to Yen Zhaoge. There could only be one explanation for the mirror light falling into Yen Zhaoge's hands. However, this explanation left the 2 from the roving jade heavens in disbelief. Having already personally clashed with Yen Zhaoge, they knew how powerful the current Yen Zhaoge was. Cloud Conquest Emperor, one of the roving jade 7, one of the oldest experts of the Taoism's 3 clear lineage. He was of the same generation as the earthly sovereign, concealed sovereign, and the others. Although he was willing to stay in the true immortal realm for some reason, he was different from other true immortals. Among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, if female Emperor Jiaminkong was not included, the Cloud Emperor could totally fight against the other 4 emperors alone. Even so, however, he was still defeated by Yen Zhaoge's fist by a single move. However, being defeated was one thing, and having his immortal weapon fall into someone else's hands was another. He Mian only hoped that Yen Zhaoge had only taken the Sunlight Emperor's weapon. If there were other consequences, it would be unimaginable. Did he have the Origin opening sword or some other immortal artifact with him? He Mian looked at Yen Zhaoge and guessed. Halfway through his thoughts, he was filled with bitterness. It was meaningless for him to think about these things now. He Mian still had the confidence to fight with Long Xueji again after he ascended to the immortal realm. However, after the battle with Yen Zhaoge, his heart was filled with uncertainty. This was an experience he had never experienced before in his life. He Mian's determination and strength were undeniable for being able to reach this step. He immediately noticed that his state of mind was unstable. He immediately calmed himself down, concealed his spirit, looked inside his body, and started to refine his sword heart. His Majesty Emperor Yun's ambition is worthy of admiration. Yan Zhaoge didn't look at Himian, nor did he explain anything about the mirror light above his head. He kept the ancient mirror leisurely and looked at the Cloud Conquest Emperor with a smile. This prime clear lineage's sword cultivator was proficient in both sword and formation. After Yan Zhaoge fought with this pair of master and disciple, he vaguely felt that the Cloud Emperor wanted to recreate the legendary immortal extermination formation that had been lost for many years. The Cloud Conquest Emperor shook his head. It's easier said than done. Even the beginning was difficult. With such determination, you have already surpassed a lot of people, said Yan Zhaoge. He waved his hand. Today I won by half a move. If Cloud Emperor still wants to spar with me, I will continue to accompany you. It's fine even if you use the clear accomplishment sword. However, just like what I said to Taoist the pill hall that we are in seems to be weird. We can't underestimate it. The clear accomplishment sword was the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword. It was a leakless, immortal artifact. With the Cloud Conquest Emperor's strength, the moment he held the sword, it would be a completely different scene. When the Cloud Conquest Emperor heard this, he shook his head. Although he could tell that Yan Zhaoge didn't refine the mirror light, who knew if Yan Zhaoge had the origin opening sword or other immortal artifacts with him? Even if he didn't, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to just leave. Moreover, when he saw the mirror light, the Cloud Emperor instantly thought of many things. He looked at Yan Zhaoge, a new generation replacing the old. Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian can rest in peace now that they have such a descendant. You flatter me, Cloud Emperor. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He kept the profound sky, purple golden furnace, and stopped looking at the pill storage below. He had already looted a large amount of the divine pills stored in the pill storage previously, although the remaining ones were precious. He didn't need to waste time to reorganize them. His fight with Taoist Cloud Conquest and Himian took up a little more time. Yan Zhaoge was more concerned about the opponent who got here first and took away a large amount of divine pills from the pill storage. After thinking for a while, he continued his journey. This time his target was the core control center of the pill hall. The Cloud Emperor and Himian looked at Yan Zhaoge's actions curiously. Himian looked at his master. The Cloud Emperor shook his head. Without the profound sky purple golden furnace, it's hard to open the spatial world below within a short period of time. After that, he chased after Yan Zhaoge, and Himian followed him. Just now, the fallen deity said that there's something special about the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall? Asked the Cloud Emperor. If he could obtain the profound sky purple golden furnace, his wish would be fulfilled. Now that he couldn't obtain the profound sky purple golden furnace, he could only take a step back and see if there were any other rewards in the pill hall. The profound sky purple golden furnace wasn't the only legendary pill furnace here. There were also various kinds of treasures in the legends. Yan Zhaoge didn't reject the Cloud Emperor and Himian. He simply said, within the pill hall there seems to be some kind of existence, some kind of will. I'm not sure if someone got here first, or if there's an expert from before the great calamity residing here. However, there's no doubt that we have to guard against it. The Cloud Conquest Emperor and Himian frowned. Himian muttered to himself, other than that, the demon race is also involved in this. That's right. Yan Zhaoge communicated with the North Ocean clone who was at the control center of the hall. He knew that it wasn't just one group of people that entered the pill hall. They were all going deeper into the pill hall. He followed the path forward. After passing through layers of space, a bright nebula suddenly appeared in the dark cosmos in front of him. The pill hall's core hub, the Purple Divine Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. Mobile users, please browse them. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1255. Within the pill hall's internal cosmos, other places would remain invisible if they weren't activated through special methods. As for the Purple Divine Pavilion, which was the core hub, it was like a shining nebula, although the pitch-black void made people lose their sense of distance. However, Looking at the nebula, one could still feel that this nebula was the center of the inner hall's universe. Although it was the first time Cloud Conquest Emperor and Himeon arrived at this place, they could tell that something was amiss. As for Yen Zhaoga, who had come looking for them, they could not help but view him in a different light. Himeon and his disciple found the vicinity of the pill warehouse not purely because they were lucky. They had obtained some concrete clues regarding the pill hall. This clue was related to the pill warehouse. The pill storehouse was shrouded in a mysterious shadow, which made it difficult for them to find it. But in the end, they still managed to find their way there without having to waste too much time. In the end, Yen Zhaoga was even faster than them. It could be said that it was a coincidence that they had only met in the pill warehouse. However, now that Yen Zhaoga had found the Purple Divine Pavilion as if he was familiar with it, it couldn't be explained as a coincidence. The profound sky, purple golden furnace might be able to open up many important departments in the pill hall, but it wouldn't be able to guide the way. Cloud Conquest Emperor and Himeon looked at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. However, master and disciple did not speak as their gazes returned to Yen Zhaoga, quietly observing the situation. Yen Zhaoga felt their gazes, but ignored them. While observing the glowing nebula in front of him, he casually asked, "I wonder which seniors and fellow Taoists of the roving jade heavens have come this time?" Emperor Yun and his disciple did not hide anything. "Other than my master, His Majesty Emperor Jun has also arrived," Himeon replied calmly. Yen Zhaoga nodded. "Senior Apprentice Uncle Long has also arrived." Emperor Jun, also known as Emperor Chunjun, was Long Xueji's emperor title after he pushed open the immortal door and stepped into the true immortal realm. Their Majesties Xian, Tung, and Senior Apprentice Granduncle Long are not here yet. Yen Zhaoga raised his hand and wrote some inscriptions within the air. The runes formed of light, not dissipating for a long time. It was expected that Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor didn't come. Back then, they were injured by Jiaming Kong in the Nine Nether. Even though they had fully recovered, they still needed to recuperate. The martial practitioners of the Prime Clear lineage were sharp in killing, but they were not good at maintaining their health. It was especially so for the sword cultivators who practiced the 4 swords of numinous treasure. The 4 swords of numinous treasure were extremely fierce and ruthless. Although it was convenient to kill the enemy, it also consumed a lot of energy for the cultivator. If he was not careful, he might even hurt himself. Just by cultivating the 4 swords of numinous treasure, in order to support such a strong sword intent, the burden on the martial artist's body was very great. Although the sword might was peerless, it could not last long in a battle. Normally, one could not use more than a few swords. He had to cultivate it together with the 5 scriptures of the new era, relying on the 5 scriptures of the new era to recuperate and accumulate yuan qi at the same time. Only then could he withstand the huge consumption. Even so, in terms of recuperation and recovery, they were inferior to the Jade, Clear, and Grand Clear lineages under most circumstances. The Cloud Emperor and Himeon were paying attention to the runes that Yen Zhaoga wrote. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's question, Himeon answered while looking. The profound sovereign, the old Grand Master, and the Dragon Spring Emperor have yet to come out from seclusion. We don't know if they can make it in time. Instead, he paused for a moment and continued, Lofty Sovereign His Majesty has also arrived this time. Lofty Sovereign, Yen Zhaoga's finger that was writing runes in the air stopped for a moment. Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu. Himeon did not say anything when Yen Zhaoga called his name directly. He pretended not to hear it. The Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded slowly. That's right, Taoist Zhang. The lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu, along with the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Cloud Emperor Taoist Cloud Conquest, was one of the roving Jade 7. They established the roving Jade heavens together. He was a profound immortal expert of the Prime Clear lineage. However, just like how the world beyond worlds had a split in the past, the roving Jade heavens had also experienced something similar. In general, the roving Jade Heaven's attitude towards the immortal court heretics was fierce and tough. However, among the prime clear lineage experts, there were some who had a gentler attitude towards the immortal court. They advocated for the world beyond worlds to slowly develop themselves. One of the representatives was one of the roving Jade Seven, the lofty sovereign. After that, because he had a serious disagreement with the other top bigwigs of the roving Jade Heavens, they parted ways, and the lofty sovereign left the roving Jade Heavens. However, just like how the exalted Wood Xiao Junhuang and the others didn't join the roving Jade Heavens, the lofty sovereign didn't join the world beyond worlds after leaving the roving Jade Heavens. Just like the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and Yan Zhaoge's grandmother, Di Qinglian, this prime clear bigwig was a personal disciple of the roving Jade Heaven's old Grand Master, the Divine Sovereign. Unfortunately, the huge difference in ideology caused them to become strangers. In the past, the Divine Sovereign had almost purged her sect. Di Qinglian had died young. The lofty sovereign had betrayed her, and the profound sovereign had disagreed with her on many matters. All of these had made the Divine Sovereign feel rather frustrated, which was why she valued her closed-door disciple so much. Who would have thought that her closed-door disciple would also die young? No wonder she hated the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, so much. To the roving Jade Heavens, lofty sovereign was clearly a taboo figure. Hearing that he had come to the Pill Hall, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He turned around and looked at the Cloud Emperor and his disciple. He Mian said, "His Majesty lofty sovereign obtained the clues himself and came here on his own. He might have more clues than us, although we have different views on the path we want to take, and I don't agree with Taoist Zhang's choice. He didn't join the heretics." Cloud Emperor said calmly, "The news regarding the Pill Hall hasn't been discovered by the heretics yet. From this, it can be seen that Taoist Zhang has his own thoughts about this place." Yan Zhaoge's expression relaxed. He turned around and started writing again. "I'm not afraid of him having other thoughts, as long as we don't sell it to the heretics and let it circulate within our orthodox Taoism. Whoever gains it will depend on their own capabilities." After finishing the last stroke, Yan Zhaoge pushed his palm forward. A beautiful scripture transformed into a stream of light and fell into the bright nebula in front of him. After a while, the bright nebula started rotating. Starlights that were as vast as the ocean rose and fell. In the end, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the nebula. Yan Zhaoge summoned the profound sky purple golden furnace again and threw it into the whirlpool. In the next moment, boundless radiance gushed out from the bottom of the whirlpool. It completely lit up the dark cosmos far away and dyed everything purple. Yan Zhaoge was expressionless. After staring at the purple light for a while, his figure descended and fell into the purple light. He sank into the whirlpool together with the purple light. The Cloud Conquest Emperor didn't say anything and followed behind Yan Zhaoge. When He Mian saw it, he did the same. When the purple radiance dissipated, a loft appeared in Yan Zhaoge's vision. The loft wasn't big, and the furnishings were normal. It was hard to imagine that the exterior of the loft was such a huge nebula. There was a stale aura in this place. Only when Yan Zhaoge and the other two arrived did it have a chance of survival. Yan Zhaoge looked around, and his expression was subtle. This is the legendary Purple Divine Pavilion, the center of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall before the Great Calamity? As the top-notch expert of the roving Jade Heavens, the Cloud Conquest Emperor had access to many secrets and information. He looked around the loft. Logically speaking, if the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit didn't perish, it should be here, right? Chapter 1256. Hall Spirit. Yan Zhaoge's mind went blank for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Normally it should be here. He nodded and said, "Before the Great Calamity, the few core buildings of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace all had their own hall spirits to maintain their daily operations. There was no need for the experts of the Heavenly Court to stay here to look after them. Although the hall spirit had consciousness, it didn't have any intelligence. It didn't have its own consciousness, thoughts, and memories like other intelligent beings. It could only handle things mechanically. The Cloud Conquest Emperor seemed to have thought of something and fell into silence. Yen Zhaoge was walking in the pavilion. His finger lightly brushed past the tables and chairs in the pavilion. He wrote talismans in the air one after another. The talismans sank into the void within the pavilion. Before they could touch the building itself, they disappeared. Cloud Emperor and Himian looked at Yen Zhaoge's actions quietly. They didn't disturb him, nor did they fight for him. After a while, Yen Zhaoge shook his head. It's like there's a layer separating us from refining the pill hall. Although it's useful, it's still far from succeeding. If the hall's spirit had perished, refining it would take time and effort, but there's still hope. Cloud Emperor said softly, if we can't completely refine it, it means that the hall spirit is still here. Himian frowned, but the hall spirit doesn't seem to be here. If it's not in deep slumber due to its injuries, does it mean that the hall spirit has left the purple divine pavilion? He looked at his master with uncertainty. Yeah, but normally speaking, that should be impossible. Cloud Emperor turned his head and looked at Yen Zhaoge. Previously, the fallen deity said that this pill hall isn't normal. From the looks of it now, it's true. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the top of the pavilion. Himian understood it now, and his face was filled with disbelief. The pill hall's hall spirit has its own intelligence. Not only did it have its own intelligence, it even condensed into a soul and went out of its body. Cloud Emperor said slowly, the body here was naturally the purple divine pavilion that the three of them were currently in. Although it can leave the purple divine pavilion, it can't leave the pill hall's territory. It can only move around within the hall's universe. The Cloud Emperor sighed. The ones who occupied this place were not the old and young of the heavenly court from before the great calamity, nor were they outsiders like us. Instead, it was the pill hall's hall spirit that had its own ideas. The disappearance of the three people from Minor White Peak was caused by this hall spirit? Himian quickly connected the dots and asked in a deep voice. The Cloud Emperor nodded lightly. It's most likely true. However, we don't know if they're dead or alive. We also don't know why the spirit of the pill hall captured them. The three of them and the three fellow Taoists of Ingenious Flying Peak who went missing along with them have already perished, Yen Zhaoge said softly now. Emperor Yin and Himian could not help but look at him. The corpses of the six of them were all kept by this Yen Zhaoge said. Although there were many disputes with the bloodline of the mysterious sovereign, Emperor Yin and Himian both nodded and said, Thank you, fallen deity. Yen Zhaoge didn't say anything more as he continued roaming about within the pavilion. If the pill hall's hall spirit develops its own intelligence and has the intention to make things difficult for us, wouldn't it be extremely convenient? We'll be like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, said Himian with a frown. After he left the purple divine pavilion, his control over the pill hall would also decrease. Yen Zhaoge didn't turn his head back. As he explored the pavilion, he answered. When Himian heard this, he went into deep thought. If that's the case, why did the hall spirit leave the core hub of the pill hall, the purple divine pavilion? Yen Zhaoge slowly walked around. After a while, he suddenly extended his hand and reached into the void. In his other hand, the profound sky purple golden furnace appeared. The huge furnace shrunk and landed on Yen Zhaoge's palm. Then it shone with radiance. After a while, Yen Zhaoge slowly retracted his palm that was reaching into the void. Within his hand, rays of flowing lights appeared. Yen Zhaoge placed these lights into the profound sky purple golden furnace, and the furnace immediately let out a loud bang. When the furnace's cover was opened again, a jade slip that was flickering with purple radiance slowly flew out from within. After Yen Zhaoge received the jade slip, he exerted force with his 5 fingers and directly crushed the purple jade slip. Following his action, the pavilion suddenly trembled slightly. The center, south, west, northeast, and northwest of the ground respectively lit up. Within the light, an altar condensed and formed. At this moment, no matter if it was Yen Jiaoge or the Cloud Emperor, both of them felt a chill in their hearts. An ice-cold thought suddenly rose in the hearts of the three of them. It was as if a pair of cold eyes was staring at them. Yen Jiaoge ignored it and walked forward. He first came to the side of the altar at the center and placed the profound sky, purple, golden furnace on it. In the sky above the altar, lights and shadows changed. In the end, they condensed into ancient runes and were engraved in the void. My time is running out. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare enough. Between success and failure, the only thing I can do now is to take a risk so that I won't just sit there and wait for death. I only hate that kid for robbing the furnace and spoiling my plan. If I succeed, I will definitely kill him. The Cloud Conquest Emperor walked to Yen Jiaoge's side. He had done some research on ancient runes and could roughly understand the runes in the void. After reading it, he turned his gaze towards Yen Jiaoge. The existence that left the runes must be the hall spirit, and the person he hated was right in front of him. Yen Jiaoge went into deep thought. Because he had taken away the profound sky, purple golden furnace, it caused the other party to be unable to continue capturing people. That was why he said that he didn't prepare enough, and that he was in between success and failure. The hall spirit had originally planned to slowly think of another way. He wanted to wait until he was fully prepared before taking action. However, the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, opened the path to the pill hall. The appearance of the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, gave the hall spirit a huge sense of danger and urgency. He had no choice but to take a risk and activate his plan in advance. That was why he left the Purple Divine Pavilion. He hoped to complete his plan before Yen Jiaoge and the others, or rather, before Sua Mingzhang arrived. Under the premise of not knowing when Sua Mingzhang would arrive, he naturally hoped that he could take action as soon as possible. Yen Jiaoge took the profound sky, purple golden furnace. After thinking for a while, he came to the altar in the south. From the looks of it, those words should be the last intent left by the hall spirit before he left the Purple Divine Pavilion. It wasn't intentionally left behind. Because the intent was too strong, it had been engraved in the pavilion for a long time. Now, it was restored by Yen Jiaoge using a secret technique. There wasn't only one intent. If the altar in the middle restored the last sentence, which was the fifth sentence, then the altar in the south should have the first sentence. 3 on the left and 7 on the right, 2 and 4 on the shoulder, 6 and 8 on the foot, and 5 in the middle. The rules here originated from the Book of Luo. That was why the first sentence was in the south, the second sentence was in the northeast, the third sentence was in the west, the fourth sentence was in the northwest, and the fifth sentence was in the center. Yen Jiaoge's expression was emotionless. He placed the profound sky, purple golden furnace on the altar in the south. Mobile users, please browse them. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1257. Yen Jiaoge placed the profound sky, purple golden furnace on the altar in the south. Lights floated above the altar and formed ancient runes. The Cloud Conquest Emperor stood by the side and read softly. When I opened my eyes in the darkness, it was like a newborn baby. From ignorance to understanding, the long years of the past appeared like the living being's memories. It was like my previous life. Thousands of years had passed since the Heavenly Court's divine palace was destroyed. Everything that happened yesterday was like death yesterday. Everything that happened today was like life today. From today onwards, my name is Awakened Sky and not Awakened Sky Hall. I only live for myself. Himian said, as expected, it's the initial thought. It should be the thought of the Awakened Sky Hall's hall spirit when its intelligence was completely perfected. The Pill Hall was a common name. The official name of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall was the Awakened Sky Hall. Yen Jiaoge didn't say anything. He took the profound sky, purple golden furnace, and placed it on the altar in the northeast of the pavilion. This altar also projected light and shadow, condensing into a sentence. Yan Zhaoge read through it and remained silent. It was rare for him to be absent-minded. I'm not alone. In the past, when I was ignorant, I didn't investigate the countless things that happened. Now that my senses have fused together and the past events have surfaced, I know that I'm not the first. The primordial prosperous pavilion already had its own intelligence before the heavenly court's divine palace was destroyed. It wasn't something that I, who was like a puppet, could compare to. Unfortunately, it was destroyed along with the heavenly court's divine palace. He died. How does death feel? The Cloud Conquest Emperor read it and was shocked. From what the awakened Sky Hall's Hall Spirit said, there were already other buildings that had their own intelligence in the heavenly court's divine palace, even before the great calamity. Master, what's the primordial prosperous pavilion? Himian asked. Cloud Emperor let out a long sigh, and his expression returned to normal. The ancient book is incomplete, so I'm not sure. However, if I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Martial Repository. Martial Repository? Himian's expression turned serious. Other than the three clear lineages' direct lineage, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Martial Repository that recorded 90% of the Taoism martial arts before the Great Calamity. Rumor has it that the three clear lineages' lineage has also recorded it, but it's incomplete. The Cloud Emperor said, apart from the lineage, 90% of it is not an exaggeration. Before the Great Calamity, the martial Tao was flourishing. The various branches of the three clear lineage had also developed many exquisite and peerless martial arts, not allowing their predecessors to monopolize them. Himian's thoughts wandered as he listened. It's a pity that it was destroyed in the Great Calamity. Otherwise, it would have been a massive treasure trove. He regained his senses and clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace already had the primordial spirits of other buildings that had developed their own sentience before the Pill Hall. However, just like what the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit had said, it's actually a form of misfortune. It was destroyed together with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, just like how our people were killed. Yan Zhaoge's current expression also seemed to have just recovered from his shock as he nodded. That's right. He took out the profound sky purple golden furnace and placed it on the altar in the west. The contents of the runes that were displayed this time caused Yan Zhaoge's pupils to shrink slightly again. Although I've been reborn, I feel like I've been trapped in a cage ever since I was born. I can't leave this hall and I can't become stronger. Even the injuries I received during the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's destruction can't be healed. I'm not resigned to this. In the past, Yuan Hing tried to create a fake body for himself by imitating a human's body. I can do it too. I must break free from the shackles of my past. The Cloud Emperor and Himian were both stunned when they saw it. Creating a fake body for himself by imitating a human's body? They looked at each other. Yuan Hing should be the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit's way of naming. It was used to refer to the Heavenly Court's Martial Repository's Hall Spirit that had developed its own sentience before him. From the looks of it, could it be that the Yuan Heng Pavilion's Hall Spirit not only developed its own sentience before the Great Calamity, but it also planned to create a human-like body for itself? Moreover, according to the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit's words, the Martial Repository's Hall Spirit seemed to have succeeded in the past. Both the Cloud Emperor and Himian felt that it was inconceivable. What they had seen and heard today was out of their expectations. Wait, according to what you're saying, the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit left the Pill Hall's core hub, the Purple Divine Pavilion, in order to obtain a human-like body? Himian reacted. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, I've collected the remains of the 6 Taoists that went missing previously. However, I've also done some investigations. It's a pity that the insides of their bodies were all destroyed. Moreover, they were extremely detailed. I didn't understand the reason previously. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that, as he spoke, he shook his head. The Cloud Emperor and Himion's expressions turned serious. It's to investigate the human body structure and to prepare for the creation of his own body. Previously, when the central altar said that the preparations weren't sufficient, was it referring to this as well? Himion muttered to himself. I'm afraid so. Yen Jiaoga nodded. He said that I took the profound sky purple golden furnace and foiled his plans. From this, it can be seen that his original intention was to kidnap more people to investigate and research. The Cloud Emperor said, This Pilhall's Hall spirit is an extremely dangerous existence after gaining its own intelligence. Ego, cold, firm, and resolute. From what he said, he can't directly occupy our bodies. Even if we're already dead, he can't reincarnate into someone else's body. Himion analyzed, if he doesn't possess a human body, he won't be able to leave the Pill Hall. At the same time, he won't be able to recover from his injuries. However, if he possesses a human body, he'll be completely free. Moreover, he can cultivate like us and increase his own strength. Himion frowned slightly. Only I don't know how much control he has over this hall after obtaining a human body. It's hard to say. However, let's treat it as if he still has control over the Pill Hall and guard against it. The Cloud Emperor looked at that line of words and said thoughtfully, in this line of words, he mentioned the matter regarding the Heavenly Court's Divine Palaces, Martial Repositories Pavilion Spirit. Something feels weird about it? Yen Jiaoga was also staring at that line of words. Then he said, before the great calamity, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palaces, Martial Repository was filled with experts. Although the Martial Repository's Pavilion Spirit was the manager of the Martial Repository, did the rulers of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace realize that he had gained his own intelligence? Especially when the Pavilion Spirit seemed to be trying to create a human body for himself. The Cloud Conquest Emperor clapped his hands and praised, Fallen deity, you're right. I feel that something is weird about this place. The old man looked at that line of words and sighed. It's a pity that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palaces, Martial Repository that was glorious in the past and collected the knowledge of the world wasn't like this Pill Hall. It survived the great calamity, and its mysteries were buried in history. Yeah, I'm also curious about the answer to the mystery. Yen Jiaoga squinted his eyes. He had a few questions hidden in his heart. For example, what exactly happened during the great calamity in the past? And, for example, Yen Jiaoga thought faintly in his heart. During my first life in this world, why didn't I even have the chance to become a human? When I gained consciousness, I was already the Martial Repository's Pavilion Spirit. Chapter 1258. The Pill Hall Spirit's remnant will manifest it into words, as if everything that happened yesterday was replaying. As Yen Jiaoga read it, his thoughts started to run wild. Many memories surfaced from the depths of his heart. In his previous life, ever since he came to this world and gained consciousness, he was already the Heavenly Court's Divine Palaces, Martial Repository, Prime Prosperous Pavilion Spirit. There, he read through the Heavenly Court's books. Because he was the Hall Spirit, his reading speed was extremely fast. Without trying to understand it, it was also extremely convenient for him to memorize it. After reading the martial arts scriptures, he read the humanities scriptures. After reading the humanities scriptures, he read the formation scriptures. After that, he didn't let go of all the books on artifact refinement, alchemy, and pill recipes. As he read the books, he also observed the people. He had seen the Heavenly Court's immortals coming and going gracefully. He had also seen the immortals cultivating. Some of them completed it in one go, and some of them couldn't understand it. He had seen the immortals getting together, discussing scriptures, and participating in a grand event. He had also seen the immortals' dirty dealings and scheming against others in the dark. However, even though he had read a lot, he was just bored. Just like how the Pill Hall spirit realized that he was trapped after gaining consciousness. Yen Jiaoga also felt like he was trapped in a cage. Other than reading books and looking at people, he couldn't do anything else. He even had to be on tenterhooks, fearing that others would notice his abnormality. After all, he was the only unique imposter among all the original spirits in the heavenly court's divine palace. He wasn't the original building spirit that gained consciousness. Instead, he was an external soul that replaced the martial repository spirit. Although he often mocked himself that being a librarian was a great occupation, he wasn't even a human anymore. That feeling made Yen Zhaoge feel complicated. After the Pill-Hall spirit gained consciousness, he wasn't willing to accept his fate. As his senior, Yen Zhaoge wasn't an exception, especially when his heart was filled with doubts and fear. Why did he become like this? It was fine if the heavenly court's people who frequently entered and exited the martial repository had different cultivations. Those rulers of the heavenly court's divine palace, those truly lofty and legendary magnates and almighty figures, did they notice the abnormality in the library pavilion? Did they notice that the martial repository spirit was replaced by someone else? It was no longer the original building spirit, but a human? Did they not notice, or did they pretend not to know? If they found out, how would they deal with him? If no one had discovered it, then who had helped him cover it up? Was it the person who had caused him to become like this? Yen Zhaoge had too many questions. As time passed, everything seemed to be normal. No one discovered the secret of the library. After Yen Zhaoge's mind had gradually calmed down, he finally decided to take the initiative to attack. Be it his previous life or this life, he was not a person who was willing to be passive. Compared to the danger that it might bring, Yen Zhaoge wanted to know the truth more. In his previous life, he had read extensively in the martial repository, establishing the foundation for Yen Zhaoge's accomplishments in this life. However, Yen Zhaoge did not like this kind of situation where he was completely unable to understand what was happening to him. If he had to make a choice between the more you know, the faster you die, and the more you die without even knowing how you died, he would prefer the former more often than not. As a result, Yen Zhaoge made a crazy attempt to test out the reactions of those legendary bigwigs, because of his desire to become a new man and also to test the reactions of those legendary bigwigs. Or rather, it was a crazy attempt to court death. He was trying to create a human body for himself. The books stored in the heavenly court's divine palaces, martial repository, weren't made of normal paper. Instead, they were made of special treasures. Some of the treasures had yet to be recorded in the books. They were temporarily left empty for future use. As the martial repository spirit, it wasn't hard for Yen Zhaoge to steal some of the books to fill his pockets. However, it would take a long time for him to accumulate enough books. He wasn't in a hurry. He could use this period of time to study the structure of a human body. When someone came to the martial repository to read the books, they would usually cultivate on the spot. Yen Zhaoge could use this chance to slowly observe them. He didn't need to be as violent and direct as the Pill-Hall's hall spirit. After a long period of hard work and attempts, Yen Zhaoge succeeded. Within the martial repository, another person appeared out of nowhere. As the spirit of the martial repository, it was very easy for Yen Zhaoge to hide his fake body within the martial repository. None of the immortals entering and exiting the martial repository noticed anything. However, Yen Zhaoge believed that the top-notch bigwigs of the heavenly court might have noticed his actions. However, in the end, no one seemed to have noticed it. It's not that no one noticed it. Instead, one or a few people noticed it and hid it from the others. Yen Zhaoge thought. Or maybe all of them noticed it, but pretended that they didn't know about it. Through this point, Yen Zhaoge had a thought. It wasn't a coincidence that he became the martial repository spirit. He didn't continue probing or provoking the other party. Instead, he temporarily quietened down. As usual, he continued to study his fake body in secret. Yen Zhaoge didn't blindly throw himself into that body. He only separated a part of his mind to merge with it. The fake body still had many imperfections and flaws. If he used it to cultivate martial arts, his progress wouldn't be fast, and his realm would be limited. However, through this fake body, Yanjiaoge didn't have to continue to talk about it. Instead, he had a chance to test out what he had learned from reading the Heavenly Court's books. That was one of Yan Zhaoge's rare pleasures during his time in the Heavenly Court. Avoiding the people entering and exiting the martial repository seemed to have become a game. However, the doubts in Yan Zhaoge's heart had always existed, and he had never neglected it. He was only temporarily being patient, observing more and summarizing more. Unfortunately, out of Yan Zhaoge's expectations, what awaited him was a great calamity. Not only did the Heavenly Court's divine palace collapse, even the entire universe was shattered. After going around in circles, when he regained his consciousness, he was already in his current life. Now that he stepped into a part of the Heavenly Court's divine palace again, the past events were still vivid in his mind. The memories that were engraved deep within his heart were only accumulated and never faded away. Seeing that the Pill Hall's Hall spirit had also developed its own intelligence, Yan Zhaoge sighed in his heart, "In the end, you're different from me." He took the profound sky purple golden furnace, walked towards the northwest altar, and placed the furnace on it. As the lights and shadows floated, the Pill Hall's Hall spirit's forth will condensed into concrete words. There are only 6 in the first batch. Although it's a small number, as time goes on, there will be a day when we succeed. Greed is human nature. I need to be wary of it. Who dares to steal my profound sky purple golden furnace? Why could this brat lure the furnace away? This brat ruin my plans. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Hate, hate, hate. Yan Zhaoge's face twitched a little when he saw these words. Cloud Emperor and Himian didn't know whether to laugh or not. They both turned their heads to look at Yan Zhaoge. This was the 4th sentence left behind by the hall spirit. There was a 5th sentence on the altar in the center. I only hate this brat for stealing the furnace and ruining my plans. If I succeed, I'll definitely kill him. Looking at the speechless Cloud Emperor and Himian, Yan Zhaoge curled his lips, relying on the profound sky purple golden furnace's hints. He could only walk around this pill hall so smoothly. He even activated many secret arts to restore the truth. As a result, he offended the hall spirit. It's a win-win situation. Yeah, probably. You can read all the chapters on anti-theft. Chapter 1259. When Yan Zhaoge placed the profound sky purple golden furnace on the 5 altars, that cold intent appeared again. After a while, the intent disappeared. The pair of eyes filled with coldness and determination also disappeared from Yan Zhaoge and the others' minds. After reading all the words displayed on the 5 altars, Himian calmed himself down and said, "He's already forging a human body for himself. From the looks of it, he's making significant progress. I'm afraid he's not far away from success. He didn't make sufficient preparations and acted hastily. It might not be easy for him to succeed." Cloud Emperor continued looking at the furnishings within the Purple Divine Pavilion. If he doesn't succeed, he might return to the Purple Divine Pavilion and become the master of this hall's cosmos. By then, the hall spirit wouldn't need to be distracted. He could control the entire pill hall. Everyone within the hall would be like sheep entering a tiger's den. If that's the case, we won't be able to stop him even if we stay within the Purple Divine Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Then, let's find him as soon as possible. Cloud Emperor said calmly, "It's rare for him to be so weak now." After finding him, no matter if they wanted to stop him, negotiate, or even kill him, they could decide based on the situation. If the hall spirit didn't perish or surrender, even if they had the profound sky purple golden furnace, everyone here wouldn't be able to control this pill hall. For an experienced expert like Cloud Emperor who is used to life and death situations, the best outcome would naturally be to kill the hall spirit. Otherwise, in this pill hall's cosmos, the opponent's home ground advantage would be unimaginable. This matter involved the benefits of the pill hall and the entire roving jade heavens. After Gao Xuebua, Long Xueji, and the others heard from Yan Di that the exalted fire might interfere, they didn't hide this news from Cloud Emperor and the others. Yan Zhaoga and the others had expected this and didn't mind it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have contacted the roving jade heavens. The Cloud Conquest Emperor, who was in the same era as the Exalted Fire, was very clear about what kind of person he was. However, the prerequisite was that Sua Mingzhang could make it here in time. Before that, the most troublesome enemy was still the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit. Let's find him first. Yan Zhaoga rubbed his temple lightly. He's not at the pill storage, nor the Purple Divine Pavilion, which is the core hub. There aren't many places suitable for him to perform the ritual. Since the Hall Spirit had left the Purple Divine Pavilion, his control over the Pill Hall would decrease. He wouldn't be able to do as he pleased. If he were to move about casually within the Great Hall, he would also be noticed by the Northern Ocean clone at the control hub. Also, because it was too unique, it would be clearly distinguished from outsiders, allowing Yan Zhaoga to lock onto his position at the first possible moment. Only a few places covered by shadows could not be identified by the guidance center. There were only two possibilities for such a place. One was the core pill room, and the other was the medicine storehouse. You have the profound sky, purple golden cauldron with you, so your understanding of this place surpasses ours. Both of us will follow your lead. Emperor Yin smiled and said. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoga looked like he was smiling, whilst also not as he thought to himself. Old Pai's face is really thick. However, he did not reject it. In the current situation, it was a good thing to have two vanguards who could scout ahead for him. This could be considered as both sides taking what they needed. If that's the case, let's not delay any further. Let's depart. Yan Zhaoga nodded and walked out of the Purple Divine Pavilion first. When they were outside of the bright nebula, Yan Zhaoga identified the path again. After pointing the way, Cloud Conquest Emperor took the initiative to walk at the front. Yan Zhaoga's next target was the core pill room. Within the medicine storehouse, there should be plenty of treasures, spirit grasses, and spirit medicine stored. It would be a waste if he didn't sweep them all. However, in comparison, the core pill room had higher possibility. That was the most suitable place to refine pills and all kinds of refining mechanisms within the pill hall. The most important thing now was to find the pill hall's hall spirit as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he was careless and took the initiative, he might not be able to bring all the treasures out of the pill hall alive, no matter how many treasures he obtained. Other than that, through the North Ocean clone at the control hub, Yan Zhaoga knew that the others who were moving around outside were slowly approaching the core area that was shrouded by shadows. Some of them had even entered the shadowy area and left the North Ocean clone's surveillance. The more people that entered, the more chaotic the situation would be. The more variables that Yan Zhaoga might encounter in his actions would also increase. However, overall, the pros outweighed the cons. No matter which side they were from, the more people that entered, the worse it would be for the hall spirit, and the more tense the situation would be. While walking in the shadowy area, Yan Zhaoga mainly relied on the images he saw from the control hub to remember the direction and the path before he was shrouded by shadows. Then, with the guidance of the profound sky purple golden furnace, his journey was smooth. He found the pill storage and the Purple Divine Pavilion. This time, Yan Zhaoga successfully found the core pill room. However, they didn't find anything in the end. Yan Zhaoga didn't feel frustrated because of his wrong judgment. Instead, he thought, this hall spirit is more urgent than I expected. From the looks of it, after he left the Purple Divine Pavilion, he first went to the pill storage to retrieve a large amount of divine pills. Then he went to the medicine storage to retrieve spirit grasses and spirit medicines. After that, he couldn't wait to go to the core pill room. He directly went to the medicine storage and started setting up the mechanism. If that's the case, he can't leave the Purple Divine Pavilion for a long period of time. Leaving there would be a huge burden on him. Yen Zhaoga didn't stay any longer. He brought the Cloud Conquest Emperor and his disciple and immediately turned around to rush to the medicine storage. However, when they just came out from the core pill room, a few rays of radiance suddenly lit up in the dark cosmos. When the radiance got close, it revealed its image and met with Yen Zhaoga and the others. When they looked at each other, both sides were slightly stunned. Then they quickly regained their senses. Yen Zhaoga, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, and Himion's eyes flashed, for figures appeared in front of them, 2 males and 2 females. The 2 females weren't anything special. They were graceful and charming. They were both beauties that were rarely seen in this world. They were gentle and graceful like the spring water. However, the appearance of the 2 males beside them was a little eye-catching. They wore a golden helmet, a copper armor, a pair of suede boots, and 3 lion belts were wrapped around their waists. Their figures were extremely tall. When they stood there casually, they looked like 2 small towers. Looking at their faces, their eyes were like copper bells. They had a pair of red eyebrows, a bloody mouth, and rows of teeth. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like 2 bull demons. They transformed into a human's appearance and wore a human's attire. However, their bodies still had the physical characteristics of a bull. The demonic chi and bloody aura on their bodies weren't something that an old bull that ate grass could compare to. With these 2 bull-headed men as a contrast, the 2 females beside them seemed even more petite. However, they originally didn't show any changes. Now, Yen Zhaoga and the others became suspicious. When they observed carefully, they felt that there was a faint demonic chi leaking out. They didn't seem like normal people. Chapter 1260. Bull Demon and Fox Demon? Yen Zhaoga raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though the 2 bull-headed men retained too many of the physical characteristics of bulls, one look at their appearance was enough to tell that they had matured intelligence and could transform into human form. As for the 2 women, based on their physique and temperament, they were most likely fox demons in human form. The fox demon was far more adept at transformation than the ox demon. Their cultivation level was high enough that they could transform into a human without any flaws. Without special techniques, it would be hard to tell them apart. The demon race that could transform into a human was extremely rare in the Tao universe. They were so rare that they almost didn't exist. However, Yen Zhaoga, who had been to the fire dragon world once, naturally knew that most of the demon race in this world were in another universe. This time he followed the clues and came to the pill hall. Due to historical reasons, the demon race had many entanglements with the Tao sects and the Heavenly Court's divine palace. In the history of the Tao sects, there were many mighty figures of the demon race who had attained Tao and become immortals. It wasn't surprising for them to have some clues or treasures related to the Heavenly Court's divine palace's pill hall. The roving Jade Heavens had long since known that the demon race would be interfering in today's matter, and had also informed Yen Zhaoga about it. As such, they weren't surprised to see him here. He and Emperor Yin looked at each other, thinking about how they should deal with these great demons who had reappeared after a long period of silence. There was no enmity between the 2 sides. Initially, cooperation was better than confrontation. Again, the temple spirit had the greatest advantage among all the powerhouses that were known to be in the temple's universe. At this moment, he was creating a human body for himself and was temporarily held back. Regardless of the outcome, he would be able to regain his control over the pill hall. Therefore, the others should first team up and defeat him before fighting for victory. To a certain extent, they were all outsiders. They were fighting against the pill hall's hall spirit, and were naturally standing on the same side. They had to see the spoils of war first before they could start fighting amongst themselves, right? Yen Zhaoga and the Cloud Conquest Emperor exchanged glances. They could tell that everyone had the same opinion, so they nodded. Who would have thought that before they could say anything, the 2 black ox demons would shout, "You guys, tell me quickly. Did you take all the elixirs in the pill storehouse?" The bull's roar was like thunder, shaking the void in the surrounding universe. It was deafening. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge was rendered speechless for a time. He grinned. Compared to that, there's something more important right now. I'm afraid you guys don't know about it yet, right? Not only did the Pill Hall's hall spirit not perish, it even gained sentience. It's like a real living being, and its heart is cold, and its methods are vicious. We are currently in the Pill Hall. It's very easy for him to take us down, Yen Zhaoge said. To him, everything here is his treasure, while we are all uninvited guests, intruders from the outside, people who have come to steal his treasures. He would love nothing more than to kill us as soon as possible. We don't have any grudges against each other in the past, and we're all here for the treasure. Why don't we work together and deal with the threat of the hall spirit before slowly discussing the ownership of the treasures here? Before Yen Zhaoge had even finished speaking, he saw disdain and ridicule appear on the faces of the two black bull demons. Huh. Yen Zhaoge's heart immediately jolted, alarm bells ringing. On the other hand, the two beautiful women seemed to be listening very seriously to what he was saying, and there were even expressions of approval on their faces. However, Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel that they were secretly sending a sound transmission to the two black bull demons. Although he wasn't sure of the content of the sound transmission, it seemed like they were reminding the other party of something. The two black bull demons wanted to say something, but when they heard the sound transmission, an impatient expression appeared on their faces. However, they seemed to be gradually suppressing their impatience and turned their faces to the other side and didn't say anything. Taoist's words are a little unbelievable. I know that the Heavenly Court's divine palace has a spirit. However, I've never heard of the hall spirit developing its own sentience. One of the women smiled sweetly and said, Taoist, do you have any proof? She covered her mouth and laughed. That's right. I still don't know how to address you three Taoists. Although she was a feast for the eyes, Yen Zhaoge wasn't moved at all. He squinted his eyes and looked at her. The Cloud Conquest Emperor and Himian had the same expression. The fox demon's expression was still charming, but her eyes slowly revealed a puzzled and wronged expression. She lowered her head and looked at her clothes. Did I say something wrong? Why do you have to stare at me like that? I didn't mean to doubt what you said. I just feel that it's really unbelievable. The other woman beside her glared at Yen Zhaoge with her hands on her waist. With a fierce look on her face, she looked at Yen Zhaoge with dissatisfaction. We've never met each other before, and we don't know each other. It's normal for my sister to have doubts in her heart. You just said that you're working together, and now you're showing your face. What's the meaning of this? Although this woman was scolding them, her expression was charming and charming. Instead, it revealed a different kind of charm. However, Yen Zhaoge and the other two's eyes were still clear and cold. The two of you don't have any flaws. Anyone would believe you if they saw you. Yen Zhaoge looked at the other party with a funny look. However, there are two burdens beside you. When the four of you stand together, anyone would know that something's wrong just by looking at your expressions. The two fox demons' expressions were still charming, but they were sighing in their hearts. Even if they had stupid teammates, they would still do the same. They didn't need to turn their heads to look closely. Just from the corner of their eyes, they could see that the two men beside them didn't cooperate with their performance. Instead, they became their flaws. Not to mention, the two of you were secretly communicating with each other. The Cloud Conquest Emperor said plainly, although I'm not young anymore, I haven't reached the stage where I'm blind. One of the black bull demons said impatiently, You should have said that we shouldn't talk nonsense with them. Just capture them first. The fox demon beside him sighed. Since we've already been exposed, we can only do this. As she said that, a fragrant wind started spreading from her body. It spread towards the surroundings and gradually surrounded the cosmos. The other fox beauty, who had a charming and naive expression, also cooperated with them. She wanted to surround Yen Zhaoge and the others and block their path. She said angrily, The two of you are dumb. Do you know how strong they are and what their methods are? Even if they can't defeat us, what if one of them escapes? Where are you going to find them? Don't you think it'd be safer to trick them into leaving together with us?" The Black Bull Demon shouted. "A true immortal and 2 human immortals. How can we not take care of them? You guys are just cowards." Thinking about this and that, it's so frustrating. As he said that, he and the other Black Bull Demon had already pounced towards Yanjiaoga and the others. Yanjiaoga and the Cloud Conquest Emperor looked at each other. "Looks like there's something we don't know about happening. Try to capture them alive?" Chapter 1261. Just like the Fox Demon's pretentious behavior, it was the normal behavior that a person would have after hearing that the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit had its own intelligence. However, the 2 bulls by the side revealed a flaw and exposed something. They already knew that the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit had its own intelligence. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Maybe they had been to the Purple Divine Pavilion before, or they had other information channels, or they were even attacked by the Hall Spirit. However, after knowing about it, they didn't seem worried at all. The 2 Fox Demons even planned to lie to Yanjiaoga and the others. This was abnormal. Yanjiaoga's intuition told him that there was a hidden reason that exceeded their expectations. They wanted to capture the demon in front of them and interrogate them. After all, they're demon immortals. Let's give it a try. Cloud Emperor obviously had the same plan. He raised his hand. In an instant, a huge sword formation appeared in the void. Dark red sword lights covered the entire area. It was even bigger than the Fox Demon's fragrance. Once an expert made his move, it would be obvious. When the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword lights appeared, the 4 demons revealed a surprised expression. Their gaze became much more serious. This Taoism true immortal isn't normal. The Fox Demon that was trying to surround Yanjiaoga and the others with her fragrance said in a deep voice, "Hold him back. Deal with the 2 human immortals first. I'll hold one back. I don't want to do anything, but I hope that I won't make any mistakes. Gao Ling, quickly take down the other one." For demons, 3 demon immortals. Only the youngest Fox Demon was a demon king. No wonder the 2 old bulls didn't care about Yanjiaoga and the others. In their minds, the other party was a non-threatening existence. Even if they couldn't kill Yanjiaoga and the others, they would at most let them escape. At least they wouldn't lose. However, when the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword aura appeared, they instantly dispelled their underestimation. The Black Bull Demon called Gao Ling snorted. "It seems like they want to keep the 4 of us here." Although he said that, he didn't reject his partner's arrangement. He directly rushed towards Himian. The other Black Bull Demon let out a low roar and rushed towards the Cloud Conquest Emperor. The demonic immortal Fox, who was slightly older, also headed towards the Cloud Conquest Emperor. They were prepared to combine their powers and stall Emperor Yun first. After their companion succeeded, they would then work together to deal with Emperor Yun. The younger Fox Demon King looked at Yanjiaoga with a smile. He didn't make a move and only held Yanjiaoga back. He intended to prevent Yanjiaoga from helping Himian. However, they still had the thought of capturing the 2 worldly immortals alive. Even if Emperor Yin managed to escape in the end, it was still acceptable. Therefore, they did not rely on their demonic immortal bodies and simply ignored the attacks of the 2 worldly immortals. Instead, all of them rushed forward to fight Emperor Yin to the death. "You guys are still thinking a little too much." Yanjiaoga looked at this scene rather amusedly, not moving an inch from where he was. A red light flashed in Himian's eyes and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already behind Black Bull Spirit Gao Ling. Gao Ling noticed it immediately. His seemingly clumsy body turned around at lightning speed and punched Himian with both of his fists. But in the end, he hit nothing but air. Himian had already appeared behind him again and immediately slashed his sword down. "Although I'm of the prime clear lineage, I have a body of copper skin and iron bones. You can't even hurt me before I become an immortal. let alone the difference between a mortal and an immortal. The old bull took Himion's sword head-on with disdain. Then he flipped his hand and tried to grab Himion. However, the red light on the tip of Himion's sword was expanding rapidly. Rays of dark red sword lights rose from all directions and quickly formed a sword formation that enveloped Black Bull Spirit Gowling. Although it couldn't hurt Gowling, as the sword formation revolved, Gowling was teleported to a faraway place. The old bull was stunned for a moment. Then he flew into a rage. He roared and traversed through the void, rushing back with all his might. Himion's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Fox Demon King. Whether one was strong or weak depended on who he was compared with. Although he was defeated by Yen Zhaoga continuously, the sword-shaking 9 heavens, Himion was still one of the most outstanding descendants of the roving Jade Heavens. There weren't many opponents in the same realm as him. Only the heavens' favored ones in the same realm could fight against him. The expression of the younger fox demon instantly changed, and she quickly retreated. Her original purpose was to restrict Yen Zhaoga and prevent him from helping Himion. Who would have thought that her opponent would be so ferocious? In the current situation, she was the one in danger. Within the eyes of the fox demon, there was some water vapor. However, it didn't condense into tears. Other than panic, there was also some stubbornness in her eyes. That look was even more touching than directly tearing up. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but love it. Himion felt the gentleness in his heart, and the killing intent on his sword suddenly lessened. He immediately felt that something was wrong. His eyes flickered, and a green glow appeared. As soon as the immortal exterminating sword intent that could destroy the laws and extinguish the Tao appeared, Himion's mind instantly regained its clarity. His sword intent became sharp and merciless again. Upon seeing this, his opponent was secretly complaining. Her entire body was frightened by Himion's sword intent, and she almost felt numb. She wanted to dodge, but her entire body was stiff like a wooden stake that was fixed on the spot. The fox demon's eyeballs were moving around. She only hoped that her companions could save her. The black bull spirit, called Gowling, was still rushing over from afar. She could only place her hopes on her sister and the other black bull, demon immortal. Then, fresh blood splattered. Green, red, and black sword lights filled the void and merged into one. Then, with a twist, the 2 thick arms of the black bull spirit that was attacking Cloud Emperor flew into the sky. The black bull spirit cried out in pain. As he roared, he revealed his original form. He turned into a big black bull, but he was already missing 2 front hooves. Under the intense pain, his eyes turned red. He lowered his head and stomped on the ground with his hind legs. Then, he rammed his horns towards Cloud Emperor. The defense that he was proud of was broken through by his opponent. The furious black bull spirit was both angry and afraid. However, because of his fear and anger, he unleashed a powerful force. He attacked with the aura of a life and death struggle. After being hit by his horns, even a Taoism true immortal would have 2 see-through holes on his body. However, the Cloud Conquest Emperor stood still. He didn't have the intention to avoid his enemy's attack. The arrogance and sharpness in the bones of the prime, clear sword cultivators were revealed. He stood on the same spot without dodging. The sword light in his hand made a circle in midair and clashed with his opponent's horns. Wherever the terrifying sword light passed, the 2 bull horns were chopped off. Then he stretched out his empty hand and placed it on the head of the bull, which was as big as a mountain range. The charging bull immediately stopped and was unable to move. After restraining the black bull demon with one hand, the Cloud Emperor's other hand flashed with a sword light and slashed at the fox demon immortal. The fragrance that enveloped the entire universe instantly dispersed. The dark red sword light crisscrossed like an inescapable net, trapping the great demons within. The expression of the fox spirit, who had already reached the demon immortal realm, changed. She shouted resolutely, "Gowling, you go by yourself." Black Ox spirit Gao Ling had just returned from afar. He stared at the scene in front of him with widened eyes and almost tripped. "It's good that one of us can escape," the fox spirit said anxiously. "Otherwise, we won't even have anyone to report to." Breaking Theft Chapter. Please use search engine, all you can view. Chapter 1262. The Black Bull Demon Gao Ling glared with his copper basin-like eyes, and his nostrils emitted heavy breaths. However, he quickly recognized the reality and knew that what his companions said was correct. The enemy in front of him was much stronger than he had expected. If this continued, none of them would be able to escape. Gao Ling roared furiously, turned around and pounced backward. An iron rod appeared in his hand. Originally, he wanted to teach Himian a lesson. However, he couldn't care about that now. The iron rod that was like a pillar that supported the heavens was swung around by the old bull. With an aura that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth, it struck towards the crimson red swordlight net that blocked the way. However, at this moment, the black bull demon Gao Ling's vision blurred and a figure appeared. It was Yan Zhaoge who acted as if nothing had happened. However, at this moment, the old bull, who was extremely nervous and didn't dare to underestimate Yan Zhaoge anymore. A thought flashed through his mind, such a fast speed. Just this speed alone proves that he's not a simple person. As he thought of this, Gao Ling swung his rod downwards with all his might and almost exploded with a strength that surpassed his limits. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at this scene. He raised one of his hands and faced Gao Ling's iron rod. Although he didn't dare to underestimate Yan Zhaoge anymore, Gao Ling was still enraged. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but his opponent seemed to be underestimating him. As in Bull Demon, the thing he was most proud of was his strength and endurance. It even surpassed the strong defense of his body of copper skin and iron bones, especially the iron rod in Gao Ling's hand. It was a treasure that he manifested after extracting the entire divine iron mine. It was incomparably heavy, with the combination of his divine strength and the iron rod. Even if Gao Ling was hit by it, his bones and tendons would be broken. That brat dared to be so arrogant. You asked for it. As the rod descended, wherever it passed through, the void would shatter and distort and wouldn't recover for a long time. Below the rod, where it hadn't reached, ripples spread out from the void, showing signs of shattering. However, after the ripples spread out to a certain distance, they stopped as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The power didn't spread outwards, but was compressed within a small area of the void. As a result, the power became even more condensed and terrifying. Yan Zhaoge could even feel that the world in front of him seemed to have solidified and turned into a solid entity. He couldn't move at all. A part of the world seemed to have changed shape under the opponent's staff. The strength of the Black Bull Demon, Gao Ling's full-powered strike, vaguely had the same effect as when Yan Zhaoge used the cyclic heavenly seal against the Candle Sunlight Emperor, the Immortal Court's Frigid Thunder Emperor, and the others. Yeah, as expected of the demon race, known for their strength. Yan Zhaoge nodded and praised. With only one hand, he forcefully took Gao Ling's strike with his own body. The fist will of the Tai fist condensed into a defense and neutralized the lethality of the iron rod. The power of the Taiji Yin Yang palm spread out, drawing and converting the huge impact force to the soles of his feet. The flipping sky seal flipped upwards and continued to clash head-on. Yan Zhaoge casually struck out with a palm that contained the profundities of many supreme martial arts. Wielding something heavy as though it were light, he directly blocked the descending iron rod. Coming into contact with Yan Zhaoge's palm, the rod that seemed to be smashing down with the momentum of the heavens collapsing instantly froze where it was, no longer able to move. The space between the iron rod and the palm was compressed and shattered, directly turning into nothingness by Yan Zhaoge's palm. The flipping sky seal's power of reversing the heavens and earth started taking effect. Flipping upwards and blocking his opponent's rod was only the first half of the step. In the second half of the step, he still had to flip his opponent the heavens and the earth, and the entire world. After the black bull demon Gao Ling's full strength was neutralized by Yan Zhaoge, he felt a slight weakness in his body. The rebounding force from the iron rod almost made him lose his grip on his weapon. He felt as if his rod had struck a divine mountain that would never fall and perish since the ancient times. After his attack, his opponent didn't move at all, while his hands were numb from the impact. To be honest, even if his rod was a 1,000-year-old ancient peak or a 10,000-year-old divine mountain, it would still be shattered into pieces. However, not only did Yan Zhaoge not move at all, he even transmitted a huge force to Gao Ling, which was about to flip him over. If he didn't want to be flipped over, he had to let go of the iron rod in his hand. This shocked Gao Ling greatly. Is he really just a human immortal? Even if it's a true immortal, not many of them could win against me in terms of strength. At this moment, the old Black Bull's temper flared up. He activated his own strength and was determined not to let go. He gripped the iron rod tightly and increased his strength to resist against Yan Zhaoge. Both of them stood within the void and entered a stalemate. The two figures, one big and one small, who seemed to have a great disparity in strength, started a new wrestling match within the Pill Hall's cosmos. However, the shocking thing was that the smaller figure didn't move at all, while the larger figure started trembling. As time passed, the trembling became more and more obvious. The black bull demon's face and neck turned red, and he no longer had the aura of a demon immortal. It was as if he had reached his limit in the wrestling match. Seeing that he was about to be defeated by his opponent, he struggled with all his might, but only managed to slow down his defeat. Not bad to be able to endure for so long. Yan Zhaoge held the iron rod and smiled. Good, very good. Your meat should be chewy, and you look like you taste good. When Gao Ling heard this, his eyeballs widened so much that they almost popped out. Yan Zhaoge smiled and shook his head. His hand that was holding the iron rod was filled with an endless amount of strength. Finally, Gao Ling couldn't endure it anymore. He still refused to let go of the iron rod. In the end, he was flipped over by Yan Zhaoge's hand and spun in midair. At this moment, it was Gao Ling's turn to feel that the void was squeezing him from all directions, causing him to be unable to move. He let out a thunderous roar and revealed his original form. However, before he could raise his head, Yan Zhaoge's other hand pressed on the black bull demon's head. The bull demon pressed his head without drinking water, with Yan Zhaoge's palm pressing down. Even if his 4 hooves were intact, the black bull couldn't move at all. He couldn't even raise his head. After weighing the iron rod in his hand, Yan Zhaoge was interested. This is a great material to refine an immortal artifact. On the other side, the 10th level Demon King Realm Fox Demon was already taken down by Himian. As for the other demon immortal Realm Fox Demon, her tail was pierced by the Cloud Conquest Emperor's sword, and she was pinned in the void. In the empty void of space, there seemed to be an invisible wall staring at the Fox Demon, who revealed her original form and hung her upside down. 3 great demon immortals and 1 demon king were all captured and suppressed in an instant. Although the 2 bulls were furious, the 2 fox demons were smart. Facing Yan Zhaoge and the others' interrogation, they could only answer honestly. As expected, they already knew that the Pill Hall's hall spirit had developed its own intelligence. Of course, they didn't know about it beforehand. Instead, they only knew about it after they entered. With the old ancestor here, we naturally don't need to be afraid of the Pill Hall's hall spirit. The younger fox demon said, before the great calamity, the old ancestor lived in the heavenly court's divine palace. He can be considered as an old friend of the Pill Hall's hall spirit. In this Pill Hall, we can be considered as half the owner. Chapter 1263. Old Ancestor lived in the heavenly court's divine palace before? Yan Zhaoge touched his chin and pondered. He looked at the 2 black bull demons, then looked at the 2 foxes. You 2 don't look like a couple or a Tao companion. However, this combination reminds me of a rather famous great demon. Cloud Emperor and Himion's eyes flashed. Great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King? Bull Demon King, also known as the Vigorous Bull Demon King, Vigorous King, called himself the Great Sage who pacifies heavens. This title had already become a mythical existence. It was hard for most people to recognize it. However, no matter if it was Yen Zhaoge who read the Heavenly Court's books, or the prime clear lineage's Cloud Conquest Emperor and his disciple, they all knew what this title represented. The Great Sage who pacifies heavens was once a demon race powerhouse that dominated the Great Thousand Worlds during the journey to the West era. He had remarkable abilities and a great reputation. Although the two Black Bull spirits had been suppressed and captured, they still straightened their backs at this moment, as if they were proud of the victory. However, when they thought about how they had been captured alive, especially when they, as demon immortals, were captured alive by a martial saint of the human race, they immediately became dejected. This was too shameful for their ancestors, so they immediately became dejected. In the legend of the journey to the West, apart from his cultivation, he was also famous for his child and his wives and concubines. His main wife, Princess Iron Fan, didn't need to be mentioned. Other than his main wife, the old bull had another beloved concubine. She lived in the Jade Face Mountains cloud-touching cave. She was a fox demon. Therefore, when Yen Zhaoge and the other two saw the combination of the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Faced Fox, the first thought that came to their minds was that they were related to the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Faced Fox. They weren't the descendants of the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Faced Princess. Instead, it was because of this couple. The Bull Demon and the Fox Demon were closer. In the past, the demon race gradually declined. In order to stay together, the relationship between the various races became closer. If the ancestors could form a relationship, they would naturally be connected and it would be easier for them to work together. After that, many more Dao couples appeared between the Ox Demon and the Fox Demon. However, Yen Zhaoge stared at the two foxes and sized them up. You don't look like the jade-faced fox race. Instead, you look like the white-faced fox race. The Cloud Conquest Emperor first looked at Yen Zhaoge. The fallen deity's understanding of the demon race is rather thorough. His gaze then landed on the two foxes. Indeed, they are from the white-faced fox clan, not the jade-faced fox clan. If it's a white-faced fox who has lived in the Heavenly Court's divine palace before, old ancestor, Yen Zhaoge rubbed his palms together, smiling. The longevity, God's white deer! The god of longevity was in charge of the lifespan of the world. In some myths and legends, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, one of the four imperials of Taoism, was fused into one. But in this world, they were two different mighty figures of the Heavenly Court. During the journey to the West era, many myths and legends were passed down to later generations. In addition to the Bull Demon King and Princess Jadeface, there was also the longevity god's mount, the white deer. While the longevity god was playing chess with Emperor Donghua, it secretly spread the legend of the Bhikkhu kingdom. The white deer demon joined forces with a white-faced fox. The fox demon turned into a beautiful woman and was presented to the king. The white deer demon claimed to be the father-in-law of the country. After that, he was subdued by Shi Hong and his disciple. When he was almost killed, he was saved by Longevity God and brought back to the Heavenly Court's divine palace to be guarded. If it's the Longevity God's white deer, then it's no wonder. The Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded. Although the white-faced fox race and the jade-faced fox race are different, they are still the fox race. They are much closer to each other than the other demon race. Yen Zhaoge muttered. It seems like during the Great Calamity, the white deer escaped from the Heavenly Court's divine palace and returned to the demon race. If that's the case, the longevity god might have perished. He might have perished during the Great Calamity. The longevity god controlled the lifespan of the human world. He had the same lifespan as the heavens. A famous lucky star might perish due to the great calamity. Thinking about this, Yanjiaoga and the other two felt sad. The younger fox demon snorted. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? Yanjiaoga clicked his tongue in surprise. Even an old demon that has lived for so long has come out. Your demon race has really been thinking of doing something in recent years. The white deer demon might be the leader of the demon race that came to the pill hall this time. As he had lived in the heavenly court's divine palace for many years, he must have many clues regarding the pill hall. Although the white-faced fox that had allied with him had been killed back then, the white-faced fox clan still managed to get close to the old white deer because of their relationship with him. No wonder they addressed the white deer demon as old ancestor. The white-faced fox race and the jade-faced fox race were on the same side. The jade-faced fox race also had a close relationship with the bull demon because of the past. This time, the bull demon was also their helper. Although the jade-faced fox wasn't among the 4 demons in front of them, it was obvious that there were more than 4 demons that followed the white deer into the pill hall. Although he's not the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, he's still an old demon. Yanjiaoga and the other two looked at each other. They understood where the demon race's confidence came from. Due to the most legendary events of each era, the ancient era was called the investiture of the gods' legendary era. After that, the middle era was called the journey to the west legendary era. After that, the mystical mountains Buddha, the Gautama Buddha, had transcended and entered a new era. Now, it was also the new era. However, due to the great calamity that had a far-reaching impact that almost changed the entire world, people were used to using the great calamity as a dividing line. The era before the great calamity was called the near ancient era, and the era after the great calamity was called the modern era. If it was really the white deer under the longevity god, this old demon that had lived since the middle era was naturally much stronger than normal great demons. It didn't mean that the longer one lived, the stronger one would be. Don't be fooled by the legend of the journey to the west. This old deer seemed to be quite weak, but it was still the same thing. Whether it was strong or weak depended on who it was compared to. That was the longevity god's mount in the heavenly court's divine palace. It wasn't some random wild deer in the mountains. At the very least, Yanjiaoga knew that before the great calamity, the white deer's strength was already extraordinary. It was even stronger than many of the immortals in the heavenly court's divine palace. This didn't include the possibility of him stealing the longevity god's coiling dragon crutch, like how he did when he descended to the mortal realm. If the crutch fell into his hands, the consequences would be even worse. Without exaggerating, excluding the hall spirit, even if everyone in the hall joined hands, they wouldn't be able to defeat that old deer. That old deer isn't afraid of the pill hall's hall spirit. Now that the hall spirit is risking his life to activate the ritual, he's at his weakest moment. This gave the old deer a chance. Yanjiaoga looked at the Cloud Emperor and his disciple. However, this might be our chance. Only, it's not impossible for the two of them to join hands. The Cloud Conquest Emperor said, "Since we're already here, we won't be willing to leave empty-handed. Then we have to hurry up." As Yanjiaoga smiled, he grabbed the black bull demon Gowling's horn and threw it in front of the Cloud Emperor. The Cloud Emperor raised his sword and slashed it down. Gowling's eyes widened. Before he could even make a sound, a huge bull head was chopped off. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1264. When the other 3 demons saw this, they were all stunned. The other party already knew that they had top-notch experts in the pill hall, but he still dared to kill them without any hesitation. Since he killed Gowling, it meant that he would kill the other 3 without any hesitation. The fox demon smiled bitterly. Good, good, good. If you dare to make a move, it means that you still want to fight for the pill hall with the old ancestor. If you want to die, the old ancestor will definitely grant you your wish. We sisters will take our leave first. We'll wait for you at the Yellow Springs Road. Stop spouting nonsense. The Cloud Conquest Emperor shook his head. He stabbed the remaining black bull demon and the 2 fox demons to death with his 3 swords. Yen Zhaoge said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go." The 3 of them continued their journey and rushed towards the medicinal warehouse. As Yen Zhaoge walked, a part of his attention was on the Cloud Conquest Emperor. He kept his guard up. For Emperor Yin, he had always preferred a supreme treasure like the profound sky, purple, golden furnace. The other resources and treasures in the pill hall were all inferior in his heart. Especially now, other than the hall spirit, there might be the legendary great demon, the white deer demon. The Cloud Conquest Emperor had been through thousands of years. He had seen countless dangers. With his strong will, he was naturally not afraid of danger. However, if the rewards he could get and the risks he had to take were not proportional, the Cloud Conquest Emperor might not be willing to take the risk if there was no special reason. To a certain extent, in the current situation, it would be easier to get the profound sky, purple golden furnace from Yen Zhaoge. At such a time, Yen Zhaoge had to be careful of the Cloud Emperor and his disciples. Or he could take advantage of the situation when Yen Zhaoge was fighting with others. As the Cloud Emperor said, he was not willing to leave empty-handed. If he had the chance to get the profound sky, purple golden furnace, he would not leave empty-handed. Although the Cloud Conquest Emperor killed the 4 great demons personally, which seemed to have cut off the possibility of cooperating with the demon race. However, the more it was like this, the more Yen Zhaoge had to be cautious. For someone as ruthless and determined as the Cloud Emperor, it was fine if he did not have the chance. If he had the chance, he would not hesitate to make a move. And to Yen Zhaoge, what he truly wanted the most was similarly not the immortal pills within the pill vault. The spirit medicines within the medicine vault were all just incidental items that he had obtained. He wanted the entire pill hall. After obtaining this pill hall, there was a possibility that the original plan on paper could become a reality. The 3 of them didn't say anything as they flew through the pill hall's universe. When they gradually approached the area where the medicine storehouse was located, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out in the void, graceful and melodious. However, the sound of the zither seemed to form substantial ripples. Wherever the ripples went, the void of the universe collapsed and withered. Within the arc-shaped ripples, there was a sharp sword intent that made people feel as if their souls were being pierced through. Yen Zhaoge and Himian both frowned slightly. This was because they could clearly feel that the sharp sword intent and the threat of the sound waves seemed to completely ignore their true essence, which far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. His own defensive measures were all but useless. Tranquil, profound immortal, undisturbed by the mortal realm. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Such a ferocious sword intent, prime clear sword arts, proficient in music, using the zither in the sword, he turned around and looked at Cloud Conquest Emperor, and Himian. "Is that the lofty emperor in front?" The lofty emperor, Zhang Buxu, along with the profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, and the Cloud Emperor, Taoist Cloud Conquest, were known as the Roving Jade 7. He was known for his proficiency in music. Using the zither in the sword, he created a new world. The so-called Footsteps of the Void was actually a melody used by Taoists when they were chanting scriptures on the altar. Legend had it that the melody was like the immortals walking in the void, hence the name Footsteps of the Void. The lofty emperor, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, and the sword emperor, Di Qinglian were all disciples of the roving Jade Heaven's Grand Master, Divine Sovereign. His original name was Zhang Qingqiao. Originally, he was like Gao Qingxian and Di Qinglian, belonging to the Qing generation, with the word water on the side of the second word. However, because he entered the Tao in music, his achievements were extremely high. After the Great Calamity, people respectfully called him the Footsteps of the Void Immortal. As Zhang Buxu's name became more and more widespread, his original name was gradually being mentioned less and less. After he completely left the roving Jade Heavens due to differences in opinion, his original name was no longer used. Everyone called him Zhang Buxu. That's right, it's Taoist Zhang. Towards Yan Zhaoga's question, Cloud Conquest Emperor nodded slowly. His expression was calm without any changes. Mian said softly, Master, the lofty emperor seems to be fighting with someone. Taoist Zhang also came for the pill hall. It seems like the pill hall's hall spirit is here. Taoist Zhang is fighting with him. Cloud Emperor's gaze flickered slightly. Be careful. We don't know where the white deer demon is right now. The pill hall's hall spirit is busy with the ritual of reincarnating into a human. Currently, he's relatively weak. The white deer demon is more of a threat than him. Mian quickly nodded. Yan Zhaoga also looked at the faraway void and was slightly dazed. They retreated to the periphery to avoid being affected by the zither melody. Although Cloud Emperor wasn't afraid of such aftershocks, he didn't go near it. However, at that moment, the zither melody suddenly calmed down. A clear voice resounded. Is that Taoist Cloud Conquest? Taoist Zhang, how have you been? Cloud Emperor replied calmly. I wouldn't dare to say that I'm fine. The other party said sincerely, I never thought that the legendary Heavenly Court's divine palaces, Pill Hall, wouldn't be destroyed. Instead, the hall spirit even developed his own intelligence. Although I can see that he's injured, I don't have much confidence in winning. However, he seems to be activating some sort of ritual. He's having a hard time focusing, which gave me a chance. However, I don't know if I can make it in time. Before the lofty emperor finished speaking, another cold voice resounded. A bunch of bastards. You want to take advantage of my perilous state? Dream on. The voice was so cold that it sent shivers down one's spine. It was filled with mechanical rigidity and coldness. However, it also seemed to contain blazing anger and hatred. Hearing the hall spirit speak like a living creature, Yan Zhaoga and the others all had a strange feeling in their hearts. The lofty emperor didn't care about the pill hall's hall spirit. Instead, he said, Taoist Cloud Conquest, why don't you lend me a hand? No matter what differences we have, at least we can work together. The pill hall's vast amount of treasures will eventually fall into the hands of the prime clear lineage and the 3 clear lineage. There are some situations that I need to inform you of as soon as possible. Cloud Emperor didn't hide it from him. The demon race's leading expert isn't ordinary. It's highly possible that it's the Heavenly Court's divine palace's longevity god's mount, the white deer. It's an ancient demon with tyrannical strength and is familiar with the environment here. The lofty emperor's voice carried a hint of surprise. Oh, an old demon like that personally came? Chapter 1265. After hearing the news about the white deer demon, Lofty Sovereign felt a little surprised. However, he calmed down after that. This old demon still hasn't shown himself. If he really interferes, we should speed up and settle the problem before he shows himself. Lofty Sovereign, Zhang Buxu's tone suddenly changed. He said to the Pill Hall's hall spirit, since you've developed your own intelligence, you should know more about longevity god's mount, the white deer, than us. Since that old demon didn't perish during the great calamity, after so many years have passed, his cultivation might be even more terrifying. With your current situation, you might not be his opponent. Why don't you team up with us and deal with that old demon first? The Pill Hall's hall spirit said coldly, what a glib tongue. As they were talking, the void far away suddenly trembled. Someone was approaching. There were 2 people approaching. One of them was a youth in white clothes and a jade crown. He was the little sword god Long Xueji that they hadn't seen for a long time. The other one was Yan Zhaoga's father, Yan Di. The 2 of them had obviously met each other coincidentally when they were exploring the path within the hall's cosmos. Then they decided to travel together and arrived here. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoga and the others immediately went forward. After greeting each other, they quickly informed each other about the information they had. Yan Di and Long Xueji were slightly surprised by the current situation. The Hall spirit developing its own intelligence was one thing, and the demon race's leading expert strength was another. Since we can't get through to the Hall spirit, why don't we finish him off quickly while he's distracted with the ritual? Long Shueji said calmly, by then we can rely on the Pale Hall's geographical advantage to fight against that white deer. Emperor Yin said, I have the same thought. However, if we can't solve it in a short time, we might be attacked by the demon race. Secondly, if the demon race has already colluded with the Hall spirit, I'm afraid we're already in a dangerous situation. If they really colluded with each other, we won't be able to escape from the Pill Hall even if we want to. Why don't we cut off all our means of retreat and focus our attacks on one point, said Long Shueji. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, It's not that we can't give it a try. Through the observation of the North Ocean clone at the control hub, Yan Zhaoge knew that almost all the outsiders who entered the Pill Hall had already entered the area shrouded by shadows. Other than Yan Di, who had already met up with him, Nie Jingxin, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd shouldn't be too far away. At this distance, it was not impossible to deal with Hall Spirit Awakened Sky. On the other hand, that old deer was the real problem. Long Shueji didn't speak much. He immediately transformed into a sword light and flew towards the place where lofty sovereign Zhongbuksu was fighting. The Cloud Conquest Emperor did the same. The Pill Hall's Hall Spirit strength was extremely strong. However, before he had reincarnated into a human, his understanding of the logic was rather vague. It was hard to use a martial artist's cultivation to differentiate and define his strength. Even the attacks of two true immortal emperors could pose a threat to him. On the other hand, the aftermath of the battle between Lofty Sovereign and Lofty Sovereign was a threat to the mortal realm martial artists who had yet to push open the gate of immortality. As such, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Himian remained where they were without moving, allowing the Lofty Sovereign and the others to make their move without any reservations. Then they would consider what to do next. At the same time, the three of them extended their consciousness outwards, keeping an eye on their surroundings. On the other side, the main attacker was still Zhongbuksu. However, after Long Shueji and the Cloud Conquest Emperor joined in, the pressure on the Hall spirit had obviously increased. After all, the two of them couldn't be measured using normal true immortals. While Yan Zhaoge was observing the situation outside, he was also trying to sense the Pill Hall's Hall spirit situation. The ritual had already started. Under such circumstances, the Hall spirit was being surrounded by Long Shueji and the others. The possibility of the ritual failing was very high. If that was the case, what was the point of him continuing to persist? As Yan Zhaoge was thinking, he faintly felt that something was wrong. As the two sides were fighting, a shocking radiance suddenly erupted from the dark cosmos void where the medicine warehouse was. It was as if a brilliant sun was slowly rising in front of Yan Zhaoge and the others. Outside of the radiance, 3 black shadows were flying around, as if they were sunspots. Naturally, they were Long Shueji and the others, other than the familiar Long Shueji and the Cloud Conquest Emperor. There was also a handsome and elegant middle-aged man. This middle-aged man sat in a lotus position within the void, and a zither was placed on his knees. As the zither vibrated, streaks of shapeless sword chi were dancing between the heavens and earth, slashing towards the brilliant sun. It was the prime clear 7-string sword that the Lofty Sovereign, Zhongbuksu, was famous for. Currently, he was the main attacker, while Long Shueji and the Cloud Conquest Emperor were assisting from the side. The 3 prime clear sword cultivators unleashed an attack that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Baleful chi rushed into the sky, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The boundless, ruthless sword intent turned the entire cosmos void into a land of death. The brilliant sun's radiance was flickering, and it was flickering. Within the radiance, a human silhouette appeared, and waves of fragrance were emitted. The fragrance wasn't pungent, but it was everlasting and didn't dissipate even after a long time. Even if the battle between the two sides had caused the void to leak and the cosmos to be devastated, The fragrance was still quietly drifting around, causing one to be intoxicated by it. As expected, they used a large amount of divine pills, spirit herbs, and treasures stored within the medicine warehouse to refine the body. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga knew what was going on. However, his gaze flickered slightly. Only something doesn't seem right, as he was thinking. Yen Zhaoga suddenly felt an extremely horrifying intent appearing in the nearby void. It didn't come from afar, and it was quickly approaching. Instead, it seemed to have risen from its original spot. It had always been nearby, but there were no signs of it appearing. That horrifying intent almost caused everyone's body to feel numb and their souls to tremble. Other than the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, who was in a slightly better condition, the others, no matter if it was Long Shueji, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, or Yen Zhaoga, and the others who were watching from the side, all felt a heavy pressure on their bodies, as if they couldn't move. Everyone felt something, and they all raised their heads. They saw an old man standing in the void. He wore a yellow scarf on his head and a crane cloak on his body. His face was like jade, and his beard was fluttering downwards. He was holding on to a 9-jointed cane with a coiling dragon made of withered vines, and was smiling at everyone. Those who had already pushed open the immortal door are basically all here, right? Asked the old man leisurely. The Pil-Hal-Hal spirit said coldly, that's right. Other than a leakless immortal artifact floating outside. Everyone who had pushed open the immortal door are all here. The old man laughed and shook his head. It's less than what I expected. Yen Zhaoga looked at the old man carefully, and the scene deep within his memories surfaced in his mind. The other party was Lord Longevity God's mount, the white deer. Before the great calamity, this old deer had once entered the heavenly court's divine palace's martial repository together with Longevity God. Even though it had taken on the form of a white deer, it had also temporarily transformed into a human form. Under Longevity God's guidance, it had researched a secret art in the martial repository. Yen Zhaoga could recognize the other party's identity with just a glance. Yen Di, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, and the others had guessed the old man's identity based on the records in the ancient books and the image in the legends. Everyone's attention wasn't even on the coiling dragon cane. It wasn't because the cane was inconspicuous. Instead, it was because the old deer in front of them had already caused them to shiver. The lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, frowned. He stared at the white deer demon, and his lips moved. Heavenly Monarch. Chapter 1266. The cultivation of the demon race was extremely similar to that of the Taoist martial artists. Therefore, when the white deer demon who had transformed into an old man revealed his true form, Lofty Sovereign and the others could faintly sense it. The old monster in front of him had refined all 5 types of deity chi. Apparently, he was at the Heavenly Lord realm of the 5 chis, collecting. In the monster race, he could be called a little saint. And what made people's hearts heavier was the seemingly unremarkable walking stick in Old Deer's hand. The coiling dragon staff was the accompanying treasure of the heavenly court's divine palaces, Lord Longevity God in pre-great calamity times. It wasn't a weapon, nor could it be classified as an immortal weapon. Still, its might surpassed that of many immortal artifacts. Back then, when the old deer was in the mortal realm, he stole this treasure and traveled with it. Later on, Lord Longevity, God, brought it back to the heavenly court. Now that the great calamity had passed and the white deer demon had escaped, the coiling dragon staff had once again fallen into his hands. Lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu sighed. As the strings of his zither vibrated, the sword chi no longer attacked the hall spirit, but faintly pointed towards the white deer. Don't worry about the matters here. Let's just leave as many as we can. Zhang Buxu shook his head and sighed. The strength of the white deer demon was enough to suppress everyone except for the temple spirit. Unfortunately, the temple spirit was in cahoots with him. Now, even if the hall spirit didn't make a move and just calmly completed the ritual that he had been longing for, the current situation was still extremely bad for the others. Zhang Buxu took a step forward and charged towards the white deer demon. It was not that he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others, but if the white deer demon wanted to pick a target, he would definitely choose him, the only Xian immortal. The others posed no threat to the white deer demon, who had the 5 Qis unification. Sure enough, the white deer demon chuckled and stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Buxi. He opened up his 5 fingers and circulated the power of the 5 elements. It was as though a world of creation was pressing down on Zhang Buxu. As the demonic qi surged into the skies, it actually seemed to be formed from the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture and the life creation heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage. Once upon a time, the heavenly court's divine palaces, Lord Longevity God, was a personal disciple of the jade, clear, primordial, heavenly Lord. The white deer demon's ultimate arts were mostly imparted to him by Lord Longevity God. Then he combined them with his own demonic arts, eventually transforming them into the path that was most suitable for him. Zhang Buxu's eyes turned solemn as he plucked the strings of his zither. The sound of the zither rippled out and turned into rays of black sword rays that crisscrossed in the void, forming a dense and sharp sword net that intercepted his opponent's palm. Then, with a flash of red light, he fled in another direction. The white deer demon did not even look at the black sword net and continued to grab at it. As his palm descended, a sound suddenly rang out. It was not the white deer spirit who spoke. Instead, as he moved, a sound rang out. That voice sounded as if the deities and Buddhas were singing together. Within the void within the pill hall's cosmos, runes lit up one after another. Then they connected to form streaks of light. As the ribbons of light trembled, a pleasant and profound celestial sound rang out in this world. After the initial sound, it gradually became softer. It wasn't that the volume had dropped, but rather that it had become even more profound and incomprehensible. It was in line with the profundity of the elephant's strange form and the great sound's strange sound. As soon as this voice sounded, other than the lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu, who was in the profound immortal realm, everyone else felt as if their minds were going to be completely emptied, and they fell into a dazed state. Nothing to think about, nothing to think about, nothing to think about, nothing to remember. Everything was blank. It was as if their entire body had been assimilated by the great Tao's voice. The peerless infinity phenomenon within Yan Zhaoga's body appeared. Only then did his soul's thoughts become a little more relaxed. However, he could still feel that his thoughts were being suppressed. He remained calm and didn't display any special expression. He observed in secret. He saw that the grand simplicity splendor cloud had already appeared above his father's head. The clouds were constantly changing. Other than Yendi, who was in a slightly better condition, Long Shueji and Himian were both in a daze. The Cloud Conquest Emperor was in a slightly better condition. However, he was in a state where he was alternating between being awake and in a daze. Sonorous voice of the great Tao. Yan Zhaoga let out a long breath. Leakless true immortal. Tranquil profound immortal. Grand virtual immortal. Grand virtual, also known as great virtual. It was the appearance of Tao. The Tao was grand and tranquil. It was the foundation of the world and even surpassed creation. Only when the 5 Qis unifications in one's chest could one truly come into contact with the profundities of the great Tao. When one's martial arts reached this level, the word martial could already be removed from the front of the martial Tao. The sonorous voice of the great Tao was the most obvious characteristic when a virtual immortal expert was fighting against another. It was profound, ethereal, and unfathomable. When the sonorous voice resounded, even if it was a leakless true immortal, an expert who had already pushed open the immortal door, they would be suppressed and assimilated. They would be in a state where they knew nothing. To a martial art practitioner, this wasn't a bad thing. It would allow them to comprehend the profundities of martial arts. With half the effort, they would be able to achieve twice the results. It was a profound state that could only be encountered. However, if one was in such a state while fighting against another, it would be no different from being trampled upon. As a profound immortal, the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu wouldn't be suppressed by the white deer demon's sonorous voice of the great Tao. However, when the sonorous voice resounded, his zither sound instantly became indiscernible. The white deer demon grabbed onto the black sword net with his bare hands and forcefully tore it apart. After breaking through the black sword net, the palm continued downwards and grabbed toward Zhang Buxu. Zhang Buxu flicked his fingers continuously. Red, white, green, and black sword lights filled the sky. The different sword lights fused together in pairs and in threes. They continuously changed and intertwined with each other. Together, they performed a soul-stirring zither song. The zither sound became louder again, compared to the sonorous voice of the great Tao released by the white deer demon. Although it was faint, it was light and didn't dissipate. It was still melodious and wasn't suppressed by his opponent. When the white deer demon made his move, the brilliant sun started fading back into the darkness of the void. Yan Zhaoge could feel a cold gaze sweeping past him. The hatred and killing intent contained within the gaze was so strong that Yan Zhaoge suspected that the other party would stop the ritual and kill him first. However, the hall spirit didn't make a move in the end. The white deer demon glanced at the brilliant sun that was about to disappear. His gaze flickered as if he had some thoughts. However, when he looked at Zhang Buxu in front of him, the old white deer felt frustrated. He couldn't even take down Zhang Buxu in the first place. He felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to teach Zhang Buxu a lesson, the white deer demon's ears suddenly trembled. He immediately raised his head and scanned his left and right. As if he noticed something, the white deer demon turned around and glared at the brilliant sun that was about to disappear. He shouted, "Who's that?" "Enemy," answered the pill hall's hall spirit indifferently. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge could see through the North Ocean clone that was located at the central control hub. Another outsider had barged into the pill hall. There wasn't only one person that entered. However, the person in front was as fast as lightning. In almost an instant, he passed through layers of void and entered the core area that was shrouded by shadows. The pill hall's complicated universe's space was nothing in his eyes. As he entered, the shadows shrouding the purple divine pavilion, pill storage, and other core areas all disappeared. Chapter 1267. As that person advanced, the light screen in front of the North Ocean clone's eyes started becoming blurry. It was hard to display the pill hall's internal structure and pathways. At the cosmic void where Yan Zhaoge and the others were, a fiery light suddenly lit up. The fiery light didn't come from far to near. Instead, the moment it lit up, the blazing flames engulfed the cosmic void, turning the dark cosmos into a world of flames. Seeing this, the white deer demon's expression turned ugly. Facing the fiery light, he placed the coiling dragon crutch in front of his chest. He turned his head to look at the pill hall spirit and scolded. "You already knew about the existence of such a person. Yet you planned on using me as your shield? How dare you? Aren't you planning on dealing with me and the others as well?" The hall spirit, awakened sky, replied calmly, "If you want to lay your hands on my pill hall, you will have to face this opponent. What's the harm in knowing about it?" The white deer demon sneered. "This fake body of yours is refined from countless elixirs and heavenly treasures. This old man will deal with you first. After obtaining these treasures, I'll take as many benefits as I can." After saying that, he didn't care about Zhang Buxu anymore. He picked up the coiling dragon crutch and smashed it towards the disappearing sun. As the crutch landed, the brilliant sun that had already disappeared within the darkness was immediately forced to fly out from the void. Under the horrifying pressure, the sun's shape distorted, as if it had turned from a perfect circle to a flat circle. The hall spirit that could still survive the joint attacks of the 3' clear sword cultivators. Lofty Sovereign, Cloud Emperor, and Long Shueji was having a hard time defending itself. The brilliant sun was about to shatter. However, a silhouette gradually appeared within the sun. The silhouette was getting clearer and clearer. It was a boy who looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. On his rosy white face, there wasn't any innocence of a child. Only coldness and seriousness could be seen. Between his brows, his gaze was filled with viciousness and fierceness. He stared at the white deer demon coldly. When Yen Zhaoge saw it, he understood that this was the shell that the Pil-Hol-Hol spirit had forged for himself. Only when Yen Zhaoge saw the shell, he felt that something was amiss. Something's wrong. The next moment, the boy put his palms together, and the sunlight surrounding him began to compress further. Without waiting for the white deer demon's crutch to completely fall, the boy suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed. The sun formed by the brilliant sunlight exploded on its own. Countless rays of golden light spread out in all directions. Below the boy's body, the golden light continued to compress inward until it finally collapsed, forming a huge black hole. With the help of the golden light, the boy successfully fell into the black hole. The white deer demon was taken aback. This was because the ritual of the Pil-Hol-Hol spirit had yet to be completed. But he himself had stopped the ritual and used the explosive power to escape. As such, although he had left, the reincarnation ritual had actually failed. This was not a matter of having a chance to start all over again. If he failed, all his previous efforts would go to waste. With the eyesight of the white deer demon, he could even see that the boy's body was gradually disintegrating, as if it was about to turn back into immortal elixirs and spirit treasures. He gave up so easily just to avoid his opponent. The white deer demon's instincts told him that something was wrong. Unfortunately, the old white deer didn't have much time to think about it. A dragon's roar could be vaguely heard from the sea of flames far away. A tall figure walked out from the flames. He had short hair, and his eyes were like lightning. The old white deer wanted to chase after the Pil-Hol-Hol spirit, but the fire dragons were already rushing towards him. On the other side, Yen Zhaoge and the others were affected by the black hole's suction force. Everyone fell down together and were sucked into the black hole. The black hole disappeared in an instant. The old white deer was both shocked and furious. He had no choice but to face the new opponent in front of him first. Yen Zhaoge, who had fallen into the black hole, saw the space in front of his eyes changing. He only managed to regain his calmness after a long while. I'm still within the Pil-Hol's cosmic void. Only I don't know where I am now. Yen Zhaoge looked at his surroundings. The light screen in front of the North Ocean clone, who was at the central hub, was still blurry. The central hub was currently in a paralyzed state and couldn't help Yen Zhaoge determine his position. However, even so, Yen Zhaoge could still feel that the void he was in was still trembling, and he could feel the scorching heat. The ongoing battle had affected the entire Pil-Hol's cosmos. The Hall spirit wasn't in the Purple Divine Pavilion right now. Yen Zhaoge even suspected that the Hall might be destroyed by this battle. There was no need to say much about the newcomer. With such might, such cultivation, and such strength, it was naturally the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang. He had arrived in time and saved Yen Zhaoge and the others from their predicament. However, he had also given the Hall spirit, awakened sky, a chance. Indeed, as I expected, the ritual of the Hall spirit is indeed strange. Yen Zhaoge already understood. The ritual that the Hall spirit, awakened sky, executed near the medicine warehouse was only his first plan. If everything went smoothly and he succeeded, nothing else needed to be said. However, if there was any mistake, he would immediately use the ritual to escape. For example, Yen Zhaoge might catch him, or the white deer demon might plot against him, or Suo Mingzhang might kill him. However, if that was the case, he would definitely have a second plan. Other than that, the ritual he used just now seemed a little weird. Yen Zhaoge frowned. He's the Pil-Hol's Hall spirit, and not the martial repository spirit like me. Why would he know such an unpopular secret art? Who taught him that? As for his second plan, Yan Zhaoge didn't dare to delay any longer, and he quickly moved forward. The fragrance of medicine spread over and naturally guided Yan Zhaoge's path. After following the fragrance for a while, Yan Zhaoge found his target. Within the dark void, purple-golden radiance shone. Within the purple-golden radiance, a black-clothed youth sat cross-legged. It was Nie Jingshin. Previously, Nie Jingshin didn't make it to the medicine warehouse in time. However, after the pill hall's hall spirit stopped the ritual and changed its direction, it came straight for him. This was the hall spirit, Awakened Sky's second plan. For a hall spirit like him to reincarnate into a human, he couldn't use the method of possession. However, there were 49 uses for everything in the world. There would always be an exception. Nie Jingshin's earlier heaven nascent form was the exception of the pill hall's hall spirit, Awakened Sky's reincarnation. It was the one and only body that he could possess and turn into a human. Sua Mingzhang and the white deer demon were the two existences that could threaten him. Now that they were restraining each other, he could do whatever he wanted. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that this was the hall spirit's true plan. Everything that happened previously was just a cover. Currently, Nie Jingshin was sitting cross-legged. He was concealing his qi and qi. It was obvious that he was resisting against the other party's possession. On top of his head, the body of a boy that the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, had transformed into his forming seals with both of his hands. His hand seals were constantly changing. His body was gathering and dispersing at times. As expected, it was collapsing. However, this didn't affect his immense strength. Although his strength couldn't be forcefully differentiated using the Taoist standard, the horrifying aura wasn't any weaker than the white deer demon. He wanted to possess Nie Jingshin, who was only a human immortal. This made Nie Jingshin's resistance seem futile. The black-clothed youth opened his eyes. His gaze was constantly changing. Sometimes it was firm and tenacious like before. However, most of the time it was as cold and murderous as the boy on top of his head. This cold gaze was currently staring at Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 1268. Stared at by the other party, Yan Zhaoge also felt a chill run through his entire body, as though he was in a perilous situation where death was certain. Kid who stole my profound sky purple gold furnace, it's great that you've delivered yourself to me. A cold voice rang out. Nie Jingshin, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up once again. The boy on his head did the same thing. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge knew that the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, could fight against others in this state. Moreover, unlike the ritual from before, where his power was greatly restricted, the current him could almost use all of his power to his heart's content. Although he did not hear the sonorous voice of the great Tao, the vigorous power that came from his every movement was similar to that of the white deer demon in the five energies unification realm. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. You've really put a lot of effort into this. However, even though you can unleash a great amount of power to fight against others, you still need time to completely take over senior apprentice brother Nie's body. The exalted fire might arrive at any time. Well, according to what you're used to calling me, perhaps calling me the new Lord of Firestar will make it easier for you to understand. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Moreover, that old white deer might also turn around and deal with you together. The hall spirit said indifferently, You talkative child, before they come, it is enough for me to kill you 1,000 times. Yan Zhaoge, however, no longer looked at him. Instead, he turned to look in another direction, smacking his lips as he said, Tisk, I should have long since guessed that it would be you. Right beside Nie Jingshin, or rather the hall spirit, there was a huge armchair placed in the void. On the chair, a purple-clothed youth was leaning against the wall, watching Yan Zhaoge conversing with the hall spirit with great interest. It was precisely the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, whom they had not seen for a long time. No, I indeed can't call you the upper exalt now. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. I wonder if you have your own emperor title now. While they hadn't exchanged blows, Yin Zhaoge could tell from Chen Qianhua's aura that the purple-clothed youth in front of him had taken the final step and successfully pushed open the immortal door, ascending to the leakless realm. At this moment, he was no longer a human immortal, but a true immortal. He pushed open the immortal door and was different from ordinary people. Chen Qianhua's strength was already extraordinary to begin with, and he looked down on his peers. Once he ascended to immortal ascension, he would at least have the strength of one of the top 5 true immortals in the world. And this was just a conservative estimate. Moreover, it was referring to when he had just pushed open the immortal door. If he was given more time to accumulate, he would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, he had the immortal artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ruler. One could easily imagine the difference between the immortal weapons in the hands of a human immortal and the immortal weapons in the hands of a true immortal. Emperor title? That's not important. Chen Qianhua said indifferently, I don't really care about everything in this pill hall. He looked at Yin Zhaoge with a strange expression in his eyes. I'm only interested in the pill hall's hall spirit's intelligence. At the same time, I'm surprised that you, your father, and Ye Jingshan are here as well. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Indeed, the strangeness of that ritual just now was related to you. When the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, was at the medicine warehouse, he used divine pills and spirit treasures as materials to forge a shell for himself to undergo the transformation ritual. At first glance, Yin Zhaoge felt that something was amiss. The transformation technique was rather obscure, yet it was extremely intricate. These techniques weren't related to one's cultivation realm. Even experts with high cultivation realms might not know about them, as they rarely had the chance to come into contact with them. Only those who were knowledgeable and knew about the past and present might know a thing or two about them. He wanted to transform into a human. I felt that this was quite interesting, so I came up with an idea. Chen Qianhua smiled nonchalantly. Yin Zhaoge pouted. True. Only you would do something like this. Currently, amongst everyone in the pill hall, Chen Qianhua was probably the only one who would do something like helping the pill hall's hall spirit sincerely. Even if the others joined forces with the hall spirit, it was only because of temporary benefits. They would scheme against each other and wait for a chance to take action. After all, everyone's target was the pill hall's treasures, and even the pill hall itself. To the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, they were all his enemies. He wanted to transform into a human in order to get rid of the pill hall's restraints. He wanted to recover his injuries, as well as the possibility to continue cultivating. However, this didn't mean that he was willing to give up his control and ownership of the pill hall. On the contrary, after transforming into a human, he still maintained his control over the pill hall. In fact, his control over the pill hall was even stronger. He didn't need to be in the core purple divine pavilion to freely control the pill hall. In the end, no matter who won, they would still have to deal with the hall spirit, Awakened Sky. The only person who could stand on the same side as the Awakened Sky was Chen Qianhua. After all, what Chen Qianhua was interested in wasn't the pill hall itself or the treasures within. Although Chen Qianhua entered the pill hall later than Yin Zhaoge and the others, due to some special reasons, he managed to contact the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, very quickly. As a result, the two of them clicked together. Of course, the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, might not trust him previously. However, Chen Qianhua didn't mind it. With the passage of time and the development of the situation, his actions had already proven himself. Although he was strong, the hall spirit, Awakened Sky, wasn't worried about him. Compared to the white deer demon, the two of them were the true allies that colluded together. In just a few words, silhouettes were traversing through the void. More and more people were getting closer. Yen Di, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd arrived one after another. After everyone was within a relatively close range, Yin Zhaoge had a way to secretly contact them. The hall spirit, awakened sky, watched everything indifferently. As long as it wasn't Suo Mingjiang or the white deer demon, he didn't care. At this moment, he was even stronger than when he was surrounded by Zhang Buxu, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, and Long Xueji. Ha! I still want to see if I can break your grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Qin Qianhua's eyes lit up upon seeing Yan Di. Yan Zhaoge and the others came to a realization before he pushed open the immortal door. He had obtained the heaven-opening scripture. Qin Qianhua was already very strong to begin with. Now that he had obtained the heaven-opening scripture and the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, other than the peerless heavenly scripture, he also had the early heaven 3 scriptures and the later heaven 6 scriptures. Even if he did not push open the door of immortality, his strength would still increase. To push open the gate of immortality on this foundation and achieve a leakless body was even more eye-catching. Yan Di's expression was calm as he was fearless. However, when he saw Nie Jingxin's expression flickering, he couldn't help but frown. The heavenly young master, Qin Qianhua, I've never had the chance to meet you. If I were to miss this chance, I don't know when I'll have the chance to fight against you again. At this moment, a white-clothed youth with a jade crown came from the void. Long Xueji. Qin Qianhua blinked. You're indeed strong. However, there's no fun in fighting against you. Long Xueji said calmly, that's not up to you. As he spoke, he raised his sword and stabbed towards Qin Qianhua. Chapter 1269. Long Xueji stabbed out with his sword, and a vast expanse of white sword qi instantly poured towards Qin Qianhua like a heavenly river flowing in reverse. You're in the way. Qin Qianhua rolled his eyes and flew up, dodging the white sword qi. It was as if he had long anticipated that Long Xueji would have this sword. Long Xueji's gaze was like ice. With just a thought, streaks of green sword light suddenly shot out from the white river of sword qi, resembling numerous green dragons soaring into the sky. Celestial slaying sword. With such attainments in the celestial slaying sword, it won't be so boring. Qin Qianhua's eyes lit up slightly. He did not dodge. Instead, he straightened his palm like a saber and slashed downwards. At the edge of his palm, strands of celestial energy intertwined, faintly discernible, turning into an object that looked like an axe, yet wasn't an axe, yet seemed like a banner. A terrifying aura that could split the heavens and split the earth manifested, clashing with Long Xueji's sword light that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. The prime clear and jade clear lineages did not stop there. It was an eternal struggle. The celestial slaying sword battled the heaven-opening book again. 200 years ago, little sword god. 100 years ago, young Master Tian. When Qin Qianhua had risen to prominence, Long Xueji had long since vanished from the world beyond worlds. The two of them had never met face to face. Now that they finally met, a leakless true immortal who had also pushed open the gate of immortality, a great battle immediately ensued. Seeing that Long Xueji had taken on Qin Qianhua, Yan Di retracted his gaze and looked at the Pill Hall's hall spirit again. There, Nie Jingxin's situation had become precarious. His gaze turned cold and dense, exactly the same as the boy above him who was on the verge of collapsing. He ignored everyone else, only focusing on Yan Zhaoge. Everything in this Pill Hall belongs to me. The hall spirit, awakened sky, said indifferently, return my profound sky purple golden furnace first. With that, without him making a move, Yan Zhaoge felt as if the surrounding space had solidified, squeezing him right in the middle, making him virtually unable to move. As the profound sky purple gold furnace shook, it actually really wanted to break free from Yan Zhaoge's control and fly towards the hall spirit. Audacious little brat. Today, I will let you know what it means to crush your bones and scatter your ashes. The palace spirit said coldly. Yan Zhaoge could only feel the surrounding pressure growing greater and greater, wanting to crush his entire body into smithereens. It wasn't as simple as being crushed into minced meat. Instead, every bit of flesh and bone in his body disintegrated from the inside out, turning into nothingness and scattering away in the wind. Fortunately, you're just a Hall spirit and not a Hall spirit that has completely taken over a human's body. Faced with pain that normal people would find hard to endure, while Yen Zhaoge's brows were tightly knit, his gaze remained focused and calm. Luckily, you are not that old white deer. Just at this moment, light suddenly lit up on Yen Zhaoge's body. Above his head, a seal quietly floated, and then rapidly expanded, turning into a giant formation that enveloped all directions. The temple spirit was startled at first, but it soon realized that the array couldn't resist its power. It couldn't help but sneer. Ignorant child, however, before he could finish his words, runes rose above the heads of Yen Di, Mars Halberd, and Yu Yi as well, forming a formation. This was not enough for the Hall spirit to care. However, at the same time, on top of his own head, or more accurately, on top of Nie Jingshin's head, a talisman appeared and expanded into a spirit design. How could this be? Hall spirit awakened Sky was shocked. Although he had yet to succeed in taking over Nie Jingshin's body, if Nie Jingshin was hiding some kind of ritual within his body, it was impossible for him not to notice it. However, Yen Zhaoge's secret art was bizarre. His sudden attack caught awakened Sky off guard. However, after a short moment of surprise, awakened Sky regained his composure. Compared to his strength, the formation itself appeared to be very fragile. Even so, awakened Sky didn't plan to let himself remain within the formation. Who knew what other tricks the Hall spirit would come up with? However, when awakened Sky was about to break the formation, the 5 formations had already connected into one. Within the 5 formations there was a treasure each. They were the dim radiant wheel, extreme yang seal, evil sword Tao Tai, cloud circulating heavenly light sword, and light yin sword seal. At this moment, the 5 treasures returned to Yen Zhaoge's hand. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd each occupied the center of the 4 formations. Nie Jingshin's body was enveloped by the 5th formation. As the 5 formations fused into one, rays of radiance pierced through the heavens and the earth. They spread in all directions and quickly spread to every corner of the hall's cosmos. Awakened Sky realized to his surprise that he couldn't control his body anymore. Not only could he not control Nie Jingshin's body, but the entire Pill Hall seemed to have broken away from his control as the Hall spirit. Yen Zhaoge was at the center of the 5 formations. He half squatted down and changed his hand seals. Then his left hand pointed towards his forehead, and his right hand pointed towards the runes of the formation in front of him. The formation shook violently, and Nie Jingshin's body shook violently as well. In the next moment, the cold radiance within Nie Jingshin's eyes dissipated, and he regained his original expression. Although he was still firm and cold, it wasn't like before, where he didn't seem to have any emotions. Nie Jingshin let out a long sigh. He looked at Yen Zhaoge and nodded, indicating that he was fine. Yen Zhaoge and the others also let out a sigh of relief. Nie Jingshin looked up and saw the boy on top of his head suddenly letting out a furious roar. As the purplish golden radiance circulated, it was restricted to a corner. Then the boy, who was flickering with purple radiance, uncontrollably moved towards the center of the formation. Other than Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, Nie Jingshin, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd were situated at the 4 corners of the formation. They also formed their hand seals and sat cross-legged within the formation, cooperating with Yen Zhaoge, who was at the center of the formation. As the 5 of them worked together, the purple radiance on the boy's body was continuously being worn down. The Hall spirit awakened Sky kept roaring furiously. However, he felt that his body had entered a state of paralysis. He had his strength, but he couldn't utilize it. It was like a snake being held by its weak spot. During the process of you taking over senior apprentice brother Nie's body, you couldn't see through his memories. Yen Zhaoge said quietly, If that's the case, you won't have a chance when the 5 of us are here. Long Shueji knew about it when he went to the roving jade heavens to look for the 5th person to lay down the formation. As such, when he arrived, he didn't stare at the pill hall's hall spirit. Instead, he helped Yan Di to receive Chen Qianhua. Although it might involve the conflict of interests between the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens, it was something that should only be considered after they succeeded. Before that, they had to control the hall spirit awakened sky. Otherwise, no one here would be able to survive. Chen Qianhua was also looking at the formation laid down by Yan Zhaoge and the others in astonishment. He didn't feel defeated, but rather surprised. Being able to witness such a good show, I didn't come here for nothing. Chen Qianhua was amazed. Yan Zhaoge didn't have the mood to care about him. He was only controlling the formation to squeeze the hall spirit awakened sky dry and obtain the complete control over the pill hull. The boy's body finally disintegrated completely. It was fixed in the form of streams of light and no longer transformed continuously. Among the streams of light, a cloud of smoke slowly rose. It seemed like the normal medicinal qi produced during pill refinement. However, the medicinal qi was the key to controlling the pill hull. Yan Zhaoge revealed a joyful expression when he saw it. However, his heart trembled very quickly, and he turned his head to the other side. Within the void, the sound of a zither suddenly resounded. Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu, Chapter 1270. In the void, an elegant middle-aged man appeared, carrying a zither case on his back. As he walked leisurely, the sound of the zither lingered in the ears. He was Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu. Hearing the sound of the zither resounding, Yan Zhaoge and the others instantly frowned. When they were facing the threat of the pill hall's hall spirit and the white deer demon together, they were allies and stood on the same side. But now, seeing that the pill hall's hall spirit couldn't do anything anymore, the Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu suddenly appeared. They might not be on the same side anymore. They cooperated at the front, then became enemies at the back. The situation was just that subtle. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge's group or Zhang Buxu, they didn't hesitate to change their identities. Even prime clear martial art practitioners like Long Shueji and Yu Yi frowned inwardly upon seeing Zhang Buxu's arrival. Looking at the grand formation erected in the void, and the pill qi formed from the suppression of the pill hall's hall spirit, Zhang Buxu's expression revealed an unconcealable astonishment. This Zhang has also seen little friend Yan's portrait before. Now that I've met you in person for the first time, it seems that knowing you by reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Lofty Sovereign's gaze fell on the center of the formation, on Yan Zhaoge, who is obviously the leader of the formation. The fallen deity lives up to his name. Yan Zhaoge answered in a heavy tone, "Lofty Sovereign, you overpraise me. It was just a coincidence. I was lucky enough to succeed. Before that, I was also sweating profusely. Little friend Yan, there's no need to drag things out." Lofty Sovereign smiled. Logically speaking, it would be embarrassing for an old man like me to snatch opportunities from juniors like you, especially now that I have to take advantage of you and reap the benefits. However, everyone understands the value and significance of the pill hull. I can only thicken my skin and make an exception for once. Zhang Buxu looked around and felt the turbulence of the pill hull's internal universe's spacetime, as well as the invisible rising temperature. He sighed at Suoming Zhang. I didn't expect him to be involved in this matter. Now, I have to thank that old white deer. Otherwise, there would be no hope. He slowly walked towards Yan Zhaoge and the others within the grand formation. Currently, the pill hall's hall spirit was being suppressed and weakened. Even if the formation were to dissipate, the hall spirit, awakened sky, wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. With Zhang Buxu's cultivation, it was sufficient for him to collect the pill qi. Similarly, his cultivation base was sufficient for him to disregard Yan Zhaoge and the others. The Xian immortal realm was tranquil undisturbed by the mortal world. Amongst everyone present, the only one who had pushed open the door of immortality and attained the body of a true immortal, Long Xueji, was currently fighting with Chen Qianhua. Chen Qianhua's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Buxu's action. Without the need to communicate with Zhang Buxu, Chen Qianhua was able to entangle Long Xueji, preventing him from escaping for the time being. He didn't care whose hands the pill hull ended up in. However, he was happy to increase the difficulty for Yan Zhaoge and the others. Other than Long Xueji, no matter who it was that faced Zhang Buxu, they would be restricted by their Xiantian cultivation and would not be able to do much against him. If Mars Halberd was a defensive-type immortal artifact, Yan Zhaoge might still have a chance to defend himself after wearing it. However, it was a pity that this was a weapon used for killing. Against the lofty sovereign, it was useless. As for the formation itself, it was only used against the hall's spirit. It was useless against experts like Lofty Sovereign or White Deer Demon. Lofty Sovereign Zhang Buxu's movements were light and casual as the sound of the zither followed. However, the radiance of the formation maintained by Yan Zhaoge and the others began to fluctuate unceasingly on the verge of collapse. The 5 people in the formation, with Yan Zhaoge as their leader, were all feeling immense pressure. Although this pressure wasn't as huge as the hall spirit, awakened sky, it wasn't something that Yan Zhaoge could withstand for now. The melodious and graceful sound of the zither sounded like an unprecedented noise when it landed in Yan Zhaoge's ears. Yan Zhaoge only felt that his ears were about to explode. Not only was his blood boiling, his internal bones were about to rupture, and even his soul was constantly being shaken as if it was about to explode from the inside out. I'll have to gamble on my luck. Yan Zhaoge forcefully calmed himself down and turned his gaze towards Nie Jingshan. Nie Jingshan nodded slightly. Our luck isn't bad. Before he finished speaking, a sound suddenly resounded from the void far away. The sound of a sword. The sudden sound of a sword was like a sharp sword. It slashed apart the zither sound that was enveloping the entire universe. Only the lingering sound was left, and it was hard to continue. Accompanied by the sound of the sword, the majestic sword light instantly arrived in front of Zhang Buxu. Zhang Buxu's expression turned slightly serious. He opened the zither box on his back, and rays of sword chi gushed out from it. They intercepted the sword light that was coming towards him in midair. The two clashed head-on. The sword light dissipated, and Zhang Buxu stopped moving. In the dark void far away, a straight sword light seemed like it was splitting the universe into 2. The sword light was like a path that extended from far away to near. On the path, a silhouette was walking forward, neither too fast nor too slow. However, in an instant he had already arrived in front of everyone. Nie Jingshan was the first to greet. Disciple Nie Jingshan greets master. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Yan Zhaoge greets senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Yan Di also opened his mouth and said, Senior apprentice brother Yu. It was a middle-aged man who wore a high crown and ancient clothes. He seemed to be in his 40s. His face was calm, and his gaze was sharp. He was like a sword that could split open the heavens. However, he didn't show any of his sharpness. He just stood there like a lone peak that reached the clouds, which made people admire him. The person who came was one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, the master of Kunlun Mountains, Northern High Peaks, Jade Capital Crag. Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei. In the past, he was the disciple of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the Exalted Gold Luminary, Yan Xintong. As a junior, he was one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, together with the Exalted Earth Luminary, Jiangxin, and the Exalted Concealed Luminary, Yang Su. Currently, he was the youngest profound immortal expert in both the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens. He was the most outstanding disciple of the 3 clear lineage among his peers. Previously, he had always been in the void's outskirts, and didn't return to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge didn't expect that the first time he met this senior apprentice Uncle Yu would be in this pill hall. Previously, when he noticed that other than the exalted fire, Suomingzhang, there were others who entered the pill hall. Yanjiaoge guessed that Yu Jinbei might be among them. However, he couldn't be sure. That was why he wanted to gamble on his luck. Now, just like what Nie Jingshan had said, Yanjiaoge and the others' luck wasn't bad. Yu Jinbei's expression was solemn. He only nodded slightly towards Yanjiaoge and the others. Then he looked at Zhang Buxu, Yu Jinbei, Yan Xintang's disciple. Zhang Buxu was also looking at Yu Jinbei. Junior apprentice Brother Kong perished under your sword, right? I was unfilial and always made my master angry. Fortunately, Junior apprentice Brother Kong was there to support him. However, he was killed by you. A zither appeared in his palm. Let me see how much of Yan Xintang's inheritance you've received. The sound of the zither resounded again. Green, red, black, and white sword lights filled the sky and intertwined with each other. Boundless miraculous phenomena were born, and they contained an extremely horrifying destructive power. All of them were slashing towards Yu Jinbei. Yu Jinbei's expression was calm. You're not the profound sovereign. As he spoke, a pure sword light rose again and pierced through the cosmos. Chapter 1271. Where Yu Jinbei's sword light rose, streams of graceful air currents gushed out. With the sword light as the center, they turned into an illusory figure. Under the envelopment of the illusory figure, the sword light turned into something that resembled a banner and an axe. The dark cosmic void was split apart by the sword light with the momentum of splitting the heavens and earth. Boundless astral winds appeared. The astral winds were between earlier and later heaven. They were warm yet cold. Within the contradiction, boundless profundities and terrifying might were contained. It was the most powerful sword art of the jade, clear lineage that had been created by the exalted gold luminary, the sword god Yan Xintang, and was currently being passed down in the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountains, Jade, Capital Crag. Jade illusory heaven opening sword. The pure sword light moved forward and clashed with the sword light of the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxi. As the two clashed, the depth of their cultivation was revealed. Zhang Buxu, who had cultivated 4 types of immortal qis and fused them into one to refine his own immortal aura, emitted a terrifying aura as his sword light circulated. Milky white immortal aura surged around his body like smoke. Within the immortal aura, for streams of air flowed naturally. One stream of air flowed agilely. It was ever-changing, formless, and never-ending. One stream of air was bright and graceful. It was friendly and full of vigor. It was thick and lasting. One stream of air was neutral and peaceful. It seemed unrelated, but it was actually important. A stream of air was vicious and violent, murderous, swift, fierce, and vicious to the extreme. There were 5 qis in the immortal realm. Other than the righteous qi, the other 4 types of immortal qis had been refined by Zhang Buxu and fused into one. The immortal aura that was refined in such a manner was compatible with Zhang Buxu's prime, clear, 7-chord, sword supreme arts characteristic of graceful transformations. As Yu Jinbei attacked with his sword, milky white immortal aura floated around his body. There were 3 streams of air circulating within the immortal aura that coiled around Yu Jinbei's body. Other than the neutral and peaceful refreshing qi and the fierce and vicious qi, there was also the unwavering and firm righteous qi. Compared to Zhang Buxu, who had passed the pure profound tribulation thousands of years earlier than him, Yu Jinbei had only refined 3 types of immortal qis. However, his sword light changed and moved freely. The majestic sword light transformed into fine threads and seeped into Zhang Buxu's sword light. Then the seemingly weak sword light instantly turned from a mustard seed to a mountain. It regained its majestic aura that could devour the mountains and rivers and split the heavens and earth. It broke apart Zhang Buxu's prime, clear sword light from within. A single prime, clear sword light resembled a clump of primordial chaos. Then, clumps of primal chaos were slashed apart by Yu Jinbei's sword light, turning into a separate heaven and earth. The process of creation was unfolding. Meanwhile, the prime clear sword light itself had dissipated into nothingness. Unlike Nie Jingxin's sword technique, which was fused with a unique understanding, Yu Jinbei's jade illusory heaven-opening sword was incomparably pure. He had comprehended the pure jade illusion heaven-opening sword to a certain extreme. The changes in the sword technique were all condensed within the sword light. Within that small space, there was a myriad of phenomena. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the others all sighed in admiration. This is truly 10,000 li of mountains and rivers where one stands. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up. After reaching a sufficiently high cultivation realm, a martial artist would be able to control their own power to the finest detail. However, the degree of mastery differed from person to person, and there would always be differences. Of all the people Yan Zhaoge currently knew who were at the same cultivation level, the two strongest in this area were his mother, Xue Chuqing, and the other was the nearby little sword god Long Xueji. Not mentioning anything else, just by looking at their precise control over their own power, the two of them could be considered as top-notch. This could also be considered as one of the many aspects of martial arts talent. When Long Xueji was an exalt martial saint, his strength was so strong that high-grade sacred artifacts could only provide him limited help. Under normal circumstances, it would be normal for him to destroy a high-grade sacred artifact if he utilized his full strength. However, he could use an extremely ordinary green steel sword, which couldn't even be considered an artifact or a battle artifact, to perform the immortal ending sword, a prime clear sword art that was extremely brutal. Although it wasn't like the creation saber, which could only be unleashed and not retracted, the immortal ending sword's brutal nature was still a rare supreme martial art. Long Xueji's precise control over his power could be seen. Now, seeing Yu Jinbei unleashing his sword, Yan Zhaoge could also feel the profoundness within. For those who were infatuated with martial arts, it was a pleasure to see such fine and exquisite swordsmanship. Even Chen Qianhua and Long Xueji, who were fighting, were surprised. When Long Xueji, who was also proficient in martial arts, saw it, his eyes emitted a shocking light. No matter how intricate Zhang Buxu's sword art was, or how ruthless his sword intent was, Yu Jinbei was fearless. No matter how many swords you have or how many variations you have, I only need to slash with a single sword, and I'll directly attack. Zhang Buxu's face was expressionless, and his gaze was focused. However, while he was focused, his gaze seemed a little illusory. Although they were both profound immortals, the strength of 3 qis was inferior compared to the strength of 4 qis. However, Yu Jinbei forcefully fought against him, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. Both of them were fighting to the death. The outcome of the battle depended on their performance. If Zhang Buxu wasn't careful, with 4 qis on his body, he might even be defeated by Yu Jinbei's sword. There was a difference in their realms. Yet the outcome of the battle was like this. It could only mean that Yu Jinbei's attainments in the sword art was higher. Looking at the familiar jade illusory heaven-opening sword, some distant memories deep within Zhang Buxu's heart were awakened. In the past, there were 2 disciples who cultivated in the same sword art. They came from the world beyond worlds and rampaged through the roving jade heavens. They used their sword art to subdue one arrogant prime, clear sword cultivator after another. At that time, Zhang Buxu had yet to leave the roving jade heavens. He was also one of them. Then he endured the unbearable humiliation together. Now he actually felt like the past had resurfaced. Now it wasn't like the past. Both of them were displaying their strengths. If they only competed in sword art like the past, the victor would have already been decided. As for the loser, he seemed to be the same as the past. Zhang Buxu's gaze turned cold. He calmed his mind and expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind. Then he attacked Yu Jinbei with an overwhelming sword aura. Yu Jinbei's expression was still solemn. However, he wasn't tense at all. His heart was as calm as a lake. He only focused on attacking with the utmost sincerity of giving his all in every battle. With the momentum of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, he slashed through the prime, clear sword lights that seemed like a tsunami. Lofty sovereign, although we aren't from the same family, since you didn't leak the Pill Hall's matters to the immortal court heretics, we're still on the same side. Yen Jiaoge cupped his hands. It's all thanks to the roving Jade Heaven Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and Senior Apprentice Sister Yu that we could succeed this time. No matter what, the Pill Hall still ended up in the hands of the orthodox Taoism lineage. Before Zhang Buxu said anything, the Hall spirit, Awakened Sky's cold and furious voice resounded between the heavens and earth. You put it nicely, but you're all selfish and treacherous. In the past, the Heavenly Court's divine palace perished due to internal strife. You guys will also end up the same way. This is your nature. You'll never change. Chapter 1272. Hearing the Hall Spirit's words, everyone was startled. From Yu Jinbei, Zhang Buxu, Nie Jingxin, Yu Yi, and even Mars Halberd, their faces were filled with astonishment. Even Chen Qianhua, who wasn't interested in most things under the heavens, was looking over with interest. His origin, heavenly scripture, allowed him to see everything in the past. However, due to his current cultivation realm, it was still limited. There were many secrets regarding the Heavenly Court's divine palace, which piqued Qianhua's interest. However, among everyone, the one who was shocked the most was undoubtedly Yen Jiaoge. After hearing the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky's words, Yen Jiaoge's pupils shrunk. When the great calamity descended, the Heavenly Court's divine palace was the first to be destroyed. As the martial repository, he also suffered a calamity. It was one of the things that bothered Yen Jiaoge the most. At that time, his mind was immersed in the ocean of various supreme martial arts. When he regained his senses, the scene that filled his vision was the palm that seemed to be able to overturn the entire world. Under the palm, the great calamity seemed to have arrived. The world had changed from then on. While things had happened too suddenly, leaving him a little unable to recover from it, Yen Jiaoge had already thought about the events that had occurred that year many times over the years that he could clearly remember. The palm that symbolized the beginning of the great thousand universes' destruction, and the palm that landed on the Heavenly Court's divine palace, was most likely the handiwork of a Buddhism bigwig expert. Yen Jiaoge was confident that he wouldn't remember it wrongly. This seemed to be different from what the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit said. However, Yen Jiaoge felt that the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky, wasn't trying to distort the truth. He seemed to have blurted it out under a moment of despair and anger. Or he didn't want to see Yen Jiaoge being complacent. Before the great calamity, although the Hall Spirit didn't have its own intelligence, it would leave behind traces of memories regarding the things that happened to its surroundings. Now that the Hall Spirit possessed its own intelligence and was no longer unconscious, these traces had become his memories. Both parties' memories were real, but they seemed contradictory. It wasn't certain which side was wrong. It was more likely that both parties had some sort of mismatch and deviation in their memories. In other words, both parties were feeling the elephant blindly and only came into contact with a part of the truth. You don't have to fabricate facts and make up stories to belittle us and elevate yourself. Yen Jiaoge pretended to be calm and provoked the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky. You've only just gained sentience, and you've been imitating us in every aspect. Yet, you've learned so much from us. Saying such words will only make you a laughing stock. In our eyes, you're just a joke. Oh, right, you know what monkey means, right? The Hall Spirit had already lost its true form. Its voice seemed to be coming from all directions within the Hall's universe. However, it was actually confined within the formation laid down by Yen Jiaoge and the others. He was so angry that he laughed. How would I not know what happened in my Awakened Sky Hall? Hearing his words, Yen Jiaoge had a thoughtful look on his face as he thought to himself, no wonder I, who was in the martial repository, knew nothing about it. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He vaguely felt that many things were like a broken chain of beads, but now there seemed to be a thread connecting them. However, it would be difficult to get more information from the hall spirit, awakened sky, in front of so many people. Yan Zhaoge's gaze became calm. He focused on dealing with the matter in front of him. With Yu Jinbei blocking Zhang Buxu and Long Xueji preventing Chen Qianhua from taking another step forward, Yan Zhaoge and the others were completely relieved. They could focus on dealing with the hall spirit, awakened sky. Awakened sky was enraged. "I'll never let you obtain my hall!" The entire pill hall seemed to be trembling. However, the smoke was locked by the formation and couldn't move any further. Yan Zhaoge's hand seals changed continuously. He released seals one after another, which fell into the smoke. Yan Di, Nie Jingxin, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd also copied Yan Zhaoge's actions. They followed the technique he taught them and changed their hand seals. They released seals one after another, which merged into the smoke. As the smoke billowed, it slowly turned from a cloud of smoke into a flickering stream of light. Within the stream of light, a complicated scripture slowly appeared. Within the entire formation, the clouds were steaming, making it seem like a paradise. As the formation's power continued to circulate, it slowly reached its limit. The scripture within the stream of light became clearer and clearer. The hall spirit, awakened sky's voice resounded again. "If that's the case, let us all perish together." When he spoke this time, his voice didn't contain any anger or unwillingness. However, it was unprecedentedly cold. The decisiveness within caused one's heart to freeze and one's soul to feel like it was about to freeze. The scripture within the stream of light started shaking, as if a silk book was about to be torn apart. Within the vast hall's cosmos, the purple divine pavilion, which was the core, started shaking. It seemed like it was about to collapse from the inside out. Everyone's expression became serious. Being within the pill hall, if the pill hall were to completely collapse and be destroyed, other than Exalted Fire, Sua Mingzhang, and a few others, the others might really be buried here. Yan Zhaoge's expression didn't change, and he shook his head. The profound sky, purple golden furnace appeared. Yan Zhaoge pressed his palm downwards, and the huge furnace directly suppressed the scripture within the stream of light. Then, lines of scripture started being engraved on the furnace. With the furnace and the scripture as the center, countless radiances shot out in all directions. They exited the formation and spread throughout the entire hall's cosmos. They could be seen everywhere. Affected by this, the cosmos void outside of the formation became chaotic. Even Yu Jinbei, Zhang Buxu, Long Xueji, and Chen Qianhua, who were fighting against each other, couldn't stand still and were lost within the cosmos void. If one were to look from outside the hall, they would see that the black hall was slowly losing its jet-white appearance. Rays of golden lights shone and purple chi appeared. The huge hall's door suddenly opened, and streams of air gushed out from within. Along with the streams of air gushing out, many silhouettes flew out from within. Some were chasing and some were escaping. Then, they disappeared into the true boundless void's outskirts. Within the hall, within the chaotic cosmos, only the formation set up by Yan Zhaoge and the others remained stable. Within the formation, the hall spirit, awakened sky's unresigned voice could be heard as it slowly went further away until it was completely cut off. Yan Zhaoge took a deep breath and stepped forward. He arrived in front of the profound sky, purple golden furnace and extended both of his hands forward. One of his fingers was placed in between his brows, while the other hand was placed on the furnace. The profound scripture engraved on the furnace seemed to have come alive as it shone with radiance. It flowed along Yan Zhaoge's palm and spread out like flowing water. It arrived in between Yan Zhaoge's brows and disappeared. "Duo!" Yan Zhaoge yelled softly. The formation that the five of them were in flickered with brilliance. However, after the scenery in front of everyone had stabilized, they were already within the pill hall's core hub, the purple divine pavilion. Yendi and the others looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. They knew what this meant. Yan Zhaoge had already gained initial control over this hall. Chapter 1273. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yan Zhaoge pressed one of his hands on the profound sky purple golden furnace, while his other hand's index finger was placed in between his brows. Within the purple divine pavilion, 9 radiances lit up. They were arranged according to the 9 palace grid, and the radiances were all concentrated on Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge started feeling that his mind was slowly establishing a connection with the entire hall. As this process progressed, the chaotic cosmos space within the pill hall slowly regained its stability. The huge hall's door closed. Golden radiances and purple smokes filled the hall, making it seem as if the hall was made entirely out of white jade. It looked more and more like a heavenly realm. If it wasn't for this lonely hall with no other buildings around it, everything would seem like the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity had reappeared. Yan Zhaoge's expression was solemn. He wasn't complacent at all. As he gained control over the pill hall, the first thing he did was to retract its aura and radiance. He didn't wish for the pill hall that he worked so hard to obtain to be taken advantage of by others. He couldn't afford to underestimate bigwig experts like the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, especially the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. More and more clues about what happened in the past were gathered. Although it was still like looking at flowers through a fog, Yan Zhaoge already had some ideas. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord might not have been born after the great calamity. At the very least, he might have already started analyzing the treasured lights imbued with faith power. He might have been transformed by a Taoism Heavenly Lord. From the looks of it now, this Taoism Heavenly Lord was a bigwig within the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Because of that, the chaos started from within the Heavenly Court's divine palace. After that, with the intervention of Buddhism, it became more and more intense until it was out of control. Yan Zhaoge wasn't sure about the exact details. When he completely gained control over the pill hall, he might be able to reconstruct the scene from that day. The hall spirit, awakened sky, wanted to perish together with his enemies. In the end, he was restrained by Yan Zhaoge and couldn't harm Yan Zhaoge and the others. In the end, only he perished and vanished. Although he couldn't obtain more information, Yan Zhaoge didn't mind it. He could slowly deduce what he wanted from the pill hall itself. The outsider would only be able to freely control the pill hall after the hall spirit, with its own intelligence, had perished. If the hall spirit didn't perish, Yan Zhaoge would deal with it after interrogating it. Otherwise, he would have just gone home, washed up, and slept. There was no need for him to work so hard. As for the fact that they were once spirits of the hall spirit pavilion and were now meeting each other from the same hometown, that was a complete joke. Not mentioning the fact that the two of them didn't have any relationship with each other. If the pill hall's hall spirit knew that Yan Zhaoge was the scripture storage pavilion spirit in his previous life, the awakened sky hall spirit's first thought would be to capture Yan Zhaoge alive and squeeze out all the information from his brain due to the huge difference in their cultivation realms. Yeah, during the great calamity that year, this pill hall was also affected and suffered some damage. Yan Zhaoge carefully felt around. Now he had a clearer understanding of the overall situation of the pill hall. Although the cause of the chaos back then, and the fuse that ignited the fuse seemed to be in this pill hall, the conflict quickly spread to other places. Instead, this place was better preserved. The destructive palm that descended from the sky didn't hit the pill hall directly. The area around the Marshall Repository where I was previously seemed to be where that palm directly landed. Thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge could not help but roll his eyes. The 9 rays of light in the purple divine pavilion gradually faded. Yan Zhaoge and the others had already removed the formation. Previously, the fake body created by the pill hall's hall spirit using the divine pills and treasures in the hall had already disintegrated from its human form. It transformed into numerous spirit pills and miraculous medicines, and then transformed into rays of lights. As the formation changed, these lights were circling around the profound sky purple golden furnace that was engraved with scriptures. After Yen Zhaoge and the others removed the formation, the lights turned into wisps of smoke and dispersed towards the 5 of them. Other than Mars Halberd, who was an immortal artifact, Yen Zhaoge and the others moved their noses and inhaled the smoke that floated in front of them. Even with their cultivation, it was hard for them to refine all the medicinal power within a short period of time. I don't need it, and Mingzhang doesn't need it either. Just keep it, said Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd was a leakless immortal artifact, and not a true immortal emperor. The divine pills and miraculous medicines that were beneficial to humans were useless to him. As for exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, he didn't care about these things. He didn't care about the pill hall and the treasures within it. Thanks to exalted fire's timely arrival. Thank you, Senior. Yen Zhaoge and the others nodded towards Mars Halberd and swallowed all the medicinal qi within the purple divine pavilion. Such a majestic elixir essence was undoubtedly a great opportunity, a great fortune. Other than Yen Zhaoge, who was busy refining the pill hall, the other 3 sat down with their legs crossed. They started to cultivate their qi and absorb the medicinal power. I'll leave the following matters to you, said Yen Di. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Don't worry. As he willed, the huge immortal palace in the void's boundless outskirts gradually became faintly discernible. In the end, it disappeared within the vast universe. After entering such a drifting state, Yen Zhaoge didn't stop. He stood in the purple divine pavilion and wrote runes after runes in the air. The runes condensed and turned into 3 shining Dao talismans, which flew out of the hall. After doing all this, Yen Zhaoge continued refining the pill hall with peace of mind. As he occupied the purple divine pavilion and gradually gained control over the main hall, more and more important information started to gather there. For example, other than the control of the pill hall, the most important thing in the purple divine pavilion was the large amount of pill formulas. In the past, the Heavenly Court's divine palace had been accumulating and perfecting the pill formulas of divine pills and spirit pills. Due to the scarcity of raw materials, not all the pill formulas could be transformed into real spirit pills. However, only a part of them could be turned into a huge amount of wealth. Yen Zhaoge had never seen a part of the precious pill formulas in the Martial Collection Pavilion. Only the pill hall had them. While analyzing these pill formulas, Yen Zhaoge felt like he was wandering in the sea of books when he was in the Martial Collection Pavilion. In addition, there were many finished spirit pills and spirit pills in the pill hall. There were many precious medicinal herbs that had gone extinct after the Great Calamity. Yen Zhaoge only had one feeling now. He became rich overnight. He had really become rich this time. After a short while, 2 Dao talismans flew back from outside. When Yen Zhaoge saw them, he lightly patted the profound sky, purple golden furnace. As the furnace trembled, the door of the pill hall opened, and vast streams of air gushed out from within. The streams of air rolled and retracted within the void, bringing 2 people back. However, it messed up the cosmos void outside once again. If someone wanted to follow them, they would lose track of their target after being obstructed like this. As for the 2 people, they flowed back into the pill hall along with the retracted streams of air. The white jade hall's door closed once again and disappeared within the dark cosmos void. The 2 stood still within the hall. They were Yu Jinbei and Long Xueji. Chapter 1274. The 3 talismans that Yen Zhaoge released earlier were given to Yu Jinbei, Long Xueji, and the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang. Although Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone was expelled by the pill hall previously, he didn't need Yen Zhaoge to bring him back. He could just return to the Dao universe and the world beyond worlds. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long. Seeing the 2, Yen Zhaoge instantly smiled, greeting them. At this moment, Yen Di, Nie Jingshin, and Yu Yi stopped their breathing and greeted him. Looking at the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di both felt emotional. All these years, thanks to Jade Capital Craig's care, we have also brought much trouble to Jade Capital Craig because of us father and son. I have always wanted to meet Senior Apprentice Uncle You, yet never had the chance. Who would have thought that we would finally meet again today? Yen Zhaoga sighed. It's fine. Facing Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, Yu Jinbei's expression remained solemn. However, his gaze became much gentler. Yu Jinbei looked at Yen Di and then looked at Yen Zhaoga. Yu Jinbei's emotions were even more than theirs. At this moment, the Sword Emperor felt as if he had seen his master from the past once again appearing before him. His many years of waiting had finally paid off. Yu Jinbei's heart surged, and his lips moved. However, the words that came out of his mouth were completely different. His tone was very solemn. Although we are reunited, the world is getting more and more difficult. Don't be careless. The earthly sovereign has passed the profound origin tribulation? Yen Zhaoga and the others exchanged looks as they vaguely guessed what the Sword Sovereign was implying. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, said slowly, "That's right. The earthly sovereign has already passed the profound origin tribulation and achieved the 5 Qis unification. He has reached the level of a grand virtual immortal." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga and the others all nodded, not speaking. If Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang hadn't made a big mess in the land of the immortal court, earthly sovereign Jiangxin would have already returned to the world beyond worlds. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to call him the earthly sovereign. The Saturn Heavenly Monarch should be his current title. Or rather, it would be more appropriate to call him the title he used in his early years, the Exalted Earth Luminary. Jiangxin, who had become a Lord of Heaven, could not be defeated by Astro Sovereign and Sword Sovereign even if they joined hands. Although the Exalted Fire, Sua Mingzhang, had achieved the virtual immortal realm of 5 Qis unification earlier than Jiangxin, Yen Zhaoga and the others wouldn't be blindly optimistic because of this. Sua Mingzhang had his own problems. As expected, Sword Sovereign continued. The Exalted Fire Luminary strength is undeniable. However, this time the matter has become too big. He seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time, in the encirclement of the original nebula and the subsequent great battle. 3 heretic heavenly lords had already died in the hands of Exalted Fire Luminary. All the heretic experts who had participated in the siege against Exalted with Luminary and were still alive were all killed by Exalted Fire Luminary. Yu Jinbei's tone was calm. However, everyone present could feel the iron-blooded aura rushing towards them. Long Xueji slowly nodded his head. A well-deserved reputation. So many immortal court experts had already been killed by Sua Mingzhang, not to mention how horrifying the formation of those who had chased after him was. Previously, the immortal court had sent people to encircle the original nebula and sent all the experts who had participated in the pursuit of Exalted with Luminary. On one hand, it was because they were relatively familiar with the environment of the original nebula. On the other hand, it was to act as bait to restrain Sua Mingzhang. They wanted Sua Mingzhang to fight to the death and achieve their goal of killing Sua Mingzhang. However, in the end, the bait was swallowed, the net was broken, and the fish didn't die. Sua Mingzhang withstood the layers of encirclement and ambush and killed the target he wanted to kill. After that, he took revenge for Xiao Junwang and rushed out. After that, he even got rid of his pursuers and rushed to the pill hall. It was just like what he had promised Yen Zhaoga. Even the heretic Heavenly Lord experts couldn't stop Exalted Fire Luminary, said Sword Sovereign slowly. The higher the realm of cultivation, the greater the gap of strength brought by the difference in realm. When one reached the Heavenly Lord level, even the heretic Heavenly Lords couldn't be underestimated. Yen Di and the others were all praising Senior's elegance. We all look forward to it. Yen Zhaoga said softly, however, if that's the case, the entire immortal court would be shaken. They would launch an even larger scale of revenge in an attempt to kill Exalted Fire Luminary. Previously, we had to be wary of the actions of the Blessed Lands. Now, I'm afraid we have to invest more forces. I wonder if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would personally take action. Sword Sovereign said, "We can't be sure if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would take action. However, under the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, there would definitely be more Heavenly Lord experts coming out." He looked at Yen Jiaoge and said, "For the heretics now, you and your mother, Snow Crane, aren't their most pressing targets anymore." Exalted Fire Luminary, Sua Mingzhang was. Yen Jiaoge couldn't help but feel a little weird. Previously, he was still thinking of ways to seek help from the Exalted Fire Luminary. Now he was the one who might be affected by the fire at the city gate. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, no matter what, he still had to face what he had to face. If the Exalted Fire Luminary, Sua Mingzhang, could deal with the trouble brought by the Exalted Earth Luminary, Jiangxin, then the Immortal Court would definitely pose a greater threat. In fact, the Immortal Court might even cause trouble for them and attempt to capture Sua Mingzhang. To him and the broad Creed Mountain, Jiangxin himself was already a huge threat. Not to mention, it was still hard to tell what the legendary North Star Emperor's attitude was. The situation has completely changed. The Sword Sovereign said in the end. Everyone present, including Long Xueji of the roving Jade Heavens, nodded in their hearts. The situation had indeed changed. Because of Sua Mingzhang, the current problem was no longer the internal conflicts and conflicts within the world beyond worlds. The flames of war had spread, and the situation had completely gone out of control. It had already evolved into a storm that might engulf the entire Dao universe. In such a perilous situation, no one dared to guarantee the direction of history. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was calm. He looked around and felt his connection with the pill hall. After pondering for a while, the radiance in his eyes gradually became sharper. He always had a special plan and thought about the pill hall. Because there were too many obstacles within, his confidence was limited. That was why he had planned to slowly arrange everything. However, this plan might have to be changed now, and he might have to start it in advance. Life and death were nothing to him. Fight if you're not satisfied. Yen Jiaoge turned his head to look at Long Xueji and said in a deep voice, "Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, I have to rely on you and Senior Apprentice Sister Yu's help to reap the pill hall." Not to mention the fact that the formation lacked one person. He only managed to gather 5 people. It was all thanks to Long Xueji that they managed to intercept Qin Qianhua. The roving Jade Heavens can use the various treasures within the pill hall, as well as the unique pill formulas stored within. Yen Jiaoge said, "However, I have great use for the pill hall itself. Please forgive me, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long." Long Xueji shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Little Yi had already obtained a lot of benefits. Our trip here wasn't in vain. If you didn't have a way to subdue that hall spirit, the outcome of this trip might be different. P.S. I recommend a new book. The title is Vanguard Throne by Long Wind. It's a hot-blooded military genre. Those who are interested can take a look." Chapter 1275. Due to the interference of the Exalted Fire, Sua Mingzhang, and the White Deer Demon, the roving Jade Heavens would be like trying to fish chestnuts out of the fire. The lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, had some hope. It was also a coincidence. He hoped to take advantage of Yen Jiaoge and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to subdue the pill hall's hall spirit. Without Yen Jiaoge's sudden appearance, the final victor would still be decided between Sua Mingzhang, the White Deer Demon, and the pill hall's hall spirit. As long as the Immortal Court's people didn't chase after them within a short period of time, the final victor would most likely be Sua Mingzhang. Long Xueji was quite competitive when it came to fighting against others, especially against those with outstanding swordsmanship. However, when it came to other matters, such as treasures and opportunities, he was very open-minded. "If that's the case, thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long." Yen Jiaoge cupped his hands towards Long Xueji. Under his control, the pill hall floated by the void's outskirts, trying to find a path to return to the Tao universe. While walking, everyone was chatting. Yan Zhaoge, Nie Jingshin, and the others also told the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, about everything that had happened in the world beyond worlds. Although they had contacted each other before, the information they exchanged was still relatively simple. How could it be compared to their current face-to-face conversation? Yan Zhaoge and the others had also gained a lot from Yu Jinbei. The most important one was naturally the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, achieving the 5 Qis unification realm, successfully passing through the profound origin tribulation, and becoming a grand virtual immortal, the heavenly monarch. Relatively speaking, the better news was that the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, had wreaked havoc in the immortal court, causing the immortal court's experts to be enraged. They started to hunt him down. However, as a result, the immortal court's old enemy, the blessed lands of Buddhism, naturally noticed the changes in the immortal court's universe. When they were still in the original nebula, some bigwigs from the blessed lands went to investigate. After confirming that the immortal court didn't purposely set up a perilous zone, the blessed lands of Buddhism naturally wouldn't let go of this chance. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism that had gradually calmed down started to erupt again recently. If the immortal court could deal with Sua Mingzhang in a short period of time, they could adjust their forces and deal with the threat from the blessed lands. Although he was forced to fight, he didn't lose his sense of propriety. However, they didn't manage to do anything to the exalted fire. Instead, they were even killed by the exalted fire and escaped the encirclement. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This is very awkward. Therefore, the attack of the blessed land of Buddhism could turn into a prairie fire and sweep across the immortal court at any time. However, the actions of the heretics didn't become more intense as expected. The Sword Emperor said calmly, "There must be a deeper reason behind this. It would definitely not be the immortal court compromising with the Pure Land. Even if they temporarily tolerated Sua Mingzhang, it was impossible for the immortal court to give in to the Pure Land. As such, the reason why the Pure Land didn't take advantage of the situation was worth pondering. The immortal court heretics have helpers or allies?" Yan Di frowned. "The demon race?" Everyone pondered. It's not impossible. The demon race had been silent for a long time, and now it seemed to be a fact without a doubt. The only thing to worry about was what they wanted to do and what they were planning in secret. Were they allies of the immortal court, or did they have other plans? Yan Zhaoge kept pondering, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He felt that the situation before him was getting more and more unpredictable. Long Xueji brought Yu Yi and greeted Yu Jinbei, senior apprentice brother Yu. Senior apprentice uncle Yu. Yi didn't get distracted this time. Instead, she curiously looked at Yu Jinbei. Previously, when the Sword Emperor fought against the lofty sovereign, and the jade clear heaven opening sword fought against the prime clear world extinguishing sword, the boundless profundities within were a feast for her eyes. The Sword Emperor, Yu Jinbei, had a deep grudge against the prime clear lineage martial art practitioners. However, he was still rather friendly towards the Dragon Spring Emperor's descendant. "You're welcome. I'm happy that Senior Apprentice Uncle Long has a successor. How is Senior Apprentice Uncle doing?" Long Xueji answered, "Before we left the roving Jade Heavens, father was still in seclusion." "Senior Profound Sovereign Gao is still in seclusion?" asked Yu Jinbei. "That's right." Long Xueji nodded. Yu Jinbei said, "Li Ziting is most likely in seclusion as well, right?" Zhang Buxu had already left the roving Jade Heavens for many years. "Did only the two of you come from the roving Jade Heavens this time?" Hearing his words, Yu Yi blinked her eyes. The so-called Li Ziting was the master of the profound sovereign, lofty sovereign, and the others the old grandmaster of the roving Jade Heavens, the Vine Sovereign. Her surname was Li, and her title was Practitioner Ziting. However, the title of Li Ziting was only used by those who were on the same level as her. Yu Jinbei was also a profound immortal sovereign, so it wasn't a problem for him to address her as such. However, there was a huge gap between their ages. With Yu Jinbei's upright personality, it was rare for him to be so impolite. However, his expression was calm, and his tone was natural without any abnormalities. Just from this alone, one could tell how bad their relationship was. After Yu Jinbei's master, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong perished, the Vine sovereign belittled Yan Xintong due to Di Qinglian's death. She also hated the Jade, capital Craig's lineage. As such, not only did the Vine sovereign hate Yu Jinbei, but Yu Jinbei also disliked the Vine sovereign. Other than us, Taoist Cloud Conquest and his disciple Nine Heavens are here as well. Long Xueji wasn't surprised by this and answered calmly, Taoist Cloud Conquest is here as well. Yu Jinbei nodded and said, however, if he wasn't confident of taking control of the entire Pill Hall, he wouldn't have revealed his sword for today's matter. Hearing the word revealed, Yan Zhaoga's eyes lit up. As expected, the Cloud Emperor is nurturing his sword. You fought with him? Long Xueji looked at Yan Zhaoga with a surprised expression. The Cloud Emperor didn't use the clear accomplishment sword. We only exchanged a few moves, said Yan Zhaoga with a smile. Although he didn't mention the outcome, everyone knew that Yan Zhaoga didn't suffer any losses from his relaxed expression. In fact, he might even have the upper hand. Although the Cloud Conquest Emperor was nurturing his sword, his strength was extremely strong. Among the true immortals, no one was his match. Nurturing his sword wasn't about preserving his strength. This was a secret ancient art of the prime, clear lineage. When a sword cultivator had the ability to break through, he would intentionally suppress and nurture his sword intent and heart chi. Once he revealed his sword intent, his cultivation would immediately increase by another level. At the same time, with a deeper accumulation, it would be beneficial for him to rush towards a higher realm. At the moment when he just broke through, his long-suppressed intent would explode. His first sword would be the strongest under the heavens. However, it wouldn't affect the martial art cultivator's full strength before breaking through. That was why Yan Zhaoga's victory over the Cloud Conquest Emperor still caught the attention of Yu Jinbei and the others. The sheath edge and nurturing sword were extremely difficult to cultivate. If one wasn't careful, one might become crippled. They would be stuck in their current realm for the rest of their lives, and wouldn't be able to progress any further. Since ancient times, the prime clear lineage's experts who cultivated this art were extremely rare. However, the Cloud Emperor isn't the only one cultivating this art in the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoga asked with interest. Are Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao also cultivating this art? Chapter 1276. Although they were brothers, the age difference between Gao Shuebo and Long Xueji was quite huge. Gao Shuebo could be considered as the oldest martial saint in the roving Jade Heavens. In terms of age, even if he was younger than the world beyond world's Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, he was still considered a senior. Wang Zhengcheng had old injuries, which was why he stayed in the mortal realm. If he tried to push open the immortal door and undergo the mortal tribulation, other than dying, there was no other possibility. If it wasn't for the numerous life-prolonging pills and medicines, his lifespan might have already reached its end. As for Gao Shuebo, he had already ascended to the human exalt realm for many years. Then he remained stagnant. Long Xueji, who was much younger than him, had already successfully pushed open the immortal door and surpassed him. Even the juniors, He Mian and Yu Yi, had already reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm and stood side by side with him. When Yan Zhaoga saw Gao Shuebo the last time, he had a faint guess that he was nurturing his sword like the Cloud Conquest Emperor. The Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingchuan, was also in the same situation. However, a guess was just a guess, and it might not be accurate. The three of them might have already exhausted their potential, and their current cultivation realm would be their final pinnacle. However, after personally interacting with the Cloud Conquest Emperor and Gao Shuabua. Yan Zhaoge felt that they shouldn't be like that. Senior apprentice Uncle Long and junior apprentice brother Gao are also cultivating the prime, clear ancient art, sheath edge and nurture the sword. The sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei answered Yan Zhaoge's question. Yan Zhaoge nodded, as expected. The same martial arts, the same environment, and the same conditions, different people's achievements would be different. If the cultivation of supreme martial arts, the cultivation environment, the guidance of famous teachers, sufficient resources, and many other external factors were taken into account, the heights that different people could reach might be as different as the heavens and the earth. Why was it said that living a long life didn't mean that one would be strong? It was because many people couldn't continue breaking through their bottlenecks after reaching a certain height in their cultivation path. In the remaining years of their lives, if there weren't any huge changes, they could only stop at their current realm until their lifespan came to an end. Ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes. No matter if it was the prosperous era of martial arts before the Great Calamity or the era after the Great Calamity, it was always the same. Of course, the longer one lived, the more hope there would be. There was a higher possibility of encountering opportunities that one never imagined before, allowing them to miraculously break through their bottlenecks. But that was a rare case. The problem most people faced was that even celestial realm experts had different lifespans. The earlier one reached a higher realm, the more time they would have to work hard and search for the possibility of further breakthroughs. As such, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Nie Jingshin, Chun Qianhua, Long Xueji, Yu Yi Mian, and the others were hailed as heaven's favored ones, destined to become legends. On one hand, it was because they were able to reach such a high realm at such a young age, which meant that they had great potential and wouldn't stop so easily. On the one hand, it was also because they had more time to work hard. However, things were hard to predict. It was normal for one to suddenly stop at a bottleneck for 1,000 years or even longer after advancing by leaps and bounds in the past. Therefore, no one dared to be careless on the path of martial arts. They all moved forward devoutly and diligently. The ancient art of the prime clear lineage, sheath edge and nurture the sword, was created by senior sword cultivators specialized in the art of killing, which was inferior to the art of health in the first place. Even if there were specialized methods to nourish one's health, one would still be at a disadvantage in terms of lifespan. When fighting against others, while one's combat prowess was strong and incisive, there was also a negative side effect, which was the difficulty of breaking through realms. Among the 3 clear lineages, the difficulty of breaking through realms was the highest for the prime clear lineage. Before pushing open the immortal door, the situation was slightly more optimistic. However, after becoming an immortal, especially when a true immortal was breaking through to the profound immortal realm, the difficulty would be much higher. After all, the first type of immortal chi that a true immortal emperor found was either evil chi or righteous chi. If other conditions were the same, martial art practitioners that cultivated one of these 2 types of immortal chi would have the highest combat prowess. However, these 2 types of immortal chi were also the hardest to fuse with other immortal chis to form immortal aura. The most typical example of how difficult sword cultivators were to improve was none other than Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong. Yan Xintong was known as the sword god. In the past, he was one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries. His strength was outstanding. However, among the 9 of them, he was the last to pass through the pure profound tribulation and become a profound immortal. Although the prime clear lineage's secret sword nurturing art would cause martial art practitioners to stay in their current realm for a longer period of time, even later than other martial art practitioners of the same cultivation path. After breaking through to the next realm, their subsequent cultivation would save a lot of time, and they would have a higher chance of breaking through to the next realm. The help would vary from person to person, and there would also be a limit to it. However, it was extremely difficult to improve further. When an expert reached a higher realm. Even the slightest bit of help would be extremely precious if they wanted to continue improving. Only this sheath-edge nurturing sword art had an extremely huge risk. Throughout history, there were many prime clear experts that failed to nurture their sword and ended up breaking their own cultivation. The martial art practitioners would have to make the choice themselves. If they didn't nurture their sword, after breaking through to the next realm normally, they might still be far away from the next realm after 1,000 years of hard work. By nurturing their sword, they would temporarily hold back and stay in their current realm for 1,000 years. After breaking through, they might be one step closer to the next realm. However, they would have to bear the risk. Of course, those who had the ability to walk on this path didn't have to. It depended on the individual's will and environmental conditions. If they stayed in their current realm for a long period of time, it would cause their strength to stay in their current realm. If the external environment was dangerous, it would be difficult. If the roving Jade Heavens didn't have the profound and Vine Sovereigns, the Dragon Spring Emperor and the Cloud Conquest Emperor wouldn't be able to nurture their swords for 1,000 years. In the long years after the Great Calamity, the Prime Clear lineage had lost many experts when they fought against the immortal Court's heretics due to their aggressive and forceful style. After that, they also experienced a split similar to the World Beyond Worlds. Fortunately, compared to the World Beyond Worlds, there were fewer peak experts that left the roving Jade Heavens. That was why the roving Jade Heavens still had its current state. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult if their vitality was greatly damaged. Chen Qianhua obtained the heaven-opening scripture and pushed open the immortal door. The sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, suddenly recalled something. He glanced at everyone and finally stopped at Long Xueji. Previously, when Long Xueji and Qin Qianhua were fighting in the Pill Hall, the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, appeared, and Yu Jinbei arrived a little later. Although Yu Jinbei focused his attention on fighting against Zhang Buxu, he could tell the changes in Qin Qianhua when he saw the battle between Long Xueji and Qin Qianhua. It's the heaven-opening scripture. Long Xueji nodded. Also, he should have learned the heaven-opening scripture first, and then passed the mortal tribulation. Yu Jinbei's expression turned serious. After pondering for a while, he turned around and looked at Yan Zhaoge and the others. He said, just like what you said, the things that happened in the world beyond worlds and Elder Yang's actions in the restful Immortal Valley, I'm afraid that Chen Qianhua obtaining the heaven-opening scripture was also his doing. Chapter 1277. Chen Qianhua's strength had always been outstanding. After obtaining the heaven-opening scripture, he had obtained all 10 primordial heavenly scriptures except for the peerless heavenly scripture. His strength immediately increased. Once again, Long Xueji, who was equally as famous as him and had even pushed open the gate of immortality earlier than him, had found it difficult to fight against him just now. The prime clear swordsmanship was a clear counter to the primordial later Heaven 6 scriptures. In front of the numinous treasure 4 swords, the defensive power of the foundation of the world that was powerful compared to other supreme martial arts was like paper. In fact, it might not even be as effective as a single Xiantian supreme martial art like the grand, beginning, bright, emptiness form. Qin Qianhua did not intend to defend himself. Instead, he merged the earlier heaven scriptures into one, manifesting the boundless power of splitting the heavens as he fought Long Xueji's attacks head-on. He had just recently cultivated the heaven-opening scripture, and there were still some unsatisfactory areas. He was no match for Long Xueji's thoroughly tempered prime, clear sword arts. However, with the assistance of the origin heavenly scripture, Long Xueji would not be able to gain any advantage. The immortal exterminating sword that could destroy all arts was similar to the Tai Ching Tai Fist. It could dispel the origin heavenly scriptures prying to a certain extent, but it could not completely block it. Thus, Long Xueji often had the feeling that his movements were within the opponent's expectations. Fortunately, the 4 swords of numinous treasure were extremely fierce and unstoppable. Most of the time, Chen Qianhua could only evade them in advance when he saw them, but he couldn't forcefully resolve them. But even so, Long Xueji faintly felt that his hands and feet were tied, and he was unable to display his full strength in this battle. Could it be that Chen Qianhua was groomed by the concealed sovereign in the first place? Long Xueji asked Yan Zhaoge and the others. After Yan Zhaoge and Yu Jinbei looked at each other, he answered, "We can't be sure yet. However, the two of them should have some sort of relationship. The concealed sovereign should be paying more attention to Chen Qianhua. If that's the case, he would be able to pass the heaven-opening scripture to Chen Qianhua when he needs it, even if he's still in seclusion within the restful, immortal valley. If the concealed sovereign also cultivates the origin, heavenly scripture, then we have no choice but to guard against him." Long Xueji nodded. The concealed sovereign, Yangtze's cultivation realm, was currently higher than Chen Qianhua's. Naturally, he would be able to see more things through the primordial, heavenly scripture. However, if the concealed sovereign really cultivated the origin, heavenly scripture, then he would definitely clash with Chen Qianhua in the future. The origin, heavenly scripture could be cultivated by many people, but in the end, only one person could cultivate it to the great accomplishment level. Whoever succeeded first would block the path of the others. However, that was something that would happen much later. After discussing for a while, Yan Di, Nie Jingxin, and Yu Yi sat in a lotus position within the hall. They breathed in and out quietly, refining the pill qi essences they had previously consumed. Yan Zhaoge was still exploring the inside and outside of the pill hall to strengthen his control over it. Yan Zhaoge had already sent a message to the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang. Sua Mingzhang did not come to meet them, but he sent a reply. Previously, the people of the Immortal Court had arrived a step later. However, they had still reached the outskirts where the pill hall was previously located. In the end, they bumped into Sua Mingzhang again. Sua Mingzhang led the other party away and expressed that there was no need for Yan Zhaoge and the others to wait for him. He would make a trip to the world beyond worlds later on. After returning to the Tao universe from the void's outskirts, Long Xueji bid farewell to Yu Yi and returned to the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge's group returned to the world beyond worlds. In the vast 9 underworlds, the black demonic aura spread everywhere, and there were traces of mournful red lights constantly flashing. The vastness of the 9 underworlds seemed to be boundless. As they went deeper and deeper, they passed through layers of space and arrived at its core. Within the scorched lands of the devilish domain, an ocean suddenly appeared. The seawater was pitch black and was as smooth as a mirror. No waves could be seen, as if it was a solidified land. This devilish sea was so vast that it couldn't be measured using ordinary distances. It seemed like it could contain an infinite amount of heaven and earth. Even worlds like the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens could be directly stored inside. They were more than enough. Here it was peaceful and quiet. It wasn't like the devilish qi that was rampaging everywhere, and it was vicious and evil. However, there seemed to be a deeper level of terror contained within. Countless top-notch great devils of the 9 underworlds didn't dare to approach it recklessly. Beneath the calm black sea surface, space folded and fluctuated, making it hard to determine its depth. In this place, there wasn't any distinction of up, down, left, or right. However, if one went downwards, there would be layers and layers of profound worlds, just like the illusory 33 heavens or the 9 levels of the heavenly imperial court. However, compared to the up there, this place was constantly downwards. The deeper one went, the more profound and ancient it would be, and it would captivate one's soul. Within this devilish sea, there was a space that was completely empty. There was only an ancient tree standing there. This ancient tree seemed to have died a long time ago. The crown of the tree was bald, and all the leaves had fallen off. Only oddly shaped branches were left. However, under the ancient tree there was a huge shade. From the shadow of this ancient tree, There was actually a strange vitality, as if there were countless lives that were active within it. There seemed to be no concept of time within the devilish sea. The shadow under the ancient tree suddenly moved and disappeared from the ground. Only the shadowless, withered old tree was left standing at the same place. When the shadow appeared again, it had already arrived at another space within the devilish sea. This space was completely different from the devilish sea and the entire 9 underworlds. This place was like the human world. There wasn't a single trace related to devils. One world after another was densely packed, like the stars in the sky. In each world, there were countless living beings living and thriving. The shadow wasn't surprised at all, and it entered one of the worlds. In the continuous mountain range, the grass was long and the birds were flying. The spring sunlight was bright, and it made people feel like they had returned to the human world. On the waist of an inconspicuous mountain, there was a stream flowing in the mountain. There was a huge rock beside the stream, and the moss was green. An old man was lying on the rock, and he was dozing off. When the shadow appeared in front of him, the old man opened his eyes and stretched his body lazily. "Did you find her?" The shadow landed on the ground and merged with the shadow of the huge rock that the old man was lying on. A voice resounded from the shadow, "I'm too late." She escaped. We've always been the ones mixing sand into the human world. This time, someone is mixing sand into our world. It's rare. The old man smiled. A voice resounded from the shadow, "We'll catch her. She hasn't matured yet. Something happened to her. If you want to find her, you might as well go to the world beyond worlds of the 3 clear lineage. She should be thinking about returning there." The old man said, "It's not peaceful there now. The situation is chaotic and everyone is attacking each other. It's inevitable that they will neglect their guard against us." The shadow said, "That's what I'm thinking. Other than her, there are a few other things that I need to do together. It's good to do one thing at a time. Even if you can't do it, don't be impatient. There's still a long way to go, and we shouldn't waste time." The old man laid on the huge rock again. "If you stay there for too long, you might be targeted." Of course. After saying that, the shadow shook slightly and disappeared from this world. The old man closed his eyes and continued to rest. After a long period of wandering, Yen Jiaoge drove the pill hull back to the world beyond worlds. The pill hull was left by Yen Jiaoge in the cosmic void outside of the world beyond worlds. Yen Di and Nie Jingxin were currently cultivating in seclusion within the pill hull. Yen Jiaoge and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, returned to the world beyond worlds together. Mobile users, please browse them, reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 1278. Genius in a second to remember. If you like it, go! To provide you with exciting novels to read. After the 2 arrived at the world beyond worlds, the first thing they confirmed was that the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangxin, had yet to return. After making an appointment to meet Astro Sovereign in the restful Immortal Valley, Yen Jiaoge and Sword Sovereign separated. One returned to the broad Creed Mountain in the eastern vast Heaven territory, while the other returned to the Jade Capital Crag in the northern high peak of the Kunlun Mountain. The current political situation was in chaos, and the implications were extensive. No one could see the future clearly. If Yen Jiaoge and the others wanted to safely tide through this great tribulation, they would naturally have to make proper preparations. Arriving at Broad Creed Mountain and seeing Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, Yen Jiaoge roughly explained the situation to them. Of course, he avoided the immortal court heretics and the immeasurable heavenly lord, and only referred to them as powerful enemies. After understanding the general situation, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others realized the seriousness of the problem. "My father is currently in seclusion within the pill hull. Please take charge of the situation, Grandmaster." Yen Jiaoge looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and said, he himself had to make preparations and was unable to remain in Broad Creed Mountain for long. After sending the others away, he asked, "Jiaoge, do you have any thoughts again?" Yan Zhaoga nodded. It is still too early to say it now, and I also do not have full confidence. I can only say that I will try. The enemy's momentum is great, and they are coming with great ferocity. They won't be willing to give up easily. Even if we are able to deal with the exalted earth, luminary, and the concealed sovereign, we will still be stuck in a predicament. In order to avoid the final outcome of sitting still and waiting for death, we can only find another way, Yan Zhaoga said softly. With this matter being of great importance, we still have to act in secret lest news of it leak out. Love, go, little, say, net, chew, he roughly explained his plan, and Yuan Jingfeng's face revealed a shocked expression. You're actually going to be so generous? No wonder even you don't have enough confidence. The old chief nodded slowly. You are rather evasive with regards to your enemy's background. It must be the enemy that the southeastern exalt and the others mentioned back then. This old man has yet to reach the Martial Saint realm, which is why you speak so cautiously. Go ahead and do it. This old man will help you. Yan Zhaoga said, Thank you, Grand Master. After discussing with Yuan Zhengfeng for a while longer, Yan Zhaoga came out, Ahu already standing guard outside the hall. Ahu! Go to the Dragon Butterfly Valley and prepare some things for me. I'll be there soon. Yan Zhaoga instructed, When you go, make a trip to Yuanzhou City and ask Xiao AI to head to Dragon Butterfly Valley together with you. I still have something for you to do when the time comes. Seeing Yan Zhaoga's solemn tone, Ahu immediately answered solemnly, Yes, young master. After watching Ahu leave, Yan Zhaoga went to see his mother, Xue Chuqing. Senior Mars Halberd had already mentioned the death of Great Grandmaster when he came to the world beyond worlds. Xue Chuqing's expression was calm. She held Yan Zhaoga's hand and sat down. Then she said, quietly, however, time was pressing at that time. Senior Mars Halberd only mentioned it in a hurry. Tell me the details when you are free. Yan Zhaoga nodded. I will start from the beginning and ask you to look into it. One of the mother and son spoke tirelessly, while the other listened quietly. In the end, Yan Zhaoga said, You can take out your area latitude formation again. After the Astro Sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds and provided the method to locate the exalted fire, Xue Chuqing had stopped setting up the area latitude formation. After all, this formation was related to the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan, which might be part of a scheme. Now that Yan Zhaoga mentioned the past again, Xue Chuqing, who already knew of his plan, immediately understood. Using this area latitude formation to conceal our true intentions. That's right. Yan Zhaoga chuckled. Xue Chuqing nodded and said, I'll handle this personally. Otherwise, it would really benefit someone else. After this is done, you can directly go to the pill hall and meet up with Father, Yan Zhaoga said. Although the enemy's biggest target is the exalted fire, the enemy also wants to get rid of the two of us. After discussing with Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoga didn't delay any longer. After bidding farewell to Xue Chuqing, he went to the back mountain of the broad Creed Mountain. With a focused gaze, he wrote complicated spirit patterns in the air one after another. Numerous spirit patterns took form within the void. Then they fell onto the ground and disappeared. Compared to how he had laid down formations in the past, Yan Zhaoga's actions this time were much slower. Halfway through, he even stopped and pondered several times. In the end, when everything was completed, he even felt a little dejected. After silently resting for a while, Yan Zhaoga stood up and left the back mountain of the broad Creed Mountain. His next destination was the central June Heaven Territories, Kunlun Mountains Dragon Butterfly Valley. Ahu and Xiao AI were already waiting there. Create a new batch of token plates and distribute them to the guests of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. While Yan Zhaoga was working, he said to Ahu and Xiao AI, Just say that new functions have been added. This was also the truth. When he first created the token plates, Yan Zhaoga had left some of the special functions of the token plates unadded. They were specially left for future upgrades. At that time, he might not have planned for today. However, Yin Zhaoge did have the thought of being prepared. Even if he didn't use it, he could still earn some money from it. Now it would be put to use. There would indeed be new functions. However, the more important functions would not be revealed to others. Young master, you've actually become an exalt martial saint upon your return. You're going to scare a lot of people to death. Ahu helped by the side and chuckled. Originally, there was a new list of exalts of 10 territories. Now that you've returned, everything should be restarted. Oh, Yin Zhaoge thought for a while. A new list of exalts of 10 territories? Does that mean that Qilin Cliffs, Li Juanxin, and Ingenious Flying Peaks, Hixing, have both ascended to the human immortal realm? The world beyond worlds did not receive the news of Yin Zhaoge breaking through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm. However, the news of the heavenly young master, Chen Qianhua, successfully pushing open the immortal door gradually spread, causing everyone to tacitly agree that the position of the upper exalt was empty. Including Wang Zhengcheng, who had died in Yin Zhaoge's hands, at least 2 positions of the exalts of 10 territories were empty. This was under the situation where everyone tacitly agreed that Yin Di had filled the vacancy of the Eastern Exalt. That's right. Embracing Taiji Mr. He from Ingenious Flying Peaks, Red Lotus Cliff, and Earth Spirit Lord, Li Juanxin from Qilin Cliff have ascended to the position of supremacy. Xiao AI also said Li Juanxin was slightly earlier. About a month after his breakthrough, Mr. He also successfully took that step. Now, the rumor that most people believe is that Li Juanxin will replace his master Wang Zhengcheng as the Earth Supreme, and Mr. He will leave Kunlun Mountain to take over the position of the Southern Supreme, and Mr. Nia will become the new Upper Supreme. Xiao AI counted on her fingers as she said, there is also another saying that Mr. He would head east and take over the position of the Eastern Exalt, with the son-in-law becoming the new Upper Exalt. Hixing's relationship with Broad Creed Mountain's lineage was not bad, but the Eastern Vast Heaven territory was currently Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters. With outsiders guarding it, no one would be willing to be a decoration like Nie Jingshin. Of course, this was just everyone's guess. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would have to decide on the true position. It was just that the current situation in the world beyond worlds. I don't really care about this matter. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Moreover, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories, the world beyond worlds' original structure is already gone. Chapter 1279. One of the world beyond worlds' 5 emperors, the Candle Sunlight Emperor, had already perished because of me and Mars Halberd. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Although Chen Qianhua had pushed open the door to immortality, that person was not easy to deal with. He smiled. No wonder you don't care about it, young master. This fixed situation was broken because of you. How could you care about it? It was more like a mockery for someone who had personally broken the fixed situation of the world beyond worlds to be listed as one of the 10 exalts. The one being mocked was not Yin Zhaoge, but the entire world beyond worlds. It's still too early to say that it has been broken. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly and appeared to be in a daze. However, if this plan succeeds, everything in the past would probably be gone forever. Xiao AI said, in recent years, experts have also appeared in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge smiled, indeed. Objectively speaking, while it was a coincidence that so many geniuses had appeared, it was also inevitable that the world beyond worlds had developed steadily for many years, and its environment was favorable for the growth of talents. In recent years, new geniuses had indeed appeared endlessly in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge and Long Xueji of the roving Jade Heavens aside, peerless geniuses like Qin Qianhua and Nie Jingshin had also appeared in the world beyond worlds. Other than that, Li Juanxin, Hixing, Qing Shizi, as well as Fu Ting and the others who came later were all outstanding geniuses. Looking further back, the southwestern exalt by Tao and the northwestern exalt Lienzolin of the 10 exalts had also risen in recent years. In recent years, the world beyond worlds talents had been surging like a geyser. Chen Qianhua had ascended to immortality. Nie Jingxin, Li Juanxin, and He Shixing had all broken through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, becoming human exalts. If Yan Zhaoge and his father were included, even if the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing, the southern exalt Zhuang Xin, and the eastern exalt Taoist, one heaven had already perished, the world beyond world still had more than 10 human exalts. As compared to immortal realm experts, martial saints were weaker in terms of longevity and ability to withstand risks. Therefore, whether they had died a natural death or an unnatural death, the world beyond world's 10 exalts had already gone through many generations over the millennia. Other than the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing, who had remained as stable as Mount Tai, the other positions had already been changed more than once. An extremely small number of people with outstanding talent, strength, and fortuitous encounters pushed open the immortal door and stepped into another world. However, the vast majority of people could not escape the wind. They were always blown away by the wind and rain. Someone like the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing, who could extend his lifespan, was an extremely rare exception. It was due to external factors as well as personal reasons. Gao Shiwebua, who was much younger than him, had been nurturing his sword for so long, and he had almost reached the limit of his lifespan. Compared to ordinary people, a powerful martial artist's lifespan was undoubtedly much longer. But aging was still a great fear, far greater than death itself. Those with great strength and remarkable abilities could not avoid the day when they would grow old one day, watching oneself decline step by step without being able to stop it. This helpless process was the most torturous. Actually, the exalted earth luminary had already reached the end of his life. However, he had succeeded in advancing his 5 Qis unification and ascended to the profound immortal realm. His lifespan had been greatly extended. When mentioning this enemy, Yan Zhaoge's tone was very calm. After all, he's an old man who had lived through the great calamity. Among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangxin, the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan, the exalted lunar luminary, Lingqing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua were all people who had lived before the great calamity. They were fortunate enough to survive the great calamity. As for the other 5, they were only born after the great calamity. Compared to Jiangxin and the others, they were considered juniors. Similarly, the roving Jade Heaven's Vine Sovereign was also lucky enough to escape from the great calamity. However, he made us sad after becoming a virtual immortal. Young master, said Ahuel, gritting his teeth. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, this can't be helped. There's no way in this world that only allows us to improve, while others can't improve at all. While chatting with Ahu, Xiao AI, and the others, Yan Zhaoge didn't slow down at all. He continued forging token plates, one after another. After he was done, he handed the token plates to Xiao AI. Quickly distribute them and make them look more natural. Rest assured, young master, I know what to do. Xiao AI received the token plates and said straightforwardly. Yan Zhaoge nodded and looked at Ahu. Tidy up this place. Send the more important things back to the broad Creed Mountain. Ahu's expression turned even more solemn. Yes, young master. Yan Zhaoge's instructions undoubtedly meant that there would be a huge change in the future. They had to go all out and prepare for it. After instructing Xiao AI and Ahu, Yan Zhaoge exited the Dragon Butterfly Valley and headed towards the distance. He traversed through the Kunlun mountain range's lofty mountains and headed towards his next destination, restful Immortal Valley, the concealed sovereign, Yang Sizdao Arena. When he neared the valley, Yan Zhaoge saw Sword and Tents soaring towards the skies from afar. The sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, had already arrived. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge entered the restful Immortal Valley. As expected, the frozen scene in the past couldn't be seen anymore. There weren't many people in the valley to begin with. Currently, the Dao children had already been dismissed. Before Yan Zhaoge arrived, there were only 3 people in the valley. One of them was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He wore a light blue robe with white decorations on the outside, his snow-white hair draped behind his back. The other one was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. His facial features were ordinary and his figure was average. The third person wore a high crown and ancient attire. He also appeared to be in his 40s. His face was calm, and his gaze was sharp like a lone mountain. Although there were only 3 of them, they far surpassed an army of thousands. They were 3 profound immortal sovereigns. Moreover, they were experts whose names had been immortalized throughout the history of the world beyond worlds. Astro Sovereign Chun Xuanzong, Concealed Sovereign Yang Su, Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei. Sensing Yen Zhaoge's arrival, the 3 sovereigns looked towards him at the same time. 3 sovereigns, this junior greets you. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm as he greeted the 3. The concealed sovereign Yang Su looked at Yen Zhaoge and praised. All of your acupoints have already seen divinity, and your internal universe is complete. You've reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. How long has it been since we last met? Even those who possess wisdom from their past life wouldn't be able to reach such a height, right? I dare not say anything before the great calamity. However, after the great calamity, your improvement speed is probably second to none. Even the heretics can't compare to your improvement speed. When Yen Zhaoge heard this, he smiled slightly. You flatter me, concealed sovereign. I only came here today to not miss this grand occasion. You can just pretend that I'm not here. Grand occasion? The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, turned his head and looked at the astro sovereign, Chen Xuanzong. He said, that's fine too much. Let's fulfill our battle agreement today. Chen Xuanzong's expression was as calm as water. Please. As he said this, the entire world suddenly became bone-piercingly cold.